so it's been moved and seconded, now that opens it for discussion. Do we want to only insert that contingent upon?
Larry's review.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or do we want to go ahead and put it in regardless? I don't think it would hurt us to have it in regardless.
Right.
I have no experience, I can't.
So, I mean, I think that, you know, it makes it very clear. It also allows, you know, I mean, Australian ballot, not related to office, not related to elections, are open for discussion, but it really prompts a discussion specifically about that if it doesn't come up under this.
Right,
So
yeah.
I think it's not a bad idea to include it in there.
Yeah, in conversation I have to agree, because if that fails, the first article, then it's,
Then the
Point.
next article
Right.
would be moved.
right,
Right.
but you definitely need that second article to support.
I would think so.
Yeah, yep,
And if this fails, if the new
purpose.
article that we're putting in fails, then this is moot as well. Because we can't purchase it if they,
Well, then
Yeah.
you could do another meeting at another time.
Exactly,
Oh,
but
okay,
we will
yeah.
have gotten approval for the bonding.
Right.
So that we
If
could-
that passes, but this doesn't, we can keep having the conversation.
okay, that makes sense.
now, that new article too is voted on the floor, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
does that make sense?
it does, because I think that's the way we did it last year too.
Mhm. Yeah. for the
Yes,
annual.
it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
So,
you kind of know at that point.
you
Where
know,
it's
the,
gonna
the only, I would fully agree with the motion,
Yep,
but I would probably make it contingent upon Larry's approval of council, just because he says, oh, in this instance, you can't do that because statute says that once
Right.
you've done this, you can't do that. So, you know, that way we don't have to reconvene if he
Right.
says, no, you can't do that for some legal reason. Or we go with this, and if that's the case, we meet for 5 minutes on Friday and talk about it, you know?
okay.
Either one. So let's go ahead with it as it is. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the town warning for 2020 with the addition of an article stating that in the event that Article 2 passes, the voters authorize the select board to purchase a new fire truck for an amount not to exceed $550,000.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Way to write warnings as we're going.
Hey, better to cover it than not. I mean, that's the kind of thing that, you know, you get through town meetings, then you go, oh.
Oh, no, what did we do?
Yeah, well, now it just means you have to have another meeting.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
We love meetings.
yeah, I was just gonna say, we have enough of
so
that.
I'll keep you posted, because I'm gonna get
Yeah,
on this
just
right away.
see what Larry says
Yeah.
about that. I think I think at a minimum, he'll agree that it won't hurt.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
if he says it's a disaster, then we revisit. Okay. Quarterly financials.
So in your packet are the quarterly financials for general fund, for the library, for the highway department, sewer and water. So we're 7 months into the fiscal year at this point. We're not gonna go into detail. These are, you
Yeah.
can look at them when you have time.
Just anything that leaps out at you or not?
Not really. I did want to talk about delinquent tax report though,
Mhm.
and the water, sewer, utilities. So delinquent taxes, delinquent tax report has gone down quite a bit.
Good.
So,
Where is that reflect? Is that one of our?
yeah. So that's towards the back. Keep going. Keep going.
Second.
Keep going.
Delinquent tax court, yeah.
So the total delinquent taxes at this time is $75,985.65, which is low. So this is a good sign. We will be calling people after February. Taxes are due February 21st for the third installment. But Melissa's been persistent. I've been persistent. So, as far as utility billing, we just had a quarterly billing at the end of December, and payments are due February 1st. So
Sorry, I was spacing out. Say that once again?
utility billing.
Oh, yeah.
So the quarterly billing was done at the end of December.
Mm-hmm.
So payments are due on February 1st. And right now, the aged receivables report is $58,158.81.
Outstanding.
Yes. I'm not sure for new board members, but policy is delinquent taxes and utility billing, 1 year in arrears, usually. You can go to tax sale. So you can go to tax sale with utility billing.
Do we do that?
We haven't historically. We also, our policy is 2 years.
Okay.
We can,
I do 2 years, but policy states 1.
Does stay.
our policy states
Yeah.
1?
Yep.
Interesting, because we've had that discussion numerous times over the years.
Yep.
And we always,
No, I looked at the policy, Josh,
Has
'cause
anybody over a year?
I
Yes.
thought,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was wrong doing 2 years, but it states 1 year. But,
Interesting.
If you look towards the bottom of that
It's a lot of
page,
work
David,
to
you'll
do it
see
every year
the
for 1
first
year.
one that's
Yeah.
in arrears over 120 days.
so I just wanted to make that comment.
Some of this is a significant amount of money.
Yes.
Wow.
And so are we in conversations with these
So what were you,
folks?
We have,
Yes.
what were you looking at that were?
well, this is
Oh, these are the utilities. Sorry, I was still looking at the delinquent tax.
Yeah, let's
court.
not
Yeah.
name names right now.
No, I don't
but,
know names.
Well, these are public documents,
I
but we
know,
don't
but
need to
yeah,
name
it's
names.
nice
Yeah,
not to have to.
yeah.
Yeah, and that information too is in the town report without names, so property locations are in there.
Okay.
But, so sewer services, Laura, as an FYI,
Uh-huh,
you can't shut sewer off.
Right.
okay.
I was gonna say. what-
You can shut water off,
You can shut water off, we can put liens on property,
yes.
and or we can go to tax sale.
It just so happens that all those people that are over 120 days don't have water.
Water, they're only sewer.
Sewer and water bottom.
Yeah.
So we have no,
Right.
There's really no way to shut sewer off? Not that I want to, but like,
No, it's a
there's,
health, that's a health, that's
Okay.
statutory.
like, that's interesting.
Hmm.
So we can allow somebody to hook up to the line, but we can't disconnect them.
No,
Right, essentially,
Yeah,
Because
I'm
when they
not
chose to
pushing to
hook up
do
the
that,
right
it's
line,
just
they gave up their
interesting.
own system.
yes.
Yeah,
So,
but there are.
Well, plus, I mean, if you're out of water, you can purchase. If you're
Yeah.
out of sewer,
and I don't want that to happen to
yeah,
anybody.
no, but
It's
it's
just-
an interesting question, yeah.
Yeah,
so how is that enforceable?
that's,
by liens.
yeah,
By
Exactly.
liens,
And tax
property liens,
yeah, ultimately.
tax sale.
But that's so cumbersome and expensive and time consuming and.
Yeah.
Not really. So, history is, you send out,
People pay,
they will pay.
yeah, exactly.
We just have to be persistent and, you know,
And that's in fact the advantage, I think we had this conversation
Mhm.
once about that being the advantage of doing it annually as opposed to every 2 years, is that it prevents people from getting
So
that
far.
much further in,
Right.
Right.
you know, so. But yes, the history is, you know, if you took all these people and put them on a list saying your house is gonna go up for tax sale because your utilities, you know,
3/4.
86% of this would get paid within,
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Well, it's
So-
like tax sale last year, we had 36 properties when we
Right.
first started.
And you end up with, yeah.
Yeah, we ended up with less than a handful
Right.
at tax sale,
Right,
so they will
But,
pay.
you're right, it takes a lot of work.
yeah, and
The other thing too with utilities, water, sewer, the users pay. All of those users have to pay to support that system. So when we're not collecting money, you know, we gotta get that money from somewhere else.
right. No, I get that. This isn't for profit.
Right.
I get it. It's not
Right.
like we made a profit and there's extra money. So
Right,
Right.
I
right.
get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, the
I
other,
get that.
the other thing is the vast majority of this money is current.
Right.
It's not overdue.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's overdue, but it's currently overdue, it's not.
16,000 is overdue?
It's 120 days overdue.
Right.
Got it.
right.
How much?
16,000.
So like 36,000 is current.
Right. And most of that'll come in.
And
40,
most of that'll come in, yeah.
Exactly.
so 40% of it is 120 days, 16, 33.
So the 120 days though,
Yeah.
Alyssa and I will,
No, I
That's
we'll
current.
work those
Current.
properties and see what we can collect.
90 days.
Sometimes it's just a friendly reminder, you
So
know?
there's-
Right. And then, I mean, and then the folks who aren't gonna pay in a timely fashion, aren't gonna pay in a timely fashion, then
Right.
those are the ones that are challenging,
Do
so.
you set up payment plans with people that
Yep,
are?
we have payment plans for taxes.
No, I meant for the sewer and water.
I've never had to do that.
I'm just, some of these
But-
amounts are a little steep, and I'm wondering if a payment plan would, it's
Yeah.
a big chunk to bite off if you're trying to do it all at
How old are
once.
some
Yeah.
of the ones that are 120 days?
Oh.
3 years.
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah.
So,
Or we
did
could-
those places go up for tax sale that are 3 years? They didn't.
No.
So how
Right.
long do you wait before, it's 2 years before you put it up? It says 1 year, right?
Right.
But we haven't done it.
I'm gonna do two.
Got it.
And
So some of
this'll be
them
the
would have been
first time.
eligible this last year.
Right.
Got it.
If we could at least encourage people to start paying like their current bill and maybe working a little bit off
That's the
from the
tricky part,
past.
yeah.
Right.
you know.
And payment plans for utility billing,
Uh-huh.
I mean, services. I don't mind doing a payment plan, you know.
But it has to get you a little bit ahead over
Yeah.
time, not,
Right.
you know, you can't keep widening that gap even though
Yeah.
you're on a plan.
And the
Yeah.
other thing too is that even though somebody sets up a payment plan, if they're not active, 6 months down the road, I can do a
Right.
tax sale
Yeah,
or a lien. See, the thing with a lien for utility services, that number is gonna change, cause you're gonna do interest every month. So it's not a steady number, it's not a firm number.
well, the problem is we don't also end up redeeming it until the property sells.
Right.
Potentially, so
Right.
that's not an effective way to do it,
Not for utility services,
Right.
it's not.
yeah.
Have any of these folks that are, I mean, some of these are water as well. Have we ever shut anyone's water off?
We have threatened with certified mail,
Okay.
and they do come in and pay.
Okay.
But as Karen said, some of those are bond payment only.
Okay.
So that
Right.
means they don't actually have water in there, water being supplied to them by us. They've reserved a spot
Yeah.
in the water system and they're paying on it. And
Yeah.
some people, that's a point of contention with some people and they
We
get,
should revisit that,
Yeah.
conversation too.
I
And
really
And
hate
that's-
the idea of shutting someone's water, but I mean, a tax sale is even more, doesn't sit well with me at all, so.
Well, what happens
Yeah.
there is they incur legal costs as
Yeah.
well.
I
yeah,
was gonna say, we recover all the costs it takes for us to try to get our payment too,
Mhm.
right?
Yes,
Well,
yeah,
it goes into
I mean, it
the-
depends on, you know, I mean, we're already paying to have that process being done, so we don't pay well, I mean, we pay additional to Larry,
yes.
but we're not paying more in-house for that because it's a
No.
service we already
Got it.
do. So it sort of depends on how you look at it,
Yeah,
but yes, when Larry does a tax sale for us, that's rolled into the price of.
It is, and it can be up
Right.
to $1,000.
Right.
Right at the gate.
I would think that would be a deterrent or
Some
encouraging
of
them
them
to
are
come
higher
pay the bill because.
Yeah. We send out probably 3 letters before we send it to Larry. So we do our due diligence to work with everyone.
And the hard thing is, I mean, the hard thing is some of these people are just unable to make their payments.
Right.
I mean, they can have the best of intentions, they can set up a plan,
Yeah.
they can't do it,
Yeah.
and then that happens. I mean, it's just a reality, unfortunately. But it can't be, we can't underwrite that indefinitely, because that's.
That's a much bigger and longer discussion for another
Yeah.
time about how communities could
Well,
help those people and
we have the White Whitney Fund.
Yes.
And, I mean, we don't, but it's
There
available.
are
there's
options.
places
It's
that
out
we go
there.
for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, and in fact, we've had interesting discussions based on that in the past, in which, there are people who, we had one, I don't know, 3 years or 4 years ago, where, they had had a fire at the house and the taxes had been abated on the fire, but they owed previous and so on and so forth. And they came in with somebody from one of the services on our social services list, I can't remember who it was, who basically was there saying, hey, we've come up with a plan and we're working together.
Got it.
We're all here in a good effort to get this taken care of. And we didn't send it to tax sale, because we said,
Right.
okay, that's
Of course.
fine,
Right.
as long as this is all in place. So, there are ways around it, but unfortunately, more often than not, it's the folks that either don't access that additional help or are unwilling, for any number of different reasons, they don't go there, then it goes to tax sale, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
So do we, when we're having these conversations with people, do you try to point them in that direction of like talking to Putney Community Cares, talking to the folks that,
White Whitney.
yes, yeah, that there are services out there that may be able to help?
I haven't come across anybody that's like destitute to,
Uh-huh.
they don't ask, but
It does happen. I mean,
Yeah.
I've dealt with a number of, yes, where we
Okay.
say,
right,
have you reached out to so-and-so?
Okay,
But it's, we can only do so much in that respect, because unless they come to us and
Right.
specifically say, can you help me with this, then we
Right.
can't really help them with that. So
And
that's
Yeah.
a
And
challenge.
these people aren't responding
Not
instead.
likely, exactly,
So,
not
we
likely
haven't
to
even had
do
any
that.
conversations with them.
The other thing, I think, and I
Really?
may be mistaken, is that because White Whitney is a fund of the towns,
we oversee,
well,
the select board
right,
oversees
right.
White Whitney, yeah.
but I don't think I can ever recall, and I think that this is written into their thing, it can't be used for taxes, I'm pretty sure. Because
Right.
essentially, it's taking from us in order to pay us.
That makes sense.
And that's my recollection, I might be wrong.
White
But-
Whitney operates on interest from
Mhm.
their CD,
Yeah.
so they're only allowed.
It's limited, right.
It's limited, and we've seen them use money for rent, car repairs, electric
All
bills.
sorts of things, yeah.
Those kinds of things, but never, ever a tax.
And I don't think they can use it.
but
for
maybe
that
it could
payment.
flex around that, so we'll pay your electric, your grocery bill,
If
and your
you-
car payment
So
this
you
month, and
have
you
the
pay
money to
your.
pay
I don't know
Water
whether I
bill.
don't know whether they have the leverage to actually enforce that in
Yeah.
in any way.
So I have a question.
They're restricted to by, so much for each person.
Right,
So
Uh-huh.
there's
Pretty
a
small
whole
number.
criteria that people have
Right.
to, before they're even approved,
Mhm.
so.
question.
So some of these people who don't actually have water, but they have the water bond, the
Yes.
reservation. Do you or Karen and I are we allowed to take them off of having that
No.
reservation, to stop it from incurring.
No, they have to come to the water commissioners.
Exactly. And numerous people have done that over the years, and I would be surprised with the ones that are on this list that have been there for a long time if they haven't been told that that's what they need to do, and they may not have done that. But no, we can't take them off unless they request it.
Right.
Even if they request it, you know, essentially, they agreed to pay that amount in order to be that on there.
To
You know,
reserve it.
what we've done in the past is work through things with people where we've said, okay, you pay X amount, you know, because certain people get up to a certain point where they say, oh, well, we knew, you know, 2 years ago, we decided not to build the additional apartment, and that meant we didn't need the water. So we don't want to pay it. So we've done, you know, we've worked things out with people, but they have to come to us and say, you know, this is what we're trying to do, and this is why
Well,
we
I
don't
don't,
want
right,
it.
I don't mean like take off what's built up,
Well, that's,
but
To
just
stop incurring more
stop,
bill.
right, to be
Yes.
like, okay, well, you're gonna lose your allocation because you haven't paid, and
I don't know, you'd have to look at the policy, I'm
They
not
still have
sure
to
you
come
can do
to you.
that, I think so.
They have to come
Yeah.
to you, because that payment is paying on the bond.
And it's a reservation
And
of
it's
the
a
slot.
reservation,
Yeah.
and it was built based on the number of users.
Right,
And
So-
it's build on a number of users.
Yeah,
Right.
and we cannot, we're not allowed to change allocation in the system.
Right.
That has to go through the water
Us,
commissioners as well,
right.
water sewer. So any changes has to be made by the user in
Yeah.
front of this board.
Yes, and it has to be, essentially, the problem is that creates a liability, you know, if we were to take somebody off of that list, and 6 months later, they came and said, okay, we're building a new house and we wanna go on the thing, and we say, sorry, you lost your
or our,
allocation.
or our well failed, or.
Yeah, or whatever it
Right,
might be, right.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't have done that, so they do have to keep accumulating that, unfortunately, and it's, you know,
And the ones that have been paying right along, you know, when they're ready to hook up, then they're okay. They don't, you know, they don't have to come up with $5,000 or more.
right, but they do have to come up with money for the engineering and for the connection and
And the
everything
connection,
else,
yeah,
so.
yeah,
But they've reserved
Yeah.
that spot, I mean, that's the
Right.
whole thing, you're paying
Yes.
for a reservation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
and there's an application fee and there's a connection fee.
there aren't many of those left in town, as I recall, I mean, how many, do you
No,
know
there's-
how many there are? 'Cause
Maybe a handful now.
exactly,
Yeah,
because
I
we've
came
worked
across
through
an
them a
old
number of
list
times, yeah.
and,
There were a lot for a long time,
Yeah.
and it's been slowly chipping away.
yeah,
And largely, it's slowly chipped away because people look at this and go, wait a minute,
right,
I'm either gonna spend that money and get hooked up, or I'm gonna
right,
get myself out of it.
Yep.
All right. So, we don't need action on any of this, right?
no, that's just
Okay.
informational.
So, town manager's report.
So the third installment of property taxes are due February 21st. Town Hall is doing a food drive for the Putney Food Show. So I know we'll have a lot of traffic with taxes being paid here. So if anybody wants to donate to the food drive for the Putney Food Show, please bring an item. Town report is just about finished. So Kim and Alyssa have done a lot of work in the last week, cleaning it up, formatting it. Mary Quinn has a copy right now, she's gonna proof it. Jonathan has proofed it quite a bit, so there's been a lot of eyes on it. So water and sewer is due February 1st, and then that's about it.
All right. Warrants.
I move to accept and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to accept and execute the warrants to the treasurer upon completion of review. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Payroll warrant dated January 31st, 2020, in the amount of $803.67. And we have fire department, we have rec league in there. So it's bi-weekly
Several
now.
snowstorms.
Yeah, so it's bi-weekly now. So it should be consistent with library, the only ones we wouldn't have consistently is the rec department, they only get paid once a month.
Those highway guys are resistant to get on electronic payments, aren't
They
they?
don't wanna do that.
Man.
They like going to the bank.
I try. Just their
Yeah, we
eyes.
can't force them. But,
Well, at some point, we probably couldn't we?
I don't know, they're pre-existing, so.
No, I think you can, if you want to. You just have to want to.
Give them warning and say, guess what?
What if somebody doesn't have a checking account though?
Yeah, we have somebody like that, so,
That's an exception
Yeah.
probably, but other than that,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think we can force them.
well, we probably could.
I don't think there's a law that says you can't.
Right, but is there a law that says you can? I don't know.
Is there a way to entice them into it? Like,
Accounts payable dated January 18 through January 31st, 2020, in the amount of $45,459.11.
do they have to pick their checks up here?
Yes. Well, they don't, but Brian usually grabs them, or someone grabs all of them.
Makes me think of a funny story of my dad who would keep his uncashed checks in his wallet for up to a year.
We
And
have
drive
somebody
Bill
like
all
that.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I told him, I said, it'd be a lot easier if you just did direct deposit.
My dad would say if you don't cash it, you don't spend it.
Yeah, but you could lose it.
Yeah, he wouldn't lose it. He wouldn't.
Cargill is salt, presumably.
What was that?
Cargill is salt.
It is salt, yes.
For the road salt or water salt?
Yeah, road salt.
So Alyssa, I don't know from memory, so have we gotten other Cargill invoices, or are these the, yeah?
We've had them.
Okay. I just don't remember. We did have some Green Mountain power bills, and I don't know if you noticed, but
I saw.
yeah, $1,214 for wastewater treatment plant.
Is the Green Mountain portion? Wait, say it
Is the
again.
Green Mountain portion,
Is it?
yeah,
Not making as much power these days.
right.
Not surprisingly. It's actually that shed, the equipment shed down at the treatment plant just to the south of the
Right,
It's a place
right.
we've talked about having panels, solar panels as well.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of space down there that there could be panels actually.
Where is, I thought the fire department was in here. Let me-
I'm thinking
All right.
clearing the bank behind my house and putting some up. We're talking about mini splits, I did some research on that, it'd be perfect for my house.
Yeah. Okay, other business, Forest for Learning.
So,
One sec,
Okay.
Forest for Learning, go ahead.
so I had a conversation with Larry,
Yeah,
so.
this
I
is for the
brought-
pool.
this is for the pool
Right.
property.
Yeah,
So Larry was concerned that, the Development Review Board approved a permit for 0.92 acres. And Larry's question was, why didn't you do it for an acre? Why an odd amount of acreage? So the pool,
difference, isn't it?
the pool is connected to the sewer.
Right,
So zoning regulations, it meets the zoning regulations at 0.92 acres, hooked up to sewer.
right.
So if we decided not to be hooked up to a sewer, which there would be no reason not to be, there's no way you could put a septic down there
Right,
because it's in the flood plain anyways. So
right.
we're restricted unless you put it in the parking
Why
lot.
would we wanna consider that anyway?
We don't. So Larry's just,
But making it an acre would be advantageous how?
Yeah, exactly.
it wouldn't. I mean,
Right. Well,
I
so
don't-
why is he bringing that point up?
You must have a reason.
Well, it's because of the sewer. So if we didn't wanna be on the town sewer,
If you had an acre and you
Right.
could put a septic system in, you
But
could
we
do it
can't.
on an acre, but not
Right.
on .92.
Right.
That's the
right,
point.
you would
Okay.
have to have an
Is
acre,
that what he's saying?
you would have to have an acre in order to put septic
Ah,
in the village.
Yeah, no, we don't, that doesn't matter to
Okay.
us.
So in Lionel's, when he went through the process, he was saving the town maintenance on all the invasives and trying to protect, the endangered species that are out there. So I'm comfortable as a zoning administrator keeping it at 0.92 acres and not changing it, because there's no need to. And-
The only reason to change it is related to sewer.
Right,
Yeah, no, that doesn't
so.
seem, because I'm assuming we don't pay a sewer bill to ourselves for the pool? Or do we?
That's a good point, we don't.
I don't think I
Well, we don't
never-
have to, I mean, we
Right.
shouldn't. So,
No,
Well, yeah, but everybody else does.
yeah,
what do you mean everybody else?
We
does?
get a bill that we,
yeah, the
Town
fire
hall gets a bill?
station, town hall does,
Oh,
yeah, we do pay those, so,
Huh, interesting.
do we, I
but
don't,
there isn't one for the pool, why is that?
maybe the school's paying for it,
Why?
I don't know,
Why do
good
we-
question, I'll have to look at that
That doesn't
tomorrow.
make that much
That's
sense to
no,
me that
but-
we,
when they figured the plan
We
to work, the
pay.
number of sites that were the towns that didn't go into the figuring out the cost of the system.
It's all user fees, so. So, yeah, I mean. We
I
pay
mean,
for
we
the
journal
bond,
entry,
we're
we
paying
don't
for the
write a bond
bond,
check, or, you know
so,
what I mean, that,
yeah,
yeah,
But we move money.
exactly.
well, it goes to that
no,
fund.
I don't know, I'm all for taking it out.
So
Yeah,
Larry's wants to know if we want to move forward. So again, in order to do that boundary line adjustment, we still have to warn it, 30
Right.
days in advance.
right,
And he has to do all the title work, okay? So Lionel's gone ahead and done a deed,
right,
but there's a right of way,
right.
and it was mapped out as 20 feet, I think, but it's actually 30. So Larry definitely needs to
Needs to
do,
do title work.
so that's gonna cost the town money.
So what's the other option? Not to go ahead, in which case what happens?
Then we have to keep in mind that they're trying to transfer the
Right,
school forwards
right,
to Forest for Learning, because the town still
Right.
has that.
right.
So this boundary line adjustment, they're trying to do it in tandem with that.
But we can't.
Right,
remember
no, I
to show
understand that,
Yeah.
but why, so why wouldn't we want, why wouldn't we go ahead with this? Because of the costs involved. But if we don't go ahead with it, what's the repercussion? Part of our pool sits on their land, or is it just they want that? I guess I know we've been over this, but I don't understand.
So it's been permitted to do the boundary line adjustment.
Right,
So at this point, and you can appeal it, you have a certain amount of days to appeal that permit. So, I mean, we agreed to move forward with the boundary line
Right.
adjustment, so.
Right,
Now Larry's gonna have to do the title work and, make sure it's clean.
so is Larry recommending what, I guess I'm, again, sort of missing the
No,
point.
he wants to know what you guys wanna do. Do you want?
Well, is he recommending against moving forward?
No, he's not.
Okay,
He was only recommending changing the acreage size of the pool in case to protect that spot
And
in the
I'm
future
not
for septic.
concerned about
And
changing
we don't need to
the
worry about that.
acreage.
I wouldn't think
Yeah,
so.
okay,
So-
all right.
So I will talk to Larry tomorrow when I talk to him about the articles
Right,
and let him know we do wanna move forward. I'll try to get some sort of like
yeah,
cost associated with this, but I also recommend he do the title work so it's a clean
so
title.
it's done. Yeah, we
And
have
it
to-
can be a warranty deed,
Yeah,
so everything's clean,
yeah,
okay?
and that's what he would recommend,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, and he needs to look too to make sure there's no glebe land
right.
associated.
No what?
Glebe, Glebe. So I'm not too familiar with that.
What does that mean?
It's essentially commonly owned, well, it's land that was allocated from the town for use by people who didn't have land, essentially, I think is
yeah.
my understanding of it. Sort of.
Sort of like town
But why
So it's
would
like
there be
shared.
glebe land there? Yeah, I don't know.
He brought it up, so
He thinks there's some history?
if he does the title work, his
He'll
office.
find out,
He will
Right.
find out.
right.
Because what he's nervous about too is, giving a warranty deed and not having clean title, cause that liability will be on him.
Right.
So he does need to do the title work.
Now, the town is giving this to the Forest for Learning.
Yes.
Is there any reason why the Forest for Learning wouldn't reimburse for the cost of the title work?
Because they're a nonprofit
Yeah,
and,
because
no money.
Because they don't have the money.
yeah, and they were
It's
given
not-
that money, that 18,000,
Right,
That
to
we're
take
only-
care of this.
right,
Right,
to make sure they finish this
Right.
process.
And this is all essentially to separate it from the school because of the
Yes.
change in the school zoning.
Consolidation,
Right,
yep,
exactly,
yep.
right.
And it
Which keeps
was-
it in our hands.
Right,
It was
Right.
something that we agreed to
Right.
a couple years back where, yeah.
no, it makes,
Yeah,
it
it's
definitely
pretty
makes sense.
yes,
I
yeah,
mean, it's just,
yeah.
it takes time. Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, it turns out I have two things to mention.
Okay.
Concerning glebe land, of course, you need to check what I say as well, because it's worth what you're paying for it. But my understanding of New England history is all the towns in New England were granted before there was a United States or even a confederation, before the Revolution.
Yeah,
And so they were British colonies, and a requirement was that land be reserved in each town for the established church, the Church of England. And my understanding is that this is what glebe land is.
is that the glebe, okay.
But as I say, it's just my understanding. Now, of course, these people were looking for good farmland, so the glebe land, they made that some land that wasn't good for much. That's simply my understanding. But the other thing was, I thought I would briefly mention, coming back to the question of donations to various organizations and DHMC being taken over, visiting nurses and hospice being taken over by DHMC. Are you familiar with what One Care Vermont is?
By name only, but I don't
Okay.
know. Yeah.
All right. See, it would be now 3 years ago, the Green Mountain Care Board entered into an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. There was an initial year to get started, and then it's a 5-year contract, which culminates in 2022. Now, the idea is that One Care Vermont, which is owned and operated as a limited liability corporation by Fletcher Allen Healthcare of Burlington and DHMC of Lebanon, but now we're talking only about their Vermont, DHMC's
Right.
Vermont patients, that people would be enrolled in One Care Vermont as an accountable care organization, where the accountable care organization receives for each person a flat payment per year. which of course is doled out monthly, for keeping the people healthy. Now, I checked online a few minutes ago. At the moment, 172,000 Vermonters are enrolled. But they mentioned, and I read the contract. The contract says that by 2022, 70% of all Vermonters and 90% of all Vermont Medicare recipients shall be enrolled in OneCare Vermont, or what the, translated into plain English, the contract with CMS says, Green Mountain Care Board makes it happen, or we will make it happen. So this is where we're headed. Now, I've not checked recently what the actual amounts are for the all-inclusive population-based payments are, but I can tell you for sure that for Medicare recipients like me, it's around $9,000 a year. As I say, they're enrolling more and more people, and CMS says, you know, you're going to get this done, or we'll do it for you. Now, with that in mind, DHMC for the enrolled people is receiving a flat rate for each person,
Right.
which of course includes the care provided by visiting nurses and hospice. So in the future, they and some other organizations, they for sure and some organizations possibly will be simply receiving their portions of the all-inclusive population-based payments. And if that is the case, they may no longer need donations from towns, because they're being financed otherwise, and on an effectively mandatory basis. So really, it is a single-payer system. There's a number of these experiments being run around the country. Vermont happens to have one of them, but we're the one where they're really experimenting with the idea that you get so much a month for each patient, you keep them healthy, and if there's money left over, you get to keep it. Now, of course, this certainly raises the question of how do they deal with the ethics of, we want to keep the money, but this person, you know, me, for example, is really sick. What are we going to do? And of course, this does put them in an ethical dilemma. What they're hoping is that it will average out extra for me, less for somebody else. But that's where we are and where we're headed.
Interesting.
I've been following this since the beginning because I thought it was really interesting in terms of the whole question of medical insurance in this country.
Well, you know, I mean, I think very basically it sounds like promoting proactive care, which is great. We should obviously be doing that. But if they're, like you say, if they're getting that check, but they're not promoting that care, then, I mean, that's not what you're saying, but you know, that's the potential, is what that ethical dilemma is.
Well, yes, although I was not thinking about it in terms of they're doing something wrong. I was thinking of it in terms of it's guaranteed someone is going to get really, really sick.
Yes, definitely.
Just because life is like that.
Yeah. Oh. Let's see how it plays out over time.
So it may be a question to ask these organizations in the future, are you part of OneCare Vermont?
Yeah.
Right.
That would be the question. Are you part of OneCare Vermont? Because if you are participating for sure in the all-inclusive population-based payment.
Yeah.
Good point.
All right. Executive session? No. Next meeting date, February 12th.
Unless I have to call one sooner. You're gonna have to sign the articles,
Okay.
the warning. I'm gonna need signature before Friday.
Well, we can stop in then.
I will contact you. Okay.
So if we can all plan, okay, so you just need to get that one question sorted out. But if we all plan essentially on stopping by sometime on Friday, that would cover that.
And I can be here early in the morning.
Friday.
What's
If
that?
I can,
Day after tomorrow, Friday.
Yes.
if I can get it cleaned up by tomorrow, I will contact you
Good.
when it's ready to go,
Right.
and then you can come in and,
Sounds good.
Because that has to be posted, right?
by Sunday.
Not, okay,
Right.
not in the town report, okay.
Well, it has to be in the town report too.
Right, but not signed up.
Right.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Howard.
Hi, Howard.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
workshop that was created to build this market stand, which we donated to a local farmers market to support local agriculture. It was an idea that came from Terra Collaborative's work in Central America, how it felt important to be able to bring our learning, our experiences, and our understanding of issues that are happening in other parts of the world back to the U.S. An important part of our mission is to have these building skills reach populations that are often underrepresented in the building trades. So we focused this workshop training session this summer of 2019 in teaching carpentry and timber framing. At the beginning of that next week, we began our timber framing training, where the focus went from power tools to kind of slowing it down and working on rather massive pieces of wood, doing pretty much all hand-tooled joinery. Timber framing is a really wonderful community build because you start very small into like one joint, and everybody can be working independently and getting the skills and then coming together and finishing off all the joinery together because they now have the knowledge of what's happening and they can move around to the different parts and help each other out. And then comes the day when it all comes together and everything fits and is tied together with these wooden pegs, and it's potentially a very profound experience.
All right, ready and lift. All right. Okay, a little north, away from you. Let's get our quads. All right, now the door. Yeah, that's beautiful. All right, just a little more. Then you can get it up on the shoulder and rest it and line up the housings and then move it up onto the tenon. And then
Because we focus on building leaders, it's very important to us that skills are learned and also transferred. So we really focus on our team gathering skills, but very quickly having the opportunity to share those skills with one another and with students, and creating teaching moments.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll go slow.
They just had the opportunity to lean in with each other and build a very strong community.
Go back and forth and push a little, push a little, push a little. So
This side is going in level. Right, there we've got
Right towards you, hopefully. Oh, I'm so happy.
you guys look amazing.
Well, pretty exciting to see this thing actually up in its real location after more than a week of hard work and so much community learning and effort. Oh boy. And excited that it's going to be here to be used by the Putney community.
I just want to thank everybody who is involved in this project, the participants, but also, the Terra team and the community members for making it such a wonderful, seamless week of learning and great food and good company. So thank you to everybody who supported us in the organization, and we look forward to the next one.
As the founder of Terra Collaborative and program director, I'm very excited about what each of our team members are doing out in the world, and I encourage you to check out our website and check out the bios of our amazing team and continue to follow us and see what we're up to.
I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Call me baby if you need a friend. I just wanna give you love. Come on, come on, come on. Reaching out to you, so take a chance. No matter where you go, no, you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Come along with me and don't be scared. I just wanna set you free. Come on, come on, come on. You and me can make it anywhere. For now, we can stay here for a while. Hey, 'cause you know, I just wanna see you smile. No matter where you go, you know you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. And when you're weak, I'll be strong. I'm gonna keep holding on. Now don't you worry, it won't be long, darling. If you feel like hope is gone, just run into my arms. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. I'm only one call away.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, I hate that I have to do this today, but there's been a sort of personal thing that relates to the show going on the last 24 hours that I want to tell you about, because it is once again just, this is the worst type of stuff that I have to deal with as host of this show. I and the David Pakman Show are now under attack by a so-called left-wing activist, really sort of a centrist Democratic activist. And this came up out of nowhere yesterday with no warning. And quite frankly, I need everybody's support here. So let me tell you the story from the beginning. Indulge me just for a few minutes and everybody will be caught up. Back in December of 2018, a woman named Amy Siskind tweeted on her Twitter account, quote, "I will not support white male candidates in the Democratic primary. Unless you slept through midterms, women were our most successful candidate. Biggest Dem vote getters in history, Obama 08, Hillary 16. White male is not where our party is at and is our least safe option in 2020. Now, of course, the biggest Dem vote getters piece ignores that when the population grows over time, you would expect candidates to get more and more raw votes. But forget about the math issue. To me, the idea that was tweeted here is the opposite of progressive. She is saying that on the basis of race and gender, she's ruling out supporting certain candidates, white male candidates. That's terrible. I don't agree with that. Now, a side note, Amy Siskind was a big Hillary supporter in 2016. That's sort of her placement within the Democratic Party and the left. And that's fine. She's part of the Hillary wing of the party, which she's perfectly well allowed to do. And that has nothing to do with the criticism that I responded with. So at the time I replied, isn't there something not progressive about preemptively dismissing a candidate based on their race and gender? I feel like there's a word to describe that. As a progressive, I won't be jumping on board with that idea. And at the time, remember, this is 2018, Amy Siskind responded to me, quote, "Secure men are always at the forefront of diversity. They don't see their place or status threatened by lifting women, people of color, or people of all sexual orientations because they are comfortable with themselves," suggesting I'm neither secure nor comfortable with myself or uncomfortable, lifting women or people of color. And I responded once again, that's exactly right. And I'm 100% on board with that. It seems to be the exact opposite of preemptively disqualifying candidates on the basis of race or gender. Now, tons of people saw this exchange and started retweeting it. And by the next morning, Amy Siskind had blocked me on Twitter. The next day, I tweeted about this, saying, "The intolerant left is small, but horrible. Amy Siskind said she wouldn't vote for anyone white or male in 2020. I pointed out this is the definition of racism and sexism. I respectfully questioned her approach. She blocked me." This sent her into an absolute rage. And in addition to having blocked me on Twitter, she sought me out on Facebook. At the time, she found me on Facebook and left me the following message on my personal Facebook account, where she said, quote, remember, I was teaching as an adjunct at Boston College shortly before this. She says, "I called Boston College to launch a complaint that you should not be teaching young minds, but they said you do not teach there. I reported you anyway because you should not be invited back. May want to update your Facebook page to reflect reality." Now, of course, I taught at BC in 2017. Facebook reflected that. As an adjunct, I'm not permanently employed BC. So if you call them during a semester where I'm not teaching, they would say, he doesn't work here right now. And so she was right? These are her words. She said she called BC and told them that I should not be teaching there. This became quite a story. Joe Rogan and Bill Burr talked about this exchange that I had with Amy Siskind on Joe Rogan's program. I later went on Joe Rogan's program in June of 2019, and Joe and I spoke about it, and we put Amy Siskind's tweet, Joe's producer put Amy Siskind's tweet up on the screen. And then I never heard anything about it again. Okay, that was June of 2019. It's been 7 months until yesterday. Completely out of nowhere, Amy Siskind appears on the David Pakman Show Facebook page and posts, quote, "You're a liar, David. I never tried to get you fired. I pointed out your LinkedIn page didn't even include an adjunct position, and you were embellishing. You owe me a public apology. You completely made it up to get attention." Now, as you can see, this is factually wrong. Notice, in her post in December, she says it's my Facebook profile that misstated my position at Boston College. In her post yesterday, she says she was pointing something out from LinkedIn. So clearly she doesn't remember the post. I don't know which is accurate. Was it because of Facebook or because of LinkedIn? But then she went on to post to our Facebook page yesterday, again, out of nowhere. We haven't heard from her for 6-7 months. She says, quote, "Someone sent me a link to an entire segment you did with that openly racist, transphobic, misogynist Joe Rogan, in which you trashed me for something made up. I never called Boston College. I never tried to get you fired. This is a complete fabrication you made up to get attention. You must publicly apologize for this lie and smear." Now, let me remind you, Amy herself posted on my Facebook page, quote, "I called Boston College to launch a complaint that you should not be teaching young minds, but they said you do not teach there. I reported you anyway because you should not be invited back." And this is where it's getting ugly. She is now making threats, saying yesterday, "I will give you today to apologize, then I will be sharing what you did publicly." Now, of course, I did nothing wrong, so I'm not going to apologize. But people who know Amy Siskind have been warning me, she will go after your advertisers. She will go after the stations that broadcast your show. She will lobby Free Speech TV to drop the David Pakman Show. And she has resources behind her, those sort of centrist establishment Democratic Party resources. Now, anybody who looks at the facts sees in December of 2018, she said, "I called Boston College and told them not to have you teach there." She might have been lying back then, or she's lying now, right? We don't know. I reached out to Joe Rogan about this since it relates to the conversation we had on his show. He's aware of it. I've been in touch with our legal team. We just don't know what to expect right now. And it's a really tough situation because she does have friends in important places in the Democratic establishment. She has the type of support that we might call moneyed legacy Democratic resources. So I am telling you this not so that you go out and send Amy Siskind tweets or attack her. In fact, let me be clear. Do not do that. That is not what I am asking anybody to do. That's not going to help us. What I am telling you is we may be up against something big here that could really be damaging to the show, and it'll become a distraction from the 2020 election coverage. It'll become a distraction from covering issues, a distraction from the coverage of the impeachment of the President of the United States. I don't know whether this is going to end up costing big money. I don't know whether this is going to end up losing us some of our broadcast platforms. She has connections in the establishment legal community, the establishment political community, the establishment media community, people who could make my life a living hell. And demanding an apology with an ultimatum does not bode particularly well. So I'm letting you know what's going on. Please consider supporting us directly. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. She can lobby our stations to drop the show. She can't do anything about people who say, "I'm going to support David Pakman directly." Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Use patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We do not want to be bullied, but we need to recognize that she could bring some significant sort of bully pulpit power against us. It's horrible. This has been really stressful over the last 24 hours. I will keep you posted. That's the full story as I know it for now. Hey, just as a change of pace, a little levity. This is kind of funny and interesting. Many of you know that on this program, I've been smeared by homophobic people for a long time because I support LGBT rights. We also have funny stories like when producer Lewis was the producer of the David Pakman Show, I got an email from a gentleman saying, "Hey, David, it's so great that you and your partner are doing a show together. How long have you and Lewis been together? My husband and I would love to have you guys over our place for dinner." And as funny as the idea was of not telling Lewis the pretense and going over as a supposed couple to dinner at someone's house, we didn't do that. And I clarified Lewis and I are not only not together, we exclusively date women. I am personally not gay, but I support gay rights. I'm a straight ally. We've been straight allies on this program for more than a decade. But over the years, there have been both misunderstandings and smears about this. So one example is that a few years ago, I was featured in a documentary called Minnesota Nice. The documentary is about anti-gay bullying suicides, and that's a horribly tragic subject. But I was featured as a gay teen who committed suicide after being bullied. And I had to clarify, I'm not a teenager. I'm not gay. I wasn't bullied, and I'm alive. And it has been brought to my attention that once again, there is a reference on my Wikipedia page to a supposed relationship with a man. Check this out. This was added to the personal life section recently, saying, quote, in November 2015, Pacman moved to New York City, breaking up with his long-term male partner, which coincided with the relocation of the David Pacman Show's production. This one is subtle, but someone did add a note that said citation needed. Apparently, they realized there was no citation for that claim, and they've not been able to find one because it is a completely bogus claim. So it would be inappropriate for me to go in and edit the Wikipedia page. The subjects of wiki pages aren't supposed to edit those pages themselves. I think that makes a lot of sense. Could be a conflict of interest, but I'm asking for your help to update my Wikipedia page and also help expand it. I feel like it could be far more robust based on what the David Pacman Show has become over the years. This is funny in a way, but the obsession with smearing me as a gay man is not only sort of getting boring, I don't actually understand the obsession with it. Like, what is so appealing about that? Maybe somebody can explain it to me. Sunday is my birthday. We've got a huge membership special. All right. Police came to my house yesterday and they said, we are not here to take any action today, but we heard you were planning a crazy membership special on Sunday. Just know we've been made aware of it and we're going to monitor in case the special is too deep of a discount. Sunday, get on our mailing list today at davidpacman.com. Put in your email address. On Sunday, you will get an email with this incredible membership special. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pacman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pacman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pacman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pacman.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
Today's new David Pacman Show members of the day are Kim Logan and Catherine Lombardo. Kim and Catherine, thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. Also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustainer of the day, Marcia Carrera, has been a member for almost 5 years. Thank you, Marcia. And we are now under 3 months from our first 10-year David Pacman Show members. 10 years. Incredible. Join all of these great people. Be part of the solution at joinpacman.com. Coupon code is available. Use it at your discretion. This is 2020. All one word, all lowercase. The coupon code will save you 40% off of the David Pacman Show membership of your choice. Okay, this morning I was browsing the David Pacman Show subreddit. Over 17,000 of our viewers and listeners are now subscribed to the David Pacman Show subreddit. Find it free at davidpakman.com/Reddit, one of the largest progressive independent media subreddits out there. Couple of interesting conversations and posts that I found. One from Portland Hipster 69, who says Fox is still doing infomercials during impeachment. They are literally selling pillows from Australia during impeachment. Yeah, so last week when it was the House impeachment managers presenting their case, Fox News ran video of the impeachment proceedings, but very often the sound would be muted and you would either have bomb-throwing ideologues saying things over the impeachment hearings, or sometimes they would go to commercials like My Pillow. I later found out that the My Pillow guy, the owner of the My Pillow company, I guess is a huge Trump supporter. I had no idea. Sorry, as I hit my microphone. Reports are that Fox is continuing to do this to some degree, although they seem to air a lot more of the Trump lawyers' presentations with audio than they did the House managers. Not a huge surprise. A nostalgic Cyan says, has anyone noticed a large amount of Mike Bloomberg ads? I swear to God, 75% of my YouTube videos have a Bloomberg ad. This is seriously so annoying. If I had $1 for every time I heard Mike will get it done, I could lobby Congress for legalizing weed. Yes, and what we are seeing is that the Mike Bloomberg ads are running wall to wall on YouTube, particularly if you live in a Super Tuesday state. Super Tuesday states are the states that vote on March 3rd. Massachusetts is a Super Tuesday state. I'm getting Mike Bloomberg ads, not even on political content. I'll watch a Japanese omakase video from someone visiting Tokyo, and it'll still run an ad for Michael Bloomberg. Or I will watch Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura's online YouTube videos, and I will still get an ad for Michael Bloomberg. So he is pouring cash into Super Tuesday states and other states. Expect it to continue. And in fact, this is the strategy I said on Monday. If I were Michael Bloomberg, this is exactly what I would be doing. So yes, a lot of people are telling me all I get on YouTube now are Michael Bloomberg ads. We're just going to have to live with it for a while anyway. Join the discussion on the subreddit at davidpakman.com/Reddit. I have the funniest thing to show you. Donald Trump is, of course, panicking about his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, possibly testifying in the Senate impeachment trial. Now, why is Donald Trump panicking? John Bolton says in his upcoming book, and would likely say under oath, that he knows Trump was withholding aid from Ukraine until they smeared Joe Biden, because Trump personally told him that. This is the assertion that John Bolton has made. So yesterday, Donald Trump retweeted a video of John Bolton being interviewed by Radio Free Europe back in August with the text "Game Over" in all capital letters. So clearly Donald Trump believes that what Bolton says in this video proves either that Bolton is lying about what Trump told him regarding withholding aid to Ukraine, or that what Bolton says proves Trump really did care about corruption in Ukraine and not smearing Joe Biden or whatever the case may be. So I was interested and I watched the clip, which is only 40 seconds long. And what Bolton says is definitely not exculpatory of Donald Trump. And it actually could be self-incriminating if we pay close attention to what it is that John Bolton says. So let's first take a look at the clip. Then I'll explain to you what is going on here.
I will be meeting President Zelensky. He and President Trump have already spoken twice. President called to congratulate President Zelensky on his election and then on his success in the parliamentary election. They were very warm and cordial calls. We're hoping that they'll be able to meet in Warsaw and have a few minutes together because the success of Ukraine, maintaining its freedom, its system of representative government, a free market economy free of corruption, and dealing with the problems of the Donbass and the Crimea are high priorities here, obviously, but high priorities for the United States as well.
So what's the big deal? Well, John Bolton says in this clip, the success of Ukraine maintaining its free market economy free of corruption is a high priority in the United States. You don't usually say we want to maintain something unless it already exists. John Bolton says in this clip that the Trump administration wants to maintain Ukraine corruption-free. Now, Donald Trump and his lawyers have been arguing endlessly that Donald Trump did all of this crazy stuff because Ukraine is so corrupt and the corruption has to be fixed And Trump feels so strongly about it that he said, let's pause the aid. That's the word they've now been using. And yet John Bolton said back in August, we want to maintain Ukraine's free market, corruption-free economy. This makes it more likely that fixing Ukrainian corruption was never really the issue, because John Bolton said in August, they are corruption-free and a free market economy. So this is a new data point. And this new data point suggests that at least John Bolton didn't see Ukraine as a corruption-riddled mess, since he says, we want to keep Ukraine free of corruption. Now, you can parse the language some other way. You could rewrite the interpretation. You could say, well, it used to be not corrupt, and then at the time of this interview, Ukraine went back to being corrupt. And what Bolton meant is they want to go in and rid Ukraine of corruption. That's fine, right? And there's no question that to some degree, Ukraine does deal with corruption. That's not what's at issue here. But the plain and simple Occam's razor interpretation is that Bolton is saying in the clip, which is about 6 months old, Ukraine is relatively corruption-free and we want to keep it that way. This hurts the credibility of Donald Trump's story, because we are told that Trump was so acutely concerned with corruption in Ukraine, which was the acutely corrupt place, that he went out of his way and personally got involved in saying, let's withhold the aid temporarily, let's pause it, as they say, until corruption is rooted out in Ukraine. It's just not believable when you see John Bolton say, yeah, we want to keep Ukraine corruption-free. Number two, there's a reason Donald Trump tweeted this. Donald Trump tweeted this video because he thinks it makes him look good. Trump is tweeting John Bolton's own words as reliable evidence. In other words, Trump tweets this video because he believes that the content of what John Bolton is saying is exculpatory. We've already showed that the content of what Bolton says is not exculpatory, but the fact that Trump is saying, watch this video to figure out why I'm not guilty, means he thinks Bolton can be believed. In other words, if he believed Bolton was a liar, he wouldn't tweet a clip saying, look at what Bolton says as evidence that I didn't do anything wrong. So Trump wants you to believe that he's innocent because you can trust what Bolton says in the clip I just played for you. But he also wants you to believe that if Bolton were to testify in the impeachment trial and show up and say, Trump told me to withhold the aid until Ukraine smears Biden, in that case, you would not be able to believe John Bolton. In this case, John Bolton's words are so trustworthy that as far as Donald Trump sees it, they are exculpatory. It's a mess. It is an incoherent, laughable mess. And in the end, it's probably not going to matter. I wish I had some other conclusion that was less disgusting. But in the end, it probably won't matter, because I continue to believe acquittal is a foregone conclusion. And I know every time I say this, someone writes to me. Sometimes people will say, David, you're being defeatist. No, I'm being realistic. Someone will write to me and they'll say, David, by predicting the acquittal of Trump, you were normalizing disgusting partisanship on the behalf of Republicans. No, I'm not normalizing it. I'm telling you, it's so bad that there's not even really a trial going on here. It's just a farce. It's a kangaroo court. They may not even have witnesses, if you can imagine that. So I am a realist on this program. I don't know what the audience gains from me saying, hey guys, I really think there's a shot if we call our senators. I don't. That's my belief. And if I end up being proven wrong, I will come back here and say, I got it wrong, but I'm not going to gaslight the audience. And if the reality of what I tell you makes you feel bad or makes you feel like we're conceding, I am informing you to the best of my ability. I don't see any path to conviction for Donald Trump in the Senate impeachment trial, and so I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I see a possible path to getting witnesses. If a few Republicans say, let's get witnesses here, I see a path to that. I see no path to Donald Trump's conviction. I see one path to his removal, and it's an overwhelming turnout against Trump in the November election coming up in just 9 months. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram for more on this and other stories from today, at David Pakman Show. And follow me on Instagram. Why not, right? At David.Pakman. We'll take a quick break. So much more to discuss today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We had the very unfortunate situation of having a guest cancel on us last minute. And so we are going to pick up on a few phone calls and see what's on people's minds. You can call in at 617-830-4750. Let's go to our caller from the 260. Caller from 260, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Joanna. I have a family member who is a libertarian,
Mm-hmm.
and can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I really want Medicare for all, and I talk about it a lot with them, and their argument is like, well, why would you want to give the government even more control? Because they want small government. And the only thing I can come up with is well, if Congress had to have the same, health care that we did, they'd make sure that it was awesome. But I didn't know what else I could tell them to get them on board with Medicare for all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're probably not going to be able to get them on board with Medicare for all. I think that the extreme libertarian position is one of the hardest ones to kind of bring over to the side of wanting the government to do things, because they see the government stepping out as good. They see the government not being involved as virtuous, regardless of the outcome, even if what the free market ends up putting together is inferior in some way. They don't want the government involved and believe the government can't do anything. The reality is that the government is not objectively bad at doing things. The problem is that we often have a disagreement as to what different people believe our tax money should go to, and we end up having too much money going to certain things like the military, the Pentagon, defense, weapons, military, industrial complex, etc., and not enough going towards things like healthcare. Now, as far as cost goes, other countries where the government is more involved in healthcare spend less per person and have better outcomes. So if their concern is that they don't think the government would do a good job, there's many counterexamples that could be given. If their concern is that it's going to cost too much, well, then you can talk to them about the cost programs that are very reasonable in terms of what something like this would cost. If they simply ideologically don't want the government doing stuff, that's going to be you're going to hit a brick wall there. I don't know what you could say.
Mm. Gotcha. Yeah, that's helpful. Because they obviously, believe the government is corrupt. And they agree with me that healthcare should not be for profit. And so I'm like, well, that's why you don't want private companies in charge of healthcare, because their whole goal is to generate profit, as much profit as possible.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
and
whereas
most
the
healthcare
government,
companies, the industry in the U.S. is regulated in a way that actually sort of limits the percentage that health insurance companies can profit. But just because we're talking about it, there are other systems, like, for example, one where the government, you still have non-government insurance companies. They have to be non-profit companies, and they are heavily regulated by the government. and the government still acts sometimes as a payer. Like there's all sorts of different plans. You can look at what France does, Germany, Switzerland, there's lots of different ideas. But again, if it's just an ideological barrier, it can be tough to talk to libertarians.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Joanna, appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go next to our caller from the 775 area code. 775, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, David. My name's Emmanuel. I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Hey, how are you?
Fine. My family and I are huge fans. We watch you pretty much every day, so I appreciate
Thank you.
Giving us a chance to call in.
My pleasure.
My question is, in here in Nevada, if you get committed, if you commit a crime and you're charged with a crime, if they find that you're addicted to some type of drugs, they have a program called drug court where if you complete the program, you pretty much, those charges get dropped. Do you think that if Trump does eventually get charged, they will bring up his obvious, narcotic or upper addiction?
No, listen, I love the question, and I'm guessing that this only applies to certain crimes, right? Like if you murder someone and you say I'm on drugs, they don't say, hey, you can do a drug program and we won't indict you for murder, right? It doesn't work that way.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it's only certain
more.
crimes.
That's probably the only crime that it wouldn't apply to, but pretty much anything else in our state, as well as there's other states that have similar programs.
You're saying that in Nevada, if you're accused of violently raping someone, but you say I was high at the time, they will say go to a drug program and you don't get indicted? That doesn't sound right.
It does sound kind of crazy, but unfortunately, that's pretty much how it is. You can run someone over if you say I was, on addicted to drugs at the time.
Okay, no,
if they
but hold on a
prove that,
second.
yeah, they'll give you a little bit more lenient.
The car accident, the vehicular manslaughter, that's a bigger issue, and there's a lot of research about how if you wanted to murder someone, one of the safest ways to do it is to run them over in what looks like a car accident. That's a very specific one. But in any case, I don't know exactly what crimes fall under this or don't. Doesn't really matter. Your question about if Trump gets indicted after being out of office, could he cite a drug problem as the reason why he did it? Trump is not going to get indicted once he gets out of office. And this is something I keep coming back to. The 25th Amendment won't remove Trump. The Mueller probe was never going to remove Trump. Impeachment is not going to remove Trump. There's one opportunity to remove Trump earlier than he otherwise might be removed, which is to vote him out in November rather than give him a second term. I think thinking about anything other than getting out the vote in November is maybe theoretically interesting, but I don't know that we would want to put too much time into it because it's not going to happen.
Right. Well, how about this? This is my last question, Dave. I know you got a lot more people. Why do you think sometimes the media hasn't really connected the dots between Russia's interest in Ukraine and why Trump has such a foothold, in what he's trying to do in Ukraine? Isn't it obvious that whatever he's doing in Ukraine is most likely benefiting Russia? He's probably working for Russia.
Well, you have to accept some premises that a lot of people right now reject in order. That analysis makes sense if you accept some of the premises about the relationship between Russia and the United States. And to counter what you're saying that nobody's mentioning it, I have seen some mentions of that, but very quickly they're kind of shouted down as, hoaxers, Russia conspiracy theorists or whatever. So it often doesn't really get the full conversation it might deserve. Sad.
Well, that makes sense. You pretty much answered everything I had in mind, David. And again, we appreciate your work. And
all right. Thank you so much,
and
Emmanuel.
keep
Say
the
hi to
channel
everybody
going.
over there. Appreciate the support of your family, and I hope to hear from you again. Let's go to our caller from the 807 area code. Who's calling today from 807?
Hi, David. My name's Clint. I'm calling from Canada.
Hey, Clint. What's up?
I just want to get your thoughts of today's situations, and I find that a lot of America is quite paranoid.
Paranoid of what?
Well, for just any kind of situation that's happening in the current states right now, like say the coronavirus, where you have I know that you have debated with Jesse Lee Peterson, and I do listen to him just because it's like a car wreck. You can't look away.
Sure.
But and then just the rhetoric a lot of the right uses it just seems quite to be paranoid, where he uses terms as, you know, the immigrant virus, or, you know, like the illegal alien sickness and all that. And same with like Steven Crowder as well. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, this is not, your observation is accurate in that in the United States, a lot of right-wing political ideology is motivated by fear of different kinds and warnings about violence, infections, dirtiness, immorality, or whatever, right? So there's a lot of, anti-abortion based on the fear of going to hell and that you're killing a person if you go and get an abortion. We need to stop immigration because, as Tucker Carlson said, immigrants will make our country dirtier and poorer, and they bring disease and all sorts of stuff. So there's a lot of that is moralizing around cleanliness, and there's a lot of religious stuff that's wrapped up in that could be studied, and then also just generally fear-mongering. We need a strong president who's going to be aggressive to other countries because that's what will keep us safe. Otherwise, we'll get attacked. It's a very common theme of how the right wing operates.
Yeah, it's very common. Like, and just because I work in the tourist industry up here, and we, like, most of our clientele are American.
Interesting.
And a lot of like don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good ones, but then there, you know, you get those ones that are, you can tell like they're definitely right wing.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's almost like, it almost turned into like just this really paranoia of, you know, and also like a lot of what ifs, like what if this, what if that. Well, you can say that about anything,
right?
You know, like, and I noticed Steven Crowder uses that a lot, and you know, and then these people have really big followings, and sometimes I just feel that the rhetoric is quite dangerous.
Yep, it's dangerous, it's fear-based, and unfortunately it works on a lot of people to a great degree. Clint from Canada, thank you so much. I appreciate your call, and I hope to hear from you again in the future. Let's go next to our caller from the 213 area code. Who's calling today from 213?
Hello, David.
Yes.
David?
Yes.
David, can you hear me?
You know, I can. I'm hearing myself on either some kind of Bluetooth device or speaker, so it seems like our connection is not the best, but we can hear you. You are on live right now.
Great. Long-time listener, first-time caller. My name's David, calling from Oakland. I do have some concerns about Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All rollout.
Okay.
Although I'm a really big fan of Bernie Sanders, I've been following him since 2014. Big a fan as anybody. I've donated multiple times. I have a concern about his rollout, which is not being addressed. And I've reached out to his campaign on multiple occasions, and I've still not gotten any sort of answer.
Well, I'm not surprised about that. Campaigns are often unable to respond individually
to people. It's going to move Medicare
people.
for All recipients down 10 years every year. So it's going to go from 65 to 55 in year one, 55 to 45, year two, etc.
Yep.
Me being my age, I'm 36 years old, that would assume that I will not be covered by Medicare for All for 3 years. However, my assumption is that the tax increase will hit everyone at year one. Has this dawned on you? Do you follow this logic?
Yes, it has. The idea is that there are people who are going to start paying into Medicare for All right away, but they won't get the plan. Listen, something's going completely crazy with your phone, so I'm just going to let you go. It's unbearable. It's unbearable what's going on. So listen, I recall seeing this in the plan. I believe that there is a bridge solution there where during that period you are, I don't remember how Bernie Sanders addresses that in his plan, but I recall that he does. And let's look into it together and see if we can get it figured out. Thank you. Let's go next to our caller from the 954 area code. Who's calling today from 954?
Joel.
Joel, what's up?
From Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, I'm a Andrew Yang supporter, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on the coming automation wave. And I know you're not a big fan of his UBI or Universal Basic Income, but Bernie wants his answer for automation would be a federal jobs guarantee. I was wondering, what would out of those two options for automation, what would you prefer, if like in the future you had to pick one?
So I'm not against UBI. I just don't see UBI as the solution to automation. I've been critical before when Andrew Yang said that UBI, any dollar you get from UBI, you lose from other benefits. I want UBI to be additive. The idea is to raise people's standard of living, not to just change where they're getting money from. So I'm not against UBI. In fact, I've been talking about UBI, including with Andrew Yang on this program, much longer than almost any other show has. I just don't see UBI as the way to deal with automation. I think that there has to be some kind of bridge solution. There are going to be jobs automated away. It's just a reality. And what we have to think about is which industries are likely to be hardest hit. What kind of retraining can we do of people who are going to lose jobs for moving towards industries that are going to flourish or potentially even grow as we continue to move forward? And for me, it's not about jobs guarantee versus using UBI to pay people who lose jobs to automation. These are kind of all disjointed things. I think we need sort of a much more holistic approach, and UBI for me is very interesting, but not the way to deal with automation.
All right, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
All right, very good. Thank you so much for the call. We will go to a break and come back with more right after this. Sorry to everybody I was not able to pick up on. We always get more calls than the number we can take, but that's a good sign. That's a good problem to have. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
No matter who your preferred candidate is in the 2020 Democratic primary, we cannot deny at this point the reality of a Bernie Sanders surge in the last 3 weeks and the corresponding establishment panic that is coming with it equally can't be denied. I've got receipts for you coming up. But let's look at the whole picture, starting with the national polls. In the national polls, Bernie Sanders, represented by the light blue line on your screen, indicated by the red arrow, has been surging for weeks, and Bernie is now fewer than 5 points behind Joe Biden in an average of recent polls. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Warren has fallen off. Joe Biden is mostly even over the last period of time. No one else is doing much other than Pete Buttigieg is down slightly. Mike Bloomberg has been gaining, as I told you previously. Let's now look at Iowa. Iowa is the first state to vote. Voting on Monday, the Iowa caucus is February 3rd. Bernie Sanders climbing there from barely third place to a 3.2 percentage point lead over Joe Biden into first place in an average of recent Iowa polling. Second state to vote is New Hampshire, where Bernie Sanders was also in fourth place some months ago, but has now taken a sizable lead, 24-16 over Joe Biden. Biden just imploding in New Hampshire, while Elizabeth Warren just can't seem to get any of her momentum from a few months ago back. Now, admittedly, the third and fourth states to vote in the primary, which are Nevada and South Carolina, not going Bernie's way. But then we get to March 3rd, Super Tuesday, where there are two big prizes, both of which are looking quite solid for Bernie Sanders. First, you've got California, where Bernie is now just slightly in the lead in an average of recent polls, 24.3 to 23, ahead of Joe Biden. And then this is very interesting. In Texas, Bernie's certainly not winning in an average of recent polls in Texas, but a very strong showing in the latest poll, a Texas Lyceum poll, where it is a statistical tie for first. There is a poll out of Texas that has Biden 28, Bernie 26. That is a statistical tie because of the margin of error. Now, what is the establishment doing? They're panicking. The establishment has not yet put together a coherent, united plan to stop Bernie. There's discussion of, could the nomination be denied to Bernie at the DNC? That might be too brazen. We're seeing publications like the New York Times run negative articles about so-called Bernie bros, an article criticizing Bernie's online supporters. David Frum wrote an article in The Atlantic claiming that Bernie Sanders simply can't win. There's a New York Magazine piece by Jonathan Chait saying that a Bernie nomination would be, quote, an act of insanity. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if Bernie Sanders will be the nominee. I believe Elizabeth Warren is done, okay? When I look at the numbers, I see the following. Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders are going to battle this out. They are both going to pull delegates from early states. Remember, as long as you get at least 15% of the vote in these primaries, you get a corresponding percentage of the delegates. If you're under 15%, you get zero. So increasingly what we're going to see is a lot of people get zero. You're going to see a lot of zeros for Amy Klobuchar and Andrew Yang and Tulsi, and Pete Buttigieg is even going to have some zeros. Elizabeth Warren peaked almost tying Joe Biden months ago, and it's been a decline since then. So I believe at this point that it is Biden versus Bernie, with the outside possibility of Michael Bloomberg becoming a contender. Now, why do I say that? Bloomberg is only in fourth place right now. Well, if you look at polling change over the last 2 months, Michael Bloomberg started with nothing, and he just bought his way in. Let's not pretend that he did it based on the issues. Bloomberg poured money in, and he surpassed, Castro and Klobuchar and Tulsi and Yang, and he even now is taking over Pete Buttigieg for fourth place. So I believe that if anyone has a momentum trajectory, if he keeps pouring money in, it is possibly Michael Bloomberg. If you look at the betting, you can look at how people are betting on the Democratic primary. You will see that the betting is Bernie, followed by Biden, followed by Michael Bloomberg. So what we do know is the establishment is panicking about Bernie. I'm curious in the way that people get curious about a car crash or something horrible. Like, I'm curious and scared about what they're going to try over the next few weeks. And my question to you today is, what do you believe? Well, two-part question. Do you believe a coherent single strategy will develop from the Democratic establishment to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination? And if you do, what will its components be? Okay, let me know on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We have to talk about the coronavirus outbreak that is taking place worldwide. And I know that all week I've been getting emails from people saying, David, when are you going to talk about this? And honestly, what's had me not talk about it so far is that I don't want to be spreading fear and panic about disease outbreaks. And we were really careful back during the highly politicized Ebola situation during the 2014 midterms. I lived in New York City at the time, and there was famously a person who came back from, I don't remember where in West Africa, went to Brooklyn Bowl, the Brooklyn Bowl near where I lived in Brooklyn, and turned out that he had symptoms, had Ebola, and the term Eboling started showing up on Twitter. and a lot of panic started to spread. And as it turned out, a lot of that Ebola situation was very political. The day after the 2014 midterms, you didn't hear almost a word about the Ebola so-called outbreak. So I want to be careful about not spreading irrational fear and panic. So to begin with, the coronavirus outbreak is an outbreak. It is not a pandemic. That is not the right word to assign to it right now. Coronavirus, this particular coronavirus is known as 2019 nCoV. It is considered a respiratory illness. Initially, it seems as though the source is Wuhan, China. And specifically, it seemed like it was a seafood and meat market in Wuhan, which suggested animal-to-person spread. That has started to change because there are more and more patients that have had no exposure to animal markets, suggesting person-to-person transmission. Could be both. Right now, it's just not completely clear based on what the CDC has put out. In general, coronaviruses are coming from animals. They can come from camels, cattle, cats, bats, and some other animals. When it spreads between people, it is often via respiratory droplets, meaning you cough or you sneeze, and there are micro droplets. Someone else breathes them in, or it gets into their membranes in other ways. It's still unclear. Again, a lot of this is still under development, under investigation. Symptoms are typically fever, cough, and shortness of breath. The symptoms sometimes don't appear for 14 days after exposure, which makes this very tricky. But it does mean if you've been in China within the last 2 weeks or around people who came back from China during that time and you have symptoms, you should immediately call your doctor. There have been deaths from this. There have been deaths from this, and we'll get to those numbers in a second. Again, the outbreak centered around Wuhan, China. We actually have a few viewers in that region. Cases have been spreading in terms of countries. You have China, of course, affected, as well as Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Australia, Cambodia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Malaysia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Thailand, South Korea, the UAE, the US, and Vietnam. I read this morning in an Argentinian newspaper that there are a couple of cases under observation in Peru. As of right now, it's unclear whether that is or is not this strain of coronavirus. It has reached the United States. As of this morning, there are cases confirmed in Washington State, California, Arizona, and Illinois. 5 patients testing positive in total. By the time you listen to or watch this segment, that number may have increased. No vaccine right now. There are basic prevention measures, hand washing for at least 20 seconds, coughing and sneezing, as I call it, with respect. I am shocked almost daily about the number of adults who seem to either not understand this or not care, walking around, people just coughing into the open air right on top of me on public transit at the grocery store. How do we not know this at this point? Okay. If you are sick, stay home. Difficult when a lot of people can't afford to miss work. I get it. But if you're sick, stay home is the directive. If you're traveling by airplane, you've got to be an adult in terms of the symptoms. Now, the directive is if you feel feverish or have a fever, you've got to tell the airline, you've got to be taken off the flight. Now, I know if you're at the end of a long trip and it's time to get on the plane and you're not feeling well, most people want to get home. Unless it is so acute that you need to go to a hospital right away, most people rationalize, I'll be better off at home than abroad if I'm sick. I don't want to be stuck here. I want to see my doctor. I'll pretend I'm fine. I'm not going to mention my fever. I'm going to get on the plane. I get it, okay? But we've got to do the right thing because this is going to continue to spread. If you're having symptoms and you are going to your doctor, call ahead. Tell them it's conceivable that you have this so that they can take the right steps to make sure you don't show up and get other people sick. Wear one of those face masks when you're with other people. And at your doctor's office, you may be asked to wear one. Just do it. If you have pets, and this is important because there does appear to be animal-human contagion here, you've got to try to avoid touching your pets because this can spread from humans to animals. We just don't know everything about it yet. And if you have to have contact with your pets, as most of you do, if you understand the psychology of dogs, it's hard not to be near your dog. You may want to consider wearing one of the masks around your pets as well. So let's work together to stop the spread. Right now, about 7,700 cases worldwide. All but 68 of those are in mainland China. The death toll currently 130. mostly older folks as of right now. So we're going to be following it. This is not about panicking people, but this is about understanding the risks and the spread and what's going on. Okay, let's go to something a little lighter today. Instead of voicemails, I have a beautiful email for you today. I got an email from someone who says that my pronunciation has cured their depression. Chris wrote to me and said, "Hey, David, your pronunciation of Pete Buttigieg and Tulsi Gabbard cured my depression. Thank you." You know, the funny thing about Buttigieg is when Pete Buttigieg at the beginning was not well known, a lot of people didn't know how to pronounce his last name. And he came out and said, it's very easy. It's 3 words, boot, edge, edge. And so I've just been pronouncing it that way, Pete Buttigieg, even though I'm not running it together the way a normal person might do. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like me referring to the candidate as Tulsi. And hope, I don't know how serious this is, but to any extent that I can help someone if they're in a tough spot or feeling depressed, I am glad to be able to be a part of that. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Elizabeth Warren is proposing criminal penalties for spreading voting disinformation online. We will also have 2 border-related stories. One serious, the longest ever border smuggling tunnel has been found stretching between Tijuana and San Diego, and a piece of the U.S. border wall just fell over. It was windy, so the border wall fell over onto the Mexican side. Yeah, we'll talk about all of those stories and more on the bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access to the bonus show. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Please sign up, folks. Please sign up. That's my Jeb Bush please clap quote. And you can become a patron at the $5 or greater level to also get instant access to the bonus show. That's patreon.com/David Pakman Show. I'll speak to you then or otherwise tomorrow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 356th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, the not very amazing, and Tom Fennell, the amazing.
In the flesh.
In the flesh, which is what he always says, unless I say it first. I'm going to start out by saying, you might not know, but we have come about that close to meeting our fundraising goal for BCTV.
That's good news.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And I'm going to make an appeal this time because actually by the time this goes up, January will be practically over.
Yeah.
We need about $35. And, you know, I can arrange for that. But nevertheless, if people want to donate, BCTV is charging us or is asking us to raise $480 a year for this show, which is not very much when you consider the cost of a TV show.
Oh, no.
You know, I mean, that's
peanuts.
less than $10 per show. And what I want to do now is I want to tell people if they want to donate to BCTV to support Energy Week, this is something they can just continue doing. Go to brattleboro.tv.org and make a donation. And when you make the donation and fill in the amount, down a little bit below it on the screen is a place where you can put in a comment and you could say this is for Energy Week. But I want to point out.
If we get enough money, George and I can go on a cruise.
Well, that's not quite true because we don't get the money. But the thing is, I want to appeal to everybody who is not watching this at BCTV and not online, getting it online, because a lot of people do those. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of stations
that watch this
that
online.
have this available, and it costs them money, even though they're not paying for the show. They have to. It costs them money to put anything
Just to put
up.
it online, yeah.
So you could make a donation for your local TV, a public access TV station, and make a note to them that this is to support Energy Week, or that you like Energy Week, or whatever you want. Because if they get feedback on the show that's positive, and of course, if you tell them you hate the show, it might not do anything in our favor. But if they get positive feedback, especially with donations, it means that that show will probably, or at least have a better chance to stay on where you are. So much for that. Energy Week is made up of snippets of news for over a week period, and they come from my blog, geoharvey.com, GeoHarvey. We're starting this week on January 23rd. If you hear about something that you like, that you're interested in seeing more of, you can go to the blog, geoharvey.com, and click on the date. We'll try to keep you up to date on which shows are on what dates, and then find the show, because there's only about 15 shows to choose
Some
from.
of them are well worth looking at. If you got the time, it's time well spent.
Yep.
And I'll try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Should we just charge ahead?
Let's get started here. We got a picture coming up.
We do.
And
who is this guy?
It's Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Bonnie Prince Charlie. It's Prince Charlie. I don't know how Bonnie is.
Well, I wonder why he's got such red cheeks. A lot of British people do. I always thought of them sitting around a coal stove getting their faces warm.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, and princes don't necessarily get things any better than anybody else. When I was a kid and I lived in the UK, I remember my father telling me there's a reason why the English kids have rosy red cheeks. It's because the rooms they play in are 45 degrees.
Well, we're sort of thinking in the same area.
And you know, my parents in the UK knew one person who had central heating. Now, this is common today, but
it isn't all that common still.
It's much more
much more
common.
than it used to be. But, yeah.
But they knew one person with central heating, and he would brag that he could keep his entire house at 56. Okay, here is an article from CNN, January 23rd. What's the title?
Prince Charles, we need a new economic model or the planet will burn.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Only a revolution. This is a revolutionary prince. A very
revolutionary
interesting
statement.
Yeah, but he is a revolutionary prince. This is a very interesting concept. Only a revolution in the way global economy and financial markets work can save the planet.
He's absolutely right.
From the climate crisis and secure future prosperity, warned Prince Charles, a lifelong environmentalist, the heir to the British throne, spoke in an interview with CNN, which is a pretty unusual thing. That picture, by the way,
I'll get it up again.
the background of that looks like he's probably talking at Davos, which is in Switzerland, at the economic thing there.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah. So what do you got on that?
Well, there's a 5.5-minute video link.
Yeah.
From this CNN site.
Yeah.
Which is the same link in the next one, which is also from CNN.
Yep.
But in this 5.5-minute video, you will see the prince talking. It's about him.
Yeah.
He's saying basically what we've already said. Only it's taken him 5.5 minutes to say
it. You might say the prince is a little slow.
Well, this is a little bit of what he has to say, because he's on the money. We can't go on like this. With every month, another record in temperatures are being broken. If we leave it too long, as we have been doing, just growing things is going to become difficult.
Yeah.
Charles threw down a challenge to the global business and financial elites to lead to a paradigm shift.
A paradigm.
Paradigm shift. One that inspires action at revolutionary levels and pace to avert the approaching climate catastrophe. And we're going to visit that one in the very next article.
One. This is also from CNN, and this is not exactly a response to the prince, but it's
definitely related. I mean, one
it
leads
sure
right
is,
into
and
the
it
other.
tells you part of the problem with dealing with this.
I'm going to get rid of Charlie.
Okay.
Top U.S. bankers don't want to lead the climate fight.
Yeah. Okay. While professing deep concern about global warming, top executives of the World Economic Forum, again in Davos, expressed reluctance to act as referees in financial markets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That, they said, is not their role, despite calls to stop funding climate-intensive industries. They're loaning money to coal burning for construction of coal burning power plants, and
from a reality standpoint, it doesn't make sense.
No,
but from the standpoint of making money for the people who own the resources, it makes a lot of sense.
No, I disagree, because they should know that they are putting money into financing bonds for organizations that are going to go out of business, leaving
them
stranded assets.
Yeah.
In other words, those bonds, those stranded assets are going to sell off. And what are they going to sell for?
They're going to go down. They're
Exactly.
Lose money on it.
Exactly. Yeah. They could lose a lot of money on this. It doesn't make sense. But they have this ingrained idea that their job is their job, and that's what their job is. And they have to meet their business plan, and the business plan says you do whatever you need to do to make money.
Well, it's all short term. I mean, they look at the now, and the now stops tomorrow.
And why is it that American banks are particularly vulnerable to this problem and European banks are not?
Probably because they're investors.
I
don't know, but who invests in American banks? I
don't know.
In any case, in the previous article, we referred to a bunch of links to some videos.
Yep.
The same links are on this
site
because it's also CNN. Interesting 2-minute video there, though.
Oh.
Greta, you know Greta.
Greta, what a name.
She's countering Trump. Trump has made about 10 statements. She takes every one of these statements
apart.
And drills them.
Yes. Greta Thunberg is not somebody I would want to contend with.
She's a bulldog.
Bulldog. She turned 17, by the way.
Yeah, she just did.
She still
Well,
looks
Wall
like
Street, I got a little
younger than
takeaway
that.
here. Wall Street is coming around to the idea that the climate crisis is a huge financial risk, as you just tried to say.
Yeah.
But America's most powerful bankers don't want to lead the way in tackling it.
Well-
However, the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock, will ditch investments that it considers a risk to sustainability, including thermal coal producers. So he's marching to a different drummer.
Yeah. Well,
He's going to make out. The other
yeah.
guys are going to lose,
Yeah.
just as you said.
BlackRock. Do you suppose that was named after coal?
I don't think so, but it might have been.
It might have been. Well, we have an American coal company called Black Diamond.
Yeah.
Or Black Jewel. Black Jewel.
Is it Black Jewel?
I
Yeah,
forget.
whatever.
But it's, you know.
Not doing too well.
I think every major coal company in the United States has either stopped business altogether or is bankrupt.
Bankrupt, yeah. Well,
You know.
I wonder why.
Okay, we have an item with a
another
picture.
picture coming up here.
I'm getting bored of pictures of Teslas. I really am. You know, I go to Clean Technica every day, and I look at the articles they've put up, and it seems like half of them have something to do with Tesla. And
Well, we'll be talking about that.
we will, and this actually tells you a little bit of why. And this article came from the BBC.
That one happens to be a Tesla Model 3, in case you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the mass production model.
Which
isn't it?
has, you'll notice on the left side rear, to the left of the license plate area, there are Chinese characters on that Tesla.
Yes, there are. Yeah, I can see it up here. I can't see it on my screen.
That first character looks like it might be middle, which would be of the term Middle Kingdom, which is China.
You know a little bit of Chinese, huh?
About, well, I'm not on TV, but if you put your finger about a millimeter
Well, I'll give
from
you
your
a
thumb
shot,
that
Pete.
much, you know, that's about how much I know. Okay.
Well, anyhow, after you've ogled the Model 3 there,
Yeah.
Tesla overtakes Volkswagen as its value hits $100 billion. And there's more on that.
Tesla has displaced VW as the world's second most valuable car maker after dramatic rise in share price pushed the market value to more than $100 billion. Tesla shares rose 4% on Wednesday, making its valuation second only to Toyota. And today, in the news, it said there was a thing that said Tesla the value has gone up another $4.5 billion or something like that.
You
And
know,
it's
they got GM, Ford, and Chrysler beat.
together.
Together.
It's worth more than GM, Ford, and Chrysler put together.
But Toyota's still worth more.
Toyota's worth more than the
$230 billion.
Yeah,
they're worth.
more than the four of them
Yeah.
put together. Toyota is a big company.
It is quite big.
Yeah.
But let's move on here to Friday, January 24th.
Okie dokie.
And we got the New York Public Service Commission approves a measure to lower costs for clean energy.
This is from the Natural Resources Defense Council. The Public Service Commission issued an order allowing New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is commonly called, and it actually is commonly called NYSERDA.
NYSERDA, right.
To offer a new contracting mechanism. The takeaway on this is that this change will make it cheaper and easier for New York to meet its clean energy goals.
I read the article, and it's kind of complicated.
Yeah, well, this is an economic thing. It basically says, okay, how expensive it's going to be has a lot to do with the economic way that you do it.
Well, it seems from what I read the article, instead of guaranteeing a set return on your money for investment in renewable, they're putting in an index structure which adjusts for the market.
Right.
And it's expected to reduce financing costs for renewable energy projects.
Right, yeah.
So if you're making money, well, people are going to be more willing to invest in you, and the financing costs are going to go down.
Right.
That seems to be what I read out of it.
That's what
As
I got
said,
out
it's
of it.
just complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. And, you know, this is an area of life in which a tweak can change everything. And
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
It's a big deal.
Let's move along. We got another
We
picture
have a picture
coming
here.
up. This is what the Irish call turf.
Turf?
Turf, yeah. And believe it or not, they actually eat it.
They eat it.
Well, it's not nourishment. It's kind of a
way of cleaning out your insides. I don't know.
No, they just take it's kind of a thing, you know. They don't eat enough.
Is that why their hair is red?
They don't eat enough of it to make a difference, but they do eat it. Well, what they're talking about here in Finland, Ireland does the same damn thing. They make energy from
peat.
Turf.
Yeah.
So carbon neutral in 15 years, the country with an ambitious plan, and they're talking about Finland.
Yep, Finland has pledged to be carbon neutral by 2035. That is twice as fast as the UK government target, but to achieve this, they will have to make big changes, particularly in the peat industry. I don't think about a peat industry very much, do you?
Well, I do because I've seen it in action in Ireland, where they make power out of peat.
That industry currently provides energy, heating, and jobs, and that will make it a hard goal to achieve. This is from the BBC.
Well, peat is a form, I'll put the picture up.
It's almost like coal.
Well, it's on its way to becoming coal.
Yeah.
I mean, peat is a
dirty
form of
coal.
Decayed vegetation.
Which
it's
is
a swamp.
Is
okay?
what basically, it's a swamp. Maybe that's what Donald Trump wanted to dig up in Washington.
Well, when you what they do is they'll take this peat, which we'd find in any swamp here. It's just decayed vegetation.
It's just decayed vegetation.
And they dry it.
Yeah.
And then they burn it.
Yeah.
And they use it to heat their homes. And in Finland and in Ireland, they use it in commercial quantities to generate power.
Right.
Because neither country has coal.
Yeah.
Okay. But unfortunately, it's dirtier than coal when you're burning it.
Very smoky.
And even after you take the peat out of the bog and extract it and burn it, the drained bogs continue to emit previously locked in centuries-old Greenland gases. This is greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
This is not a good idea.
Well,
it's all they had.
Yeah.
But
if you're living in the 8th century and you have a house that's made out of wattle and daub. You know what wattle and daub is?
Yeah.
You build a frame and then then you fill in the holes in the frame with
twigs,
woven
basically.
twigs,
Yeah.
and then cover that with mud, and that's your house.
They
And-
call those woven twigs wattle.
Yeah.
And the daub is the clay that they
Yeah.
smear on the outside
Well,
of it.
if that's what
Actually
you've
works
got,
pretty well.
it works pretty well.
Don't have a wet climate.
Yeah, and it has a
Doesn't hold up too well under hurricanes.
Well, no, I don't think it does, but it goes up fast. If your house is knocked down, you build another one.
Build another one.
If in those days, peat was probably an acceptable way to, I don't even know if it was that acceptable in those days, because 8th century, they didn't even have chimneys in those days. They didn't have fireplaces. The fire was in the middle of the
Fire was
house.
in the middle of the house, you're right.
And they would cook outdoors in order to avoid the smoke. And the smoke was said to be good in the winter because it would kill the vermin. And it was like, wait a minute, if it's going to kill the vermin, what's it going to do to you? Anyway.
Well, let's move along here.
Okie doke.
What the minimum offer price rule, which is called the MOPR, means for clean energy.
This is from Resources Magazine, PJM, which coordinates the movement of wholesale electricity in all parts of 13 states and D.C. That, by the way, includes where we are, as I recall.
No, we're not in that one.
We're not. We're in ISO New England.
Yes.
Ah, yes, you're right.
I'll explain what that is after you finish.
Submitted a proposed MOPR, minimum order offer price rule, which in its last filing is required by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They will support fossil fuels and raise costs for consumers.
Well, I'll explain a little bit here.
Yeah,
PJM comes from the words Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Which was the original name of this system operator.
Okay.
Okay, it's now in 13 states, only parts of 13 states.
Yes.
Just a little smidgen of Michigan, for example.
Does it include Illinois?
Most of Illinois, yeah. But
Yeah,
it's
that's the
scattered
one.
throughout.
We've got
the system operator. They're all over America.
Yeah.
And Canada. Okay,
Yeah.
and they kind of how would you say it? They dispatch the power.
Yes.
Okay, they don't generate power. They don't make it or anything. They could probably do everything they're doing out of a laptop.
Well, I don't know, but
They're just coordinating power.
coordinating
Who wants
power.
it? Who's making it? And they connect.
they're ordering the power and dispatching it to the
and moving
users,
moving it
which
along.
means that they have an enormous area that they have to control. And the whole reason for this is because the amount of power that's electricity that's being used has to equal the amount that's being generated.
I can almost say duh for that.
Well, you know, I mean, it's getting more complicated because we have batteries now. So you can generate more than you need and charge the battery, but that really makes the battery just part of the load.
It's part of the part of the whole set.
Yeah, and what these PJM and ISO New England and what they're doing is they're telling various generators, you need to make more or you need to make less
exactly
or
what they're doing.
whatever.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing.
And go ahead, Tom.
Well, FERC directed PJM to significantly expand its minimum offer price rule to mitigate the impacts of renewable energy credits on the capacity
I want
market.
to point out they're expanding the rule.
Yeah.
The rule is what's being expanded here. And that makes the rule bigger. The rule is bigger. Go ahead, Tom.
There's a backstory here. At least according to environmental organizations, they claim that the order is arbitrarily discriminating against clean energy resources in favor of incumbent fossil generation.
Have you seen the amounts that they're charging for various types of energy here?
I probably didn't.
I saw them, and
it's in there on a graph, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. And it's mind-boggling. It's so complicated. But for each type of generation, they've got a minimum amount of money that is allowed to be charged for it. So if you're making solar power, there is a minimum. You have to charge a minimum. There's only one...
Somebody's playing games.
Yeah. There's only one way to get around this. And you know, the minimum for natural gas is lower than the minimum for wind power or whatever. I'm using that as an example. I don't know for a fact that's what it is. But the idea is, if a state has laws and a structure that allow it to foster or bolster renewable energy, then that state under the FERC ruling has to charge more. They have to charge extra to make up for the fact that they're incentivizing it.
So, so...
And it's the federal government...
They're taking the incentive right out.
That's exactly it. They want to destroy the incentives. And the federal government, and there were 3 people on FERC, and the law says there's supposed to be 5, but there have to be an even number as close as you can get to people from both major political parties. And this is supposed to be politics neutral. But there's not. The one person who is Democrat said, FERC here, and this is a person who voted against this, the other 2 voted for, she said, this is absolutely illegal. This is an illegal interference by the federal government in the state government's activities. And that, by the way, flies in the face of states' rights, which is a conservative thing.
Absolutely.
And
the article talks about that. This is a long and interesting article.
It's long, it's complicated.
But if you got the time, it's worth looking at.
This is the federal government actively involving itself in trying to prevent renewable energy from coming online.
That's basically what's going on. Well, they're trying to protect coal.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Let's protect
clean coal.
Let's protect a few other things here. Look, we've got computers. What we should have is manual typewriters. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We should add to that a few other things. But just consider this: a manual typewriter, an adding machine, and a slide rule is cheaper than a computer.
It is, absolutely. But let's move along here. We got another picture coming up.
Okay, we do. We have a picture of a wind farm.
Well, it's not just a wind farm. It's an onshore wind farm.
That's right. And by the way, we have moved to Saturday, January 25th.
We have.
And this is from
Time
Renews.
flies when you're having fun.
It sure does. This is from Renews.
50 hertz, which is the name of a company, by the way.
Yeah.
To turn wind into heat in Rostock, which is a town in northern Germany.
Yeah. So 50 hertz, by the way, is it's the utility that covers all of what used to be East Germany.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, 50 hertz is the normal frequency they generate electricity at in Europe. We generate it at 60 hertz.
At 60, but they do it at 50, which is
Doesn't make any difference. You just have American clocks don't work very well in Europe.
With a 20-hour day. Oh my gosh. Let me read this. This is from Renews. Some wind energy generated in northern Germany can't be consumed or transported south. They haven't got transmission lines.
They don't have the transmission lines. Right.
So, and they can't consume it. So this is the thing we were just talking about. The amount that's used has to equal the amount generated. So what they do is they tell the wind turbines to shut down. 50 hertz transmission is working with Stadtwerke Rostock to turn it into heat.
That's, by the way, the equivalent of the Department of Public Works.
Stadtwerke, yeah. Yep. To turn it into heat to be used by our utility. The two companies are building a 20 megawatt power to heat plant in Rostock's Mariana, I won't even try, district. I tried for a while to figure out how this heat was going to be used. And I didn't get it. But, do you have anything on this?
Yeah, they're going to, well, they call it a utility. The Department of Public Works is going to power its buildings with this heat.
Okay. Department of Public Works is going to power its buildings with that
Its
heat.
operations.
Its operations, okay. I couldn't tell if this was going to be released to, subscribers or what.
No, it's not that much. It really isn't that much heat,
20 megawatts would heat a bunch of buildings.
It's going to heat a bunch of buildings, but,
Yeah.
the Department of Public Works right here in Brattleboro's got a bunch of buildings.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Well, existing bottlenecks in the transmission network create surplus electricity. They can't get it where they need it because they don't have the lines.
Right.
Okay, so rather than shutting down the generators, they're utilizing the heat. Instead of buying diesel fuel or whatever, they're using the heat.
If you don't have the demand and you can't transmit the power, what do? You create demand. And that demand takes other sources of energy out of the picture.
Yeah,
so instead of burning oil or gas or whatever,
they're using
use
the
the heat.
So they're ahead of the
heat.
game.
Yeah.
They could be storing it, but in this particular case, they're not.
They could store it in batteries or as hydrogen or whatever. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up here. Is Spain closes 2019 with a nearly half renewable energy mix. They're ahead of the game.
This is from Sour Energy. According to data furnished by the Red Eléctrica de España, the operator of the Spanish electricity grid.
That's like the ISO.
Yeah.
Independent System Operator.
Yeah.
The same thing.
Installed non-polluting power capacity in Spain grew by 10% during 2019, which I don't think is very much growth. That's not a huge amount of growth. But it brought Spain to the point where renewable energy now represents 49.3% of the total installed generation capacity in the country.
Close to half, baby.
It is, but people should understand this in context. The capacity of solar or wind, and particularly solar, even in a sunny place like
so we're talking about
Spain,
capacity here.
Yeah, is not going to produce as much electricity as the same amount of capacity if it's nuclear or coal or even natural gas.
Yeah, right, because the capacity is the maximum.
Right, and we have capacity.
If the wind doesn't blow, you can have all the capacity in the world. You're not generating any electricity.
That's right.
So they've added 5 new green gigawatts, though. And as I said before, gig means big.
Big, that's right. Although I got to tell you, Tom, there was a story in the news today. They're talking about 600 and some odd or 700 and some odd. I don't remember who was it who was projecting this? One of the big companies who's projecting something like 650 gigawatts of wind capacity will be installed. It was Navigant Systems.
That's a lot.
Yeah, over the next 8 years.
Wow. Well, what the article is saying here is electricity generation in Spain is increasingly more and more renewable.
Yeah.
Solar PV grew 66% compared to 2018.
This is 66% growth. This is why I said 10% isn't all that much.
Wind added more than 1.6 gigawatts of new capacity.
That's a lot.
And closure of a coal-fired station reduced 350 megawatts of polluting generation.
Yep.
So they're moving in the right direction.
They're moving along.
And you know, it's economics that's doing it.
Well, yes, it is, very largely. Okay. That, by the way, was from Saur Energy, S-A-U-R Energy.
And we got another picture.
We have a
coming up
picture here.
And that is, I think, a
Solar farm. Yep. Although if you ask Google Images to identify the thing, sometimes very often it'll tell you what solar farm it is. A picture like that, sometimes it can't.
That's a pretty big solar
Yeah,
farm. Where is that? Do you have any idea?
No, I don't. But you know, if you ask Google to identify it, sometimes it'll look at a picture like that and say roof. So
well, what it says here is NextEra, which is a company, looks to add batteries to its existing solar fleet.
This is really interesting to me. Green Tech Media carried this. NextEra Energy, which is an American energy company, is combing through its base of existing solar facilities with an eye to retroactively add batteries as it adopts a more aggressive view to energy storage because of its falling costs. The company is expanding after experience it had with a system that was built in 2018. And that system
makes sense. They've got the generating capacity.
Yeah.
So they're deciding to store it.
Yeah.
Store the surplus so they can...
We're back to that same thing. The energy, the demand has to be met by what is generated, and the way, if you've got too much generation, you have to cut it off.
If you can save it, you're way ahead of the game.
It just makes
makes sense.
Their current investment all the more valuable.
Absolutely.
Which is the opposite of the stranded asset. If you want to look at that
well,
way.
you mentioned that NextEra Energy is an American company.
Yeah.
It's America's leading wind and solar generator.
Yes.
Okay. They added 2.7 gigawatts, gigs is big,
yes,
of new renewables to its fleet in 2019.
Yes.
So they're growing. They're big and they're growing. They say, and this makes sense, they increasingly see storage as an important standalone business in its own right.
Oh, absolutely.
With batteries allowing for the supply of near-firm renewable power. And they tell us what near-firm means.
This is firm.
I think we're going to talk about that later.
Yeah,
because
firm is a word that's used more and more. If it's firm, that means that it's always there. It's kind of like baseload power, except that firm power is better because it can be used whenever you want it to meet demand on the grid. We're not just moving into a renewable electricity market. We're moving into a much more reliable energy market. Yes, you've got it.
Well, the company, NextEra, is now working on more than 2 gigawatts, gig is big, of firm projects combining wind, solar, and batteries. They're going to combine all three of them.
That's right. Yep.
Well, let's move along here.
We're up to Sunday, January 26th, and this is an item from Clean Technica.
It is that. The Nissan Leaf and the Uber tag team in London. It's an interesting story here.
Uber is getting a partner to help it electrify its fleet in the London area, and Nissan is getting a partner to help it sell a bunch of Nissan Leafs. More specifically, 2,000 Nissan Leafs will enter Uber's London fleet.
And these are like privately run taxi cabs.
Yeah. These will have 40 kilowatt-hour batteries offering about 168 miles per range on a single charge.
Doesn't sound like much, but the article goes into mention that it is.
It's so
you're talking about London.
How much mileage are you going to put on? These things are going to be spending, I mean, a typical taxi spends half its time idling.
Yeah.
And that means to these guys using no energy.
Shut it off.
And, you know, how fast do they go? Do they go 70 miles an hour? No. And you know as well as I do, Tom, if as the speed goes up, the cost in terms of energy goes up exponentially.
Yep.
So, there you are.
Uber, as I mentioned, is a bunch of private taxi companies.
Yeah.
Okay. They got a clear air plan which aims to help the drivers upgrade to these electric vehicles. Okay, so Uber is going for it as well. They've added a clean air fee of 15 pence a mile.
Okay.
Which will help drivers with the cost of adopting an electric vehicle. They didn't want these guys to go electric. So they've thrown incentives at them. Company wants to have all of its cars in London to be fully electric by 2025.
Which is not that far away.
And Nissan is involved in them because they're buying Nissan cars.
Absolutely.
And Nissan estimates that the Uber driver could save 3,500 pounds a year. That's more than $4,000, I think.
One of the things that I find interesting about this is that Japanese car companies have not been particularly interested in all-electric vehicles.
Well, it's starting to get that way.
They're looking at things much harder.
China is eating their lunch over in Asia.
Well, that's partly because Donald Trump, put a trade war on China. And everything, it just seems, I'm not going to go there. Okay.
We won't touch that.
Okay.
We got a picture coming up.
We have
here.
a
Let's
picture
take a
and an
look at
item
it.
from CNN.
There's a picture of a polluted river.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you'd call that pollution or not. It's farm runoff is what it is.
Yeah, that can be completely polluting. I mean, the big problem with
I'm thinking of chemicals, when I think pollution. But
farm
that's
runoff.
pollution, yeah.
Farm runoff is chemicals, and
it's damaging.
It's damaging if you think about the problems with Lake Champlain.
I was just thinking
a lot
about
of the
that.
problems
It's
there
coming
is
from
phosphates.
Farm
yeah,
runoff.
absolutely.
Well, Trump's dismantling of environmental regulations unwinds 50 years of protections.
Trump's first 2 years in office, the EPA put its efforts into reversing regulations, and in the third year, other agencies took up the environmental regulation rollbacks. This even extends to some protections established under the 50-year-old Clean Air Act. This was stuff that was put into effect by Richard Nixon, who obviously is a socialist.
Absolutely.
It was put into effect by Ronald Reagan, who was a socialist.
Man,
I'll tell you, it really galls me.
Interesting 2-minute video here of Donald Trump saying, energy-efficient light bulbs make me look orange.
I'm sorry,
He doesn't
Donald.
even know what he's talking about.
He looks orange, but not because of energy-efficient light bulbs.
He's orange. That's his
As a matter of fact, the light bulbs that are making him look orange might be energy efficient because they might be.
They're LEDs.
LED, but they're UVs.
But most of the LED light bulbs that are on the market today make you look bluish.
Yeah. You see, this is an after effect. It's because he's exposing himself to these things in order to look tan. You can tell because he's got white areas around his eyes.
Well, Trump has repeatedly vowed to ensure, that's in quotes, that the United States has, quote, cleanest air and cleanest water. But his administration's efforts to slash environmental regulations have been extensive. He wants the cleanest air and he wants the cleanest water, but he doesn't want any environmental regulations.
Donald Trump is a kind of person who could say, but clean air always has NOx in it.
Yeah.
The NOx cleans the air. Carbon dioxide makes it possible to grow more vegetables.
Well, he's got a whole bunch of rollbacks here, and it's early enough in the show, I think I got time to read them. He's going to withdraw from the Clean Power Plan.
Well, he's already done that.
He's going to scale back the requirements for storing and releasing waste from coal power.
There you go.
He's blocked stricter energy requirements for light bulbs. Well, I got news for him. Economics is going to take over.
Why would anybody make incandescent lights? I mean, there was a time...
Because they're still making slide rules.
I don't know of anybody who's making slide rules.
I don't think they are.
And, there are reasons why people should buy incandescent lights for specific applications, but not enough to carry them in hardware stores.
Well, if you've got one that's in a closet that you turn on for about 15 minutes a year, it doesn't make sense to change that light bulb.
If you happen to live in an area where you're in a tropical rainforest,
Yeah.
where everything is wet all the time,
Yeah.
then you leave that light bulb in your closet on
dry out
all
the
the time
closet.
to dry it out. I mean, it's that simple. Everybody who lives in a tropical rainforest should have one, you know, but here in Vermont, in New England, in the Northeast, in any part of America north of the Mason-Dixon line, in any part of America south of the Mason-Dixon line, except for areas in tropical rainforests, you know.
Let's get back to
no need for them.
what his rollbacks are.
Oh dear.
Okay, he's changing the rules which assess the environmental impacts of projects such as mines, highways, and pipelines.
Of course.
He's freezing fuel economy standards. They're still arguing that one. He's got major downsizes of protected lands, like in Alaska.
And
he's
people,
expanding more than 180,000 acres for logging.
And people are dying as a result
Because
of
that.
this.
This is a big one right now. He's talking about clean water and clean air, but he wants to rescind the Clean Water Act.
Yep.
Changes in the Endangered Species Act
Yep.
to open up areas for oil and gas extraction. Changes to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and increasing allowable levels of herbicides. So everything he's doing is going opposite to what he says he wants.
Okay, Tom, we've got 8 items in 18 minutes. You were wrong about the amount of time we've got left.
Oh, I'm looking at the time. Yeah, we got 17 minutes, 57 seconds.
There you go.
I'm looking at the green
So we
numbers,
should we should go through this.
Yeah, let's move.
Okay.
Ambitious zero-emission Tokyo plan wins praise, begs for action.
Okay, this is from the Japan Times. Last year, Governor Yuriko Koike revealed the zero-emission Tokyo strategy, Tokyo's long-awaited plan to transition to clean energy. Tokyo metropolitan government plans to spend over 74.6 billion yen, which is $683 million, to achieve a net zero carbon emissions goal.
Well, the article tells us what they want to do, and it makes sense, so check it out.
Yeah. Monday, January
picture coming up
27th,
here.
we have a picture of an offshore wind farm and an item from Renews.
Yeah, the other one was onshore. This one's offshore.
There you go.
Oh, this one's...
Either that or it's in a blue field.
Yeah, consortium plans Ostend Green Hydrogen Drive.
A Belgian group is planning to construct a facility at the port of Ostend by 2025 to produce green hydrogen from offshore wind-generated electricity. According to 3 project partners, Highport will cut CO2 emissions in Flanders by about 500,000 to 1 million tons annually.
This is a new way of storing electricity,
Yeah,
basically.
and
they're
again,
making hydrogen, and they've figured out already how to sell that hydrogen.
well, selling hydrogen should be easy. This is another example of balancing supply and demand.
Yeah, that's what's
you
going
know,
on.
if the wind turbines are not going to meet demand that's
They can
online,
store it.
they can.
And this is
make
another way of
hydrogen.
storing it. Sell
Right.
it, turn it into hydrogen and sell hydrogen.
Hydrogen can be sold as an alternative to natural gas.
Yep.
It can be used to power vehicles. It can be used to
A
heat
lot of-
buildings.
lot of-
It can be used in chemicals. It's a lot of
uses
use
for
to
hydrogen.
Okay.
And we'll be hearing more about it because it's in many cases it makes a lot of sense.
Yep. VICE has brought us this next item.
Yeah, we got one here coming up, the climate change solution that climate deniers can get behind.
Republicans and Democrats generally disagree about climate change, but they're likely to agree on renewable energy and clean energy. Among Republicans, 77% agree with funding more research into renewable energy, and 79% are behind generating renewable energy.
Well, they give us an example here where in 2013, Georgia's Republican Utility Commission wants to get more energy from solar. And the Sierra Club and the Tea Party group, the Tea Party, got together behind them.
This is Debbie Dooley, who is the head of the Atlanta Green Tea Party, who has just been working and working and working.
The Green Tea Party, right? The Green Tea Party.
Right. She's been working and working and working
Yep.
to get more, solar energy more available to people in Georgia, and the reason for this is settled actually in libertarian ideas and Republican conservative ideas. The idea is we don't want monopolies, and the utilities are monopolies. We want to have solar power for everybody to have at home. And that's
nice.
where the whole thing
I wouldn't have any
starts.
problem with that.
Okay,
We've got
Newsweek.
another picture coming up.
We do indeed.
And
That's a glacier in Antarctica.
looks like Mount Everest, but it's not.
No, it's actually kind
a
of
glacier.
small compared to Mount
Well,
Everest.
that's an Antarctic glacier.
Yep.
And I think it's the one this article is about.
No, it's not. It's one I
yeah.
found because I couldn't get a good picture of the one that this article is about. You know, they said only 4 people had really been on this Waits Glacier to
Yeah, the article
investigate it
says that,
before
yeah.
that. And Thwaites Glacier is the size of the UK. So, you know,
This is a big
huge,
glacier.
Big
It's a very
glacier.
interesting article.
It is.
200 years since Antarctica was discovered, the continent faces irreversible global melting. Well, that's true, but it's going to take a long time.
It is. On January 27th, the 200th anniversary of the discovery of Antarctica, glaciologists say the continent is approaching a tipping point. I got news for you. I think it's well past the tipping
It
point.
could very well be, and the article says that.
Pass it, and nothing will prevent the glaciers from melting, even if we cut all of the greenhouse gas emissions overnight.
Nothing will prevent the glaciers from melting, but as I said, it will take a long time.
It'll take a long time. They're saying that Thwaites Glacier would put out, what was it, half a meter? It would raise the sea levels half a meter?
I think it said something like that.
And
Yep.
one of the things that's interesting about this is that Thwaites Glacier is not technically on land.
No, it's floating in the ice.
It's not floating. That's the deal.
It's on the floor.
resting on the floor of
Yeah.
the ocean, which means it might as well be on dry land.
Well, there's a 3-minute video here that's worth looking at called Green Icebergs.
Yep.
Okay, and a quick takeaway is Antarctica's ice sheets account for the largest fraction of potential sea level rise, with the capacity to drown coastal cities.
You know, I just
They
had
got
a frightening thought.
Huh?
I had a frightening thought. Suppose that glacier started to feel like moving upwards in the water and lifted itself off the ocean floor.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the weight of that glacier would be sea level rise. The whole thing. I'm thinking that we could see very rapid sea level rise as a result of that glacier.
I don't think it would, though, because
It probably wouldn't.
floating ice, like ice cubes in your drink, as they melt, they don't give
I
you-
know that.
Yeah.
It would have the effect of all the melting happening at the same
At
time.
the same time.
Anyway, it's not going to happen in the next few years because
Well, the
this is
article
a
says
big,
maybe
tall-
millions of years, perhaps thousands of years at the absolute fastest.
I don't think it's thousands of years, but they are talking about 20 inches of sea level
Well,
rise.
that is not to say we
by
won't
the-
notice an impact.
Yeah.
Rising sea levels will be one of the most noticeable effects.
Right, and it said that something like 5%, I forget the exact figure, but of the sea level rise that's already gone on came from this glacier.
It's an interesting article.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to read it because I kept checking things they were saying.
Yeah.
It's a good article.
Okay, we're up to Tuesday, January
We go on to
28th,
that.
and we have an item from PV Magazine Australia.
New Tasmanian Premier to take on climate change with renewables. Now, this is interesting. We've talked a little bit about Australian politics. It's pretty hard for us to understand.
Yeah,
because the Liberal Party is conservative.
Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. I suspect it's Gutwein, but
That sounds good
it
enough.
might be it might be Gutwein. It's a German derived
Gutwein.
name. Gutwein.
Yeah.
Last week, Peter Gutwein replaced Will Hodgman as the leader of the Liberal Party in Tasmania and was sworn in as the state's 46th premier. Soon after, Gutwein announced that he would become the first Tasmanian Liberal minister for climate change.
When you're hearing Liberal, think conservative.
This is like, you know,
It's like the Republicans.
like a conservative Republican taking over a state in the United States as a governor and saying, and by the way,
We're going to do renewables.
we're going to do renewables.
Well, the Premier seeks to lead Tasmania, which is a state of Australia, to renewable energy future. And this is more of this green hydrogen that we just talked about.
Yep.
Green hydrogen can be produced inexpensively, and a large-scale, cost-competitive green hydrogen production industry could be developed.
Yep. Okay, we've got, I think, 5 items
Well,
more
we
in
got
less
another
than 10
picture
minutes.
coming up here,
We have a
so-
picture. This is a weird picture.
Well, it's a picture of a hole.
It reminds me of a painting I did when I was in 9th grade for an art class, and I was given a C- on it.
Well, as it says here, it's a view down a hole scientists made in Thwaites Glacier.
Okay, this is from BBC.
Antarctica melting. Journey to the Doomsday Glacier. And it's a good article, interesting, long article, a lot of pictures. It'll take you a week to read it.
That's probably correct. It's been described by glaciologists as the most important glacier in the world. Some call it the Doomsday Glacier. Roughly half the size of Britain, Thwaites Glacier already accounts for 4% of the sea level rise and is melting increasingly rapidly. It holds enough water to raise the sea levels by half a meter.
By half a meter.
Now, we
That's just
talked
what you
about
said.
this, so maybe what you should do is skip to the next one.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Go ahead.
Understanding what is happening at Thwaites is essential for scientists to be able to predict future sea level rise accurately. Okay, the ice in West Antarctica floats. Researchers want to drill down almost a half a mile of that ice to get access to the seawater to find out where it's from and why it is attacking the glacier so vigorously.
It's really...
The glacier's melting fast, and they want to know why.
Okay. Our next item is from CNN.
The Pacific Ocean is so acidic that it is dissolving Dungeness crab's shells.
The Pacific Ocean is becoming more acidic, and that is taking its tolls. The Dungeness crab is vital to commercial fisheries in the Pacific Northwest, but lower pH levels in its habitat are dissolving parts of the shells and damaging their sensory organs, a study found.
Well, I could talk about it, but let's move on.
Okay, Wednesday.
This will be the last day.
Yep. So
General Motors will convert the Hamtramck factory to EV and autonomous vehicle production. And let's take a look at one of their autonomous vehicles.
GM says it will manufacture EVs and the Cruise Origin. That's a picture of the Cruise Origin.
We've talked about that on the show.
Have we?
There's something like it.
Well, a lot like it, yeah.
Yeah.
An autonomous electric shuttle at the Hamtramck factory. Gerald Johnson, Executive Vice President of Global Manufacturing for GM, sent a letter to factory workers telling them the news. Now, this factory was in trouble because of strikes, and people were worried that it was going to get closed down.
Well, they're building Cadillac and Chevrolet sedans there, and people stopped buying sedans.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've got surplus, and you're right, they were thinking about shutting it down.
And what we're moving from is a position where local people were worried about their jobs to a position where now they've got thousands of jobs available. Or
Well, yeah,
coming up, not yet available.
they've shifted gears big time.
Yes.
And they're getting ready for what's coming. GM's going to offer 20 new fully electric vehicles by 2030. That's the first I heard that.
This is 20 new
Brand new ones.
designs.
They're going to have a Hummer electric pickup truck, and they're going to have a Cadillac electric SUV.
Arnold Schwarzenegger wanted a Hummer electric pickup truck.
Did he?
No, he wanted a regular Hummer, but he wanted it all electric.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going to have to wait a couple of years, but it's coming.
It'll be there. Okay, our second to the last item is from Renew Economy.
A big U.S. electric utility says near firm, we'll talk about that, renewables soon to be cheaper than fossil fuels.
This is important. The CEO of clean energy company NextEra, which we've talked about earlier in the show, NextEra Energy says wind and solar projects co-located with battery storage will be cheaper to operate than most fossil fuel powered plants by 2025. He expects the levelized cost of electricity from wind farms to be $20 to $30 per megawatt hour, and that is from near firm wind farms.
Well, they define that.
Okay, near
firm
firm
means that wind and solar plants will be close to providing round-the-clock power.
Exactly.
Thanks to the backing of battery storage.
Exactly. And this is, but the thing that's really interesting about this, Tom, is what we're talking about is operating costs. So when the power plants are paid down, it's cheaper to run, to get power from a firm wind farm or even firm solar than from natural gas. And that means that natural gas plant has no reason to exist.
Yeah.
we're not talking about building new plants here.
No,
we're talking about old plants.
Old plants going to be going offline.
We're seeing it already, but now we're going to see it more and more. This is what this guy who knows a great deal more than you and I put together, obviously. Or maybe he's been watching this show.
Well, let's move on to our last article here.
Okay, this is an item from Green Tech Media.
Picture coming up.
And we have a picture of a roughneck, or a roustabout, or a whatever he is.
Something like that. Roughneck, I think they call him, isn't it? Yeah. Well, in any case, he's an oil worker.
Which my mother, used to use the word roughneck to talk about bullies and bad guys.
Yeah. Well, the article says Texas is the center of the global corporate renewable energy market.
This one is almost mind-boggling. Texas accounted for more than a quarter of all corporate renewable energy deals
it is almost mind-boggling.
in the world.
In the world.
The global market for corporate renewable energy deals surged 40% in 2019, reaching 19.5 gigawatts for new contracts. Texas' share of this was 5.5 gigawatts. This is big, big news.
Well, while big technology companies such as Google and Facebook continue to drive the overall corporate renewables market, there's growing demand from oil and gas producers like ExxonMobil and Occidental Petroleum.
They're putting in power purchase agreements for renewable energy to supply fossil fuels.
That's ironic. But that's exactly what's happening.
If there's anything that you can talk about that shows you that the fossil fuel industry is in trouble, it's the fact that they're turning to renewable energy for operations.
Well, it's also interesting because they're generating that renewable energy where they're using it.
Well,
in the Permian Basin.
Yes, and this is another thing about renewable energy which is really, really important. Renewable energy can be generated anywhere in the world.
Virtually anywhere.
And when you have battery storage, which we're getting now, this last thing about the CEO of NextEra.
Yeah.
When you have battery storage as cheap as it is, you could baseload power has no reason to exist.
Not really, not anymore.
Not anymore.
They're getting firm energy without
They're getting firm energy without baseload power. There is no reason for us, and anybody who invests money in coal or natural gas or even nuclear, especially nuclear,
We'll be looking at some stranded assets, I think.
That's right. That is absolutely right.
It's economics.
It's
economics, guys. Coal's getting more expensive. Wind and solar are getting less expensive. Batteries are getting much less expensive.
And so the only question...
there's other kinds of storage that they're...
The only question that we've got about climate change and energy, atmospheric quality, the air pollution and so forth, the only real question is, how much are you going to allow people to suffer? Because you're not going to save money by making them suffer.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing here? Are you, and that's what it comes down to.
The times they are changing.
The times they are changing. I'm going to put our last slide up, which is the one that says, "Have an entertainingly grand week, folks."
That's the slogan of the week.
Slogan of the week. Have an entertaining. There are people. I have been told there are people who go to my blog because they want to find out how I said "have a good day." Anyway, you want to put us up, and we'll wave goodbye.
Adios.
We hope you come back next time. Bye, everybody.
introduce yourself, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, my name is Henry Perro. I'm the owner, operator, Perro's Gun Shop and Police Supplies in Waterbury, Vermont.
And from there, Henry, I guess right now, and somebody else may have some other questions, but interested in basically how it works when somebody comes into your shop and buys a gun, and maybe get into the 3-day waiting period type thing, and different steps that may or may not happen through that time.
Yeah. Well, the first thing when a customer comes in, they must be positively identified, and most easiest way is a Vermont photo driver's license, in which we verify that it is the person in the picture. We verify that that is who is coming in to purchase the firearm. So from there, they fill out a form called 4473, and they answer a series of questions a little further into the identification process: social security number, height, weight. And then from there, we do what we call a federal background check on that person. It's conducted by the FBI. What we do is we take that information that has been supplied to us and we transfer it to the FBI computer. And what happens is there's 3 typical responses. There's a proceed, there's a deny, and then or it could be a delay. So a proceed is obviously they can purchase the firearm. A deny means no. The denied file, I went to a seminar by the ATF. They have a separate computer with millions of names in it that are known felons, bad people who should not have a firearm. And it's pretty much instant. When you hit it, it will come back denied, because that's the first computer system that it searches. If not, then it will go into the next system and look a little deeper. If there's a hiccup, if you will, and a hiccup is pretty vague. A hiccup can be a common name. Last I knew, there was approximately 50,000 John Smiths in the United States. So out of that 50,000 John Smiths, I'm sure there's some bad ones, probably convicted felons, people who should not own a firearm. So what it does, it puts it into a 3 business day status. It doesn't count that day. So if I did one today and came back delayed, tomorrow is the start of the 3 business days. So you have 3 full business days. Weekends, holidays, they don't count. The other issue.
So if somebody came in on a Monday, they wouldn't be approved for 4 days.
For 4 days, really, right. Because it's 3 complete business days. Right. And then we can deliver the firearm on the 4th day. And it's all documented through the computer when that firearm can be delivered. Right. And this is all according to the FBI. It's not something we make up. Another reason people get put on a delay status, other than common name, is if they have a top secret clearance in the military. I've tried to inquire why, and the best answer I can get is because when they do the background check, it shows that an in-depth background check has been done, but it doesn't show why. So it takes a little bit of time to figure out it was because they applied for top secret clearance. So those are the 3 biggest, or the other reason is they can have a restraining order. There's other reasons, but the bottom line is it's a 3-day delay to do a further research.
So those ones that were delayed,
yeah,
and it's because of the in-depth check, they do eventually get approved, right?
Yes, I would have to say yes. Sometimes, for whatever reason, it can go beyond the 3 business days.
Yeah, it just takes
But
longer.
for the most part, I believe the last statistics, the 3-day is cleared up 97, 98% of the time within those 3 business days. And they'll come back with a yes or a no within those 3 days. And we are required by law to go back into the computer system. So if you were put on delay and there was no response and you came in on the 4th day, we still have to take that one extra step and go back into the computer system to verify any additional information which may have come forward.
Martin?
Yeah, a couple questions. So, have you run into a situation where an individual's delayed because on their, maybe you don't know what the delay is, but because they have a misdemeanor assault charge and there's some time that needs to be spent to figure out if that's related to domestic violence? I do understand that that's one of the other kind of big area where you might have delay, but I wonder if you personally have.
Well, yes, because I also have experience in the law enforcement field for the city of South Burlington.
Right.
So what will happen sometimes is if they do have an assault charge, simple assault, what they need, the state police, I think what happens is the FBI will contact the Vermont State Police and they'll pull the record to find out if it was, you got in a scuffle over a football game with one of your buddies who'd been drinking, being a simple assault, or if it was a simple assault on a family member, that would be part of the domestic violence. So back in the old days, it was simple assault, and they didn't really break it down.
Really?
Even go
Do they
back.
still do that, is my understanding, that it's still not broken down?
I believe it is now broken down. I believe. I wouldn't swear to it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to double check that. So the other thing is, have you been in a situation where somebody after the 3 days has been determined to be prohibited person? Do you get involved in that at all? Are you notified that, yeah, this, you did, well, I assume that the first question, once they figure this out, is did you turn over the firearm after the 3 days?
Yes.
So let's say at like a 10th day, they figure out, oh, this person should have been denied.
So, yes, I have been involved in a couple of those. So, after the 3 business days, we can deliver on the 4th day. They have to go back and attest, they have to sign under penalties of perjury, the answers are still correct. And then we can deliver the firearm. We have to re-identify them, it's sort of procedural. So, and then we have had, not very many, a couple, 3, 4, where the ATF will call and say they're calling on the status of John Smith, date of birth. We pulled the paperwork and said, yes, we did deliver the firearm on this date. So what typically happens, they send a local ATF agent in, they get the paperwork, and they go and they take the firearm away, and or they charge them also, because it was it's perjury if you lie on that form. And it's pretty simple the way the forms are set up, with fingerprints and palm prints and signatures and identification to have good evidence. So there's been a couple cases where the ATF has called me. They did a follow-up to see if I delivered the firearm, and I did. And within a few hours, the ATF agent will come in, pull the original form, see what we can remember, if we could identify the person, you know, typical crime scene investigation, because it is a crime, and then they will go after that person. And then it kind of, I lose contact because they can't tell me anything.
Sure, sure. That makes sense.
So through the years, you've had 2, 3, 4 of those?
I would probably say 4, just guessing.
You can probably tell me pretty close how many years, but probably not how many gun sales.
Well, of course, Vermont went to the record keeping, the Brady checks and the backgrounds in 94, 95. So I would say from that period, I've been in business 38 years, but it didn't happen in the beginning, right? Because the records weren't computerized. So lately, and say in the last 10 years, to be safe and benefit of the doubt, I'll say maybe 4.
Selena?
You know what, my question got answered through Barton's line of questions.
We've got a lot to So
I'm wondering the times that it's come back no.
It comes back no a lot more than a perceived, and then when they go back. So 5% of the time.
Okay, not like-
It's a low number.
Okay.
It's a low number.
And you hear that right away too, usually?
Yeah, it's pretty much instant.
And then you have to communicate that to the person?
Yes.
How does that go?
A lot of times they try to get into, well, why?
Right.
And I go, well, they don't tell us. So because of my law enforcement background, I can talk to them. I say, you don't have to tell me anything.
Right.
But did you ever have a restraining order? Did you ever get in a motor vehicle crash where there was serious bodily injury? You know, and I try to, and I did have one guy goes, yeah, I was a kid in college and I got in a serious crash and some people got hurt. I said, well, that could be a felony depending on a lot of circumstances. So they go, oh. So what I do is I try to send them down to State Police Headquarters, VCIC, and then they can get a record on themselves.
Right. But people don't get angry with you about it?
Not really. The people, there's two classes of people. People like the college kid who maybe got into a car crash 20 years ago and injured someone.
Yeah.
Didn't really think about that as being a felony. And then there's people who come in who kind of hoping the system would fail them and they'd be able to leave with a fire.
And I remember when we heard about, when we were taking testimony about a gun bill a few years ago, there was a witness who talked about his brother being very suicidal and going and getting a gun. I mean, obviously he wasn't on a list. Are there ever times that you have sort of questioned, someone's not on the list, but they're obviously distraught, and what, like, how much leeway do you have in these kinds of?
Well, we have a thing called dealer denied, and I have used it. And I have instructed my employees that when the hair stands up on the back of your neck, there's something out of place, and I'm not around, they go on dealer denied, which, or dealer holding pattern, you know, delay, dealer delay. And we blame it on the federal government. Geez, you got put on delay. You know, we got to blame the feds
Right.
for something.
Yeah, right.
You know, so we kind of blame them, just take the heat off us. And I have turned certain things over to law enforcement. Straw purchases. There's certain things you look for, and I'll contact the chief in that hometown, and they go, oh my God, yeah, we've been kind of looking for them. And
You said straw purchase?
it's a straw purchase. Yeah, a straw purchase is, say, I'm a convicted felon, and I come in with my girlfriend, and I'm kind of looking and going, yeah, that's a nice one there, but you don't really touch it. And then, so the girlfriend comes over and goes, hey, I'd like to buy this.
Pearl Street Beverage thing.
What's that?
There are people that go into Pearl Street Beverage and purchase.
Yeah. So it's a straw purchase, and if we get any information, anything like that, we click on dealer delay until we can contact, and we've been very successful in preventing straw purchases. Been a young gentleman came in, and I know the family, and he was trying to purchase a firearm. He didn't quite know what he wanted. And there was all these indicators that you pick up on. It just doesn't seem right. I put him on delay, called the family, and it was, oh my God. And they came right down. And I said, now the problem is, I know you, I know the family, you know, so we got to do something. So they called him back in and talked to him, and they got him the help, and he's, you know, reliable.
It sounds like your law enforcement background is really helpful.
It is, but it's also, man, the liability nowadays with just about anything you do. You know, you'd be so quick to be sued over anything that not just me, but I'm friends with all the gun dealers in Vermont. They don't want to take the chance of, so my rule is, you know, exercise on the rule of caution. You know, just, if something's out of place, just click dealer delay, blame it on the government, see what happens. So, it does happen.
Is there any training for somebody that's newly opening up a gun shop? Because it sounds like you've got some really wise advice, so.
Yeah, there's some courses, National Shooting Sports Foundation, some of these other groups will help guide you through. I'm in the process of trying to take the next step and open an indoor shooting range, which is a new venture for Vermont, and my staff needs training and guidance, and those are the folks that are kind of helping.
Well, and then Barton. Next. So, how often would you say you have a sale that goes through the 3 days and you haven't gotten back a yay or a nay on the background check?
Very few. I think that's what I was referring to when I said about 4.
Oh, okay.
So after that 3 day, you can deliver. And
Right.
I think it's probably been about 4 in 10 years.
Just after the 3 day period,
Yes.
you could make the decision whether or not to sell because you hadn't heard back.
Yes.
So do they get back to you if they figure out that no, this person was fine? You know, they send you the unique
they do.
Identification number? Right.
Well, we get a transaction number, almost like credit card approval, instantly.
Transaction.
And it ties everything together, that transaction.
Oh.
So they can call 30 days, say, hey, reference transaction number, did you deliver the firearm? Yes. On what day? And that's when they'll come pull the actual paperwork.
But do they get back to you if they have determined that the person was not a prohibited person? Do they get back to you and say, yeah, that one was fine?
They have, but it's not the same as if they're not.
Sure.
It's not a priority to say they're fine.
Right. Yeah,
So-
no, you wouldn't think that they would at all.
Yeah.
in fact. What-
So, but they do once in a while.
Okay.
They do.
So just a couple other questions. Do you have any sales that involve somebody having a unique personal identification number under the voluntary appeal file? It's a, I don't know, I think when you were here a couple years ago, we may have talked about this a little bit as well, that there's this process that if you've been denied before or you've been delayed because of your name and you want to streamline getting your future firearms, that you can go through this process that probably, I don't know how involved it is, but are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it is quite a process. You have to be fingerprinted. There's it's an appeal process. Some of the people I know have hired attorneys. My brother-in-law got caught up. His name is William Mallon. Not really a common name, but apparently there's one serving time for murder in California, and then he died while he was in prison. Somehow, all of a sudden, he had purchased quite a few firearms. We go through the same background check. All of a sudden, he got denied. Couldn't figure out why, so he had to go through the appeal process. Fingerprinted, maybe photographed, but I don't know that for sure. But definitely fingerprinted. Copies of your driver's license, birth certificate, all kinds of documentation. You have to send it to the government. It takes about 6 months. And then if you're cleared, if you're not the person that is dead in California, then what they have is what they call a UPIN. It's a unique personal identification number. And then you put that in when you fill out the form. And then we put it in the background check, so it kind of goes right to the correct person.
Right to that file that has the UPINs. So you still check, obviously, the ID and that, they don't just present the number.
Oh, yeah, no,
Result.
definitely.
Right.
Yeah, because,
Okay.
if somebody found somebody's wallet and it had UPIN number on it, you wouldn't allow them to come in by gun, so. They'd still have to go through the exact same process, one extra step.
So there's no special consideration for relatives then?
No. Well, no,
I mean,
we have high-ranking military officials that get put on. We have police officers. I had a chief of police in uniform one day get denied. It happens, and then you have to fight to have your rights restored, even though it's not your mistake. It's the government made a mistake, and they take your rights away. But here he is in full uniform carrying a firearm. Yet he couldn't buy one, and he had to go through that whole U-pin process.
So, hypothetical, 3 days goes by, you sell the firearm, transfer it, whatever the terminology is. Turns out this person should not have a firearm. It's the feds that are going to investigate that from there.
Yes.
And how quick do they get on that?
I hate to give a real time frame because it doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
I would say within 24 hours they're on it.
Yeah.
So it could have already been a week or two, and then they finally get the response back.
Right.
And I say, so probably within 24 hours they have one of the local agents out of Burlington investigating.
Okay. So that's within 24 hours of you getting notification that they're not supposed to have the firearm.
And internally, maybe it's even quicker. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe I'm the last chain that gets notified. I don't know that.
So you wouldn't be notified to notify the FBI then? They would have...
Yeah, the ATF would take care of all these.
So that happens, they're notified before you are?
I don't know what.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, maybe I am notified first, because the first question, did you deliver the firearm? Right. If I say no, well, end of story.
Yeah.
But if I do say yes, then it's a priority.
Okay.
But even if I do say no, the ATF agent gets the form, because that means that person lied on the form.
Yeah.
So they will look at the form. They'll look at why he was denied, and he did 6 armed robberies in Springfield, Mass. Well, he's a bad guy, shouldn't have a gun.
Yeah.
Then they will go after that person for perjury, lying on that form.
Do you know the penalties around that?
Pardon?
Do you know the penalties around that offhand?
I really
That
don't.
just-
It's a federal law.
Right. Martin?
So, what happens with the individuals that are immediately denied, and they have filled out this form and presumably could have perjured themselves?
The local agent gets a copy of that form. They're notified. My understanding is that whenever a Vermont gun dealer gets a denial,
Right.
it shoots it to the Burlington office. That's where I believe all the agents are housed out of Burlington.
ATF? Agent?
ATF. So there's an agent that's in charge of denials. So we'll come across. And then, because you hear how hard work the federal prosecutors are, they don't have time to do anything. Right. What the agents will do is they screen it. Why was this guy denied? Did he lie on the form? Well, we go back to the kid that was in college that hurt somebody 20 years ago. He has a clean record ever since. Are they going to prosecute him? No. Are they going to talk to him? They might give him a phone call. Hey, just let you know you shouldn't be trying to buy any more guns. And then maybe they'll even say you should get a record from the state police. Just that way you know what you're looking at. The guy that robbed 7-Elevens in Springfield, Mass, they're going to say, and they may not go right after him, but they'll use it. They have it now. So they'd either contact him, do something with it, or maybe he's being investigated in another case and they use it. There's a lot of what ifs. But they do something with them. They don't just sweep them under the carpet.
So, I have a tangential question, not really about this bill. I'm just wondering how often are you getting individuals who are coming in for a private sale to have you do the check on the backgrounds on the NICS system?
We might average 1 a week.
So the service is available though, people do get to come in and...
We offer the service.
Yeah. About 1 week, okay, interesting.
Barbara?
So, it sounds like you've been in the business a while, you're law enforcement trained. Are there laws that you think would make it easier for you to do your job and not be selling them to the people that you know? Or not just you, but other gun dealers? Like, is there anything that you see as something that would be helpful?
Well, when you said to sell firearms to people I know, that's That's where you get into being subjective, and we can't do that. We have to go by the federal
Right.
yes or no
I meant
system.
other sellers, not knowing the buyer. Like, are there either glitches in the system or things that would make it easier to, just like you're like, hey, it's the facts. Like, are there things that if we put in place, it would take some heat off of you that the state could sort of own?
Well, when I testified last year, I said one of the biggest things I would support, and I think every gun dealer in Vermont would support, and I would help to get you there, is to skew everything toward the criminal and not the law-abiding citizen. When you have a convicted felon, when you have somebody, yeah, go after that person as a deterrent. These laws that are being proposed, they only apply to law-abiding citizens. And that just hinders my job, it hinders everything. It's just,
So how would you see it play out then? What would that look like?
going after the criminals and prosecuting.
And not the others, right, like how?
How do I see it? Well, we would need to fund the ATF or maybe the State Police Task Force with an ATF task force, and they go after these people who are bad people that shouldn't have a firearm. I don't think anybody in Vermont would complain about that. The people that are complaining are law-abiding citizens that, the rights are being chipped away.
And what about the person that's on a, like, relief from abuse, like, they're, have a relief from abuse order, or they may not be sort of listed as somebody who's robbing 7-Elevens, or the really distraught person that you kind of...
So my understanding is that the sheriffs are the holders of the restraining orders, and that they have to report those to the federal government. So they are in the system. That's my understanding. So I do a background check on you, and you're from Washington County, and Sam Hill has reported that there's a restraining order against you.
And did we hear Friday that actually they go to BCIC?
Just identify yourself.
Sorry. I'm Chris Herrick, Deputy Commissioner of Public Safety. And for the record, I purchased weapons from Henry. So, the holding stations is a bit of a different issue, and I don't know how detailed we want to get. But
probably not too deep, because we have to have Eric on our next.
Yeah, but
we're going to have you back talking about.
Yeah, we can do that. However, the essence of what you said is correct. It's entered into the NCIC database.
Can I just ask one thing?
Yeah.
So this 6 months, that if you have an identical name or whatever that pops up in this system, it takes 6 months or more for that person to get cleared. The person that's, lack of a better word, innocent, doesn't have a problem before that person can purchase a firearm.
No. So the person may have a similar name, date of birth, whatever, with criminal history.
Yeah.
Most of the time, 95, 98%, is cleared up within the 3 business working days of the federal government.
Okay.
It's that one time that it's got to go beyond. And then what happens is, if John Smith, date of birth, whatever, is a good guy, he's a police officer, he would apply for what they call a U-pin. It's almost like a TSA pre-check, if you will, where they kind of pre-screen you.
Yep.
And what they do is they give you an authorization number, and then when you come back into the shop, you fill out Smith, John, Earl, date of birth, but then there's a block, U-pin. And then you take your old wallet out and you type in your number, you fill in your number. When that form, we transmit it to the federal government, we put that U-pin number in. And what it does, because a more in-depth background check has been done on you, they've identified you with fingerprints. You identified yourself with a photo driver's license to me. Everything matches. It pushes you through the system.
Thank you.
Great.
So that process to get a U-Pin, it's an appeal. It can be an appeal process if you have been denied, right? That you're kind of
Yes.
Or it could be a process that it seems like every time you go, it takes 3 days. I mean, you can get a U-Pin without having been denied necessarily, if you just want to expedite the process because you have a common name.
I don't believe so. Now, I could be wrong.
Okay.
But I don't believe that is why it was set up. Because what would happen is, I think it would probably overburden the government with people who just want to streamline the system.
Right.
So I think it was set up, and I should have brought a folder with me, but I didn't. There's rules and regulations about it. You could be right, but I don't think it was set up for that. I think it was set up for this long delay process where you've been denied. I don't think you can on a delay. I think it's denied. Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And committee, we're gonna stay on the record and have Eric jump into the witness seat and get right on 579.
One of 31 pages.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. And if we could let Eric go through the bill and hold our questions to the end, because we're actually scheduled to get done at 4:20. We go a couple minutes over. Thank you. Thank you.
Tom, I didn't have a chance to ask, like during the proceeding, but I asked him, like, do some people get stalled because of multiple background checks? And he says they do. He said it's almost like a credit check. If
the more you get.
Right, the more cards you apply for, the more you get or whatever, that will affect your score. So like if you work for 2 or 3 different school districts, and each school district says they want to do a background check, and you go to buy a gun, and they go. And it's entirely different. But, interesting.
Anytime you're ready, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Eric Patrick here again with Ledge Council to talk about H579. I think I was hoping for another document. I don't think it made it through. I don't think it- that one? Nope. Well, we'll just stick with this one, I guess. So I honestly sent Mike something that didn't make it up here, so it's going to make it a little harder to do this. I think where I can get that. Yeah, on the computer, I'm not sure I can pull my email on this iPad. So, I'll just, well, we can look at the document itself another time. I'll just look through it real quick if I could. So, you remember we were talking this morning about a general reclassification system, right? This whole, to put the criminal offenses into A, B, C, D, and E for felonies and misdemeanors, that kind of thing, all based on the essentially the punishment that's involved in the offense, right? How long the imprisonment or the amount of the fine. So, we were also talking about how, well, there's still, the sentencing commission still have the authority to go through the sort of list of all the different criminal offenses and think about, well, how do we want to maybe address certain groups of offenses differently? Because you can still make specific decisions about how sentences should be set up for particular types of offenses. So it did that for a couple different types, including property offenses. And that's what we're looking at right now. When we say property offenses, you know, it could be theft, for example, embezzlement, fraud, passing bad checks, any offense that involves taking money or taking property, that sort of thing. And the way the statutes are set up now, they're frequently the offense, the punishment, I should say, turns on how much money is involved in the offense. So if I steal $500, the punishment will not be as severe as if I steal $10,000, right? So an odd feature of the current criminal code is that many times, not always, but many times, the difference, the threshold between whether a property crime is a misdemeanor and whether it's a felony is $900. If it's 900 or below, or below 900, if it's $900 or below, it would be a misdemeanor. In other words, larceny of $900 or less would be a misdemeanor, whereas larceny of over $900 would be a felony. The reason for that is that the reason that $900 is sort of odd number, as you might guess, it was a compromise between $750 and $1,000. A legislative study committee looked at probably a dozen years ago, and they spent some time in the interim trying to figure out how to organize these property offenses, and that was a compromise between those two numbers. It ended up being 900. So obviously sort of an odd number, but in other cases you'll see that not necessarily that 900 is the threshold all the time, but it's pretty common. So what the Criminal Code Committee decided to do was to take an approach and say, okay, with many property offenses, they're going to connect the penalty to the amount of value of property involved. So you see in that list, you see I'm in H579 right now. In the very beginning, we have a section that's going to go in this same group section we looked at the other previously this morning, which is where all these classification provisions are found. And there's going to be proposal is to have one specifically for property offenses. So how is this tiered system going to work? You can see if the value of the property is less than $100, it's going to be a Class D misdemeanor. And if you remember, and if we can do a quick, find this here, website. There we are. So Class D misdemeanor, 30 days, $1,000 penalty. Do you see that? So that's if it's, I think, $100 or less, right? If it's, if it involves, oh, the wrong one there. If it's less than $1,000, but $100 or more, so somewhere between $100 and $999, say, it's going to be a Class C misdemeanor, which is 6 months. But you see that? So that's how this is work. They're tiered and connected. If it's a, where are we here? If it's less than $10,000 and equal to or greater than 1,000, so we moved up one more step between 1,000 and 10,000, it becomes a Class A misdemeanor. Let me go back and see what that is. Class A misdemeanor is 2 years, still a misdemeanor. See, we're working our way up here. We've got 2 more, I think. So if it's between $100,000 and $10,000, becomes a felony. So it's going to go over there. Remember, the difference between misdemeanor and felony is 2 years. That remains the same. So it's obviously going to be over 2 years. Class D felony for an amount that's between $10,000 and $100,000. That is a 5-year penalty, $50,000. And lastly, if it is equal to or greater than $100,000, then it's a Class C felony, which is 10 years. So that's the proposed setup. So a lot of times, or you'll see not every time, but a lot of times these property offenses, the penalty is going to depend on how much value was involved, how much was stolen, how much was counterfeited, how much was fraudulently obtained. And you'll see, I don't know if there's any reason necessarily to go through this long list of offenses in this bill, especially given that you've only got a few minutes left, but just to give you a flavor of how this works, so here's an example. Section 2 of the bill shows you how this is done throughout the bill. So the crime is in place. Fraudulent use, you've intended to defraud, you've obtained or attempted to obtain money, property, services, or anything else of value by use of a credit card they know or should have known was stolen, forged, revoked, canceled, unauthorized. So you're obtaining property with a fake credit card, right? Now the current penalty, it just happens to be in this case that there are two different statutes. So if you look at the next statute, what is the current penalty? Well, right now, it all depends on whether $500 is the value that's used to distinguish the penalty. So right now, if it's, sorry, I misspoke. That's the fine. If the $50 is the threshold that distinguishes what the penalty is. So if it's $50 or less that you used a fake credit card for, it's a 6-month misdemeanor with a $500 fine. Everybody see that? That's on line 6 and 4. If it's more than $50, then it's a 1-year misdemeanor with a $1,000 fine. Everybody see that? So that's the current stats. Keep in mind, the maximum penalty there for this crime is what? 1 year, right? That's the maximum. Under the new proposal, this would be sentenced. This would be sentenced pursuant to what we just described, this threshold we described. So the maximum penalty goes up to 10 years. Everybody see that? Because now, if it was over $100,000, remember we just went through that whole tiering system based on the amount. If it's over $100,000, I'm not sure how many people do that with a credit card, but if it were to happen, then you have a 10-year felony possible. I think if it was between $10,000 and $100,000, it would be 5 years, and if it were, and it goes all the way down. So now it's also true. Remember, the minimum penalty right now under the existing law, even if it's less than $50, you get a 6-month misdemeanor no matter what, right? But see that maximum 6 months? But, so under this new proposal, you can also have lesser penalties under certain circumstances. Because let's say it's less than $100. Remember, then that's a Class D misdemeanor, which is only 30 days. See? So a smaller offense, smaller value used in the commission of the crime will get you a smaller penalty than under existing law, whereas a more value used in the crime could conceivably get you a greater penalty than under existing. That's kind of an approach that's often reflected in the bill.
So I think one of just to help folks when they are walking through this, if you get the actual report of the Sentencing Commission, there is a table there that lists all the crimes, and on the side it has notes, and it tells you if there's less time, more time, etc. It makes little notes there on the side. So to follow along when we get more into this, I suggest also having that on hand.
Yes, I had intended to do that. That's what I had sent to get posted, but it got lost in the shuffle somehow, so it's not on the website currently, but I'll resend that to Mike.
So could you show us another example where we don't go to that categorization scheme and just say, hey, this one's a Class C misdemeanor, and explain why that is the case on some of them?
About the unauthorized removal of books from the library.
Yes, I saw that one too. That's a good one. I thought there was one right here. Oh yeah, I think it's counterfeiting paper money. But no, it's not.
I think on page 6.
Although interesting, the thing I noticed this about the counterfeiting paper money offense. Just thought it was interesting. Line 15. It's a 14-year sentence under current law.
What page is this?
It's an odd one. Page 5. Counterfeiting paper money, which I was curious about it, so I poked around in a little bit. It's been on the books in one form or another since the early 19th century. For some reason it has a 14-year penalty. Somewhat odd, but whatever. Then again, someone could say $900 is odd too. We know why that happened. So these are all products of.
Well, I think we should keep something like that, because if you're using paper money still, shouldn't you be punished extra?
It's a policy decision. Policy decision.
That's an equity issue.
Like if you just use Venmo, oh, I guess it is, that's true, sorry.
So here's an example of one that you have mentioned that doesn't go to the tiered system, just essentially keeps it as is. So possession, this is use of credit card skimming devices. It's a relatively recent offense. This one has not been on the books since the 1960s. Credit card skimming devices are a more recent tool of unlawful activity. So right now, you see, if you knowingly and with the intent to defraud possess this one of these scanning devices, and I think if I remember this right, I remember when this was passed, and it's like a. You probably all know this better than I do, perhaps, but I don't. It's like when you use your credit card at a grocery store or something. There's a device that somehow copies your credit card information in that exact moment, and can then skim your number off, and then your card can be used later
I think
on.
they're more common at a gas station. People have them specially made, and they'll actually be like a cone or a carbon copy of the plastic piece that sticks out of the gas pump, and it'll just clip right over the top of it.
Huh. And then they come along later and pull it out, and it's got your credit card info on it. Right?
I'm pretty sure those are some of the more common ones.
Yeah. Well, these are exactly, this statute is intended to address exactly that sort of situation, and you can see when it got passed, in lines 6 and 7 and lines 14 and 15, it specifically is a 10-year felony with a $10,000 fine to use or possess one of these things. So as far as the whys, I'm going to have to defer to the Sentencing Commission on this as to why it is that they chose particular offenses. But I can tell you the mechanics, though, what is going on here then. You see that it's different. It says, in this case, if you do that, you commit a Class C felony. It does not have the language that we were just looking at, which most of these sections have, which is shall be sentenced pursuant to 52, 53, and 55. What that means is that they're going to be fit into that tiered system we just talked about. In other words, all depends on how much money was involved, right? In certain particular instances, there's several of them in the bill, in particular property crimes, the Sentencing Commission chose not to go with that tiered system. That's the penalty that you get is based on how much money was involved. In other words, in this case, for example, how much money you skimmed using this credit card skimming device doesn't vary based on how much money was involved. Instead, it says this is a 10-year felony all the time. This is what will always be a 10-year felony, and it's not going to be any less if you only used it for $100, and it's not going to be any more if you used it for 100,000. So there are several instances in the bill that you'll see where the commission chose to keep the penalty as it was essentially and have it consistently be that way and not vary in the same sort of way. And I think probably it would be something that when you hear from members of the Sentencing Commission, I suspect they'll probably talk you through those and let you know why it was in each instance they decided that it was better to go this route than to go with the classification. Does that make sense? It's kind of a big picture of what's going on with. And then the rest of the bill is exactly that. With each offense, it either correlates it with this classification system based on the amount of money involved in the offense, or it says, well, in this particular case, let's see if I can find it. There's another one right there, for example, or we'll decide to keep it as a consistent penalty based on the conduct rather than have it vary based on the amount. I did notice that this is just something I'm saying now, so we remember to ask, or maybe you already know the answer. For example, I noticed that as I was looking up, I was thinking about the difference between passing a bad check and false tokens. I think it's 2003. So 2003, here we are, false tokens. This is can be used for a bad check situation. Someone passes a bad check. But it has to be, you'll see it has to be on line 6, it has to be intent to defraud, And there has to be, also in line 6, you have to obtain, you actually have to get the thing from the other person for the false check, for the bad check. Whereas under the bad check statute, 2022, you don't have to have the intent to defraud, you just have to do it knowingly, and it doesn't matter whether you get anything back for it. You just pass the bad check, that's what's illegal. The penalty's a lot less. So I think that came up for me was why bad checks isn't in the proposal, is what occurred to me.
Oh, bad checks is not in the proposal?
Right, yeah, it's not in the chart either.
Oh, well, we probably need to put that one in there.
I was wondering.
Missed it.
Right.
Possible we missed it.
Yeah.
Because I think this is one of the examples of why they are trying to rationalize this, because they can charge often the same behavior with 10-year, and I think bad checks is like 1 year.
That's right. Exactly.
And it's not that difference of behavior, if at all.
Right.
And this is to try to, like, to kind of restrict a little bit the discretion that prosecutors have.
Right.
So it doesn't make a difference as far as the penalty.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So one thing I don't think you hit on that I think is going to be pretty important for our continued discussion on this is, or I zoned out when you hit on this and I missed it.
I probably,
Is the, on page 2, lines 9 to 11, each subsequent offense, the classification shall be increased by 1 class.
Oh, no, I did not mention that.
Because that right there is going to certainly be an area for discussion. I know that, for instance, the defenders are not a fan of that concept, and that might be something that we're going to need to tinker with. The other thing that's possible is to decide whether we want to have a class B or class D and C felonies for those levels, or if we want to go class E and D. But
For subsequent offenses, you mean, or for?
Well, no, just for the tiered system.
Oh, I see. Yep.
And I expect that we'll hear from the ACLU on why we should go to that lower one with lots of good data as far as. Only say that because
Committee, we're gonna have to stop now. I know there's some people who'd like to get to the meeting, so. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, January 28th meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. Has the meeting been properly warned, Patrick?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Peter, do you have any manager's comments?
I don't tonight, thank you.
And I don't have any chair's comments. Are there members of the board that have comments or committee reports?
Yeah.
David?
The Diverse Workforce Development Committee of the Community Equity Collaborative sponsored the second annual Bridge to Brattleboro student visit today. And we had at least 6 students from Franklin Pierce College came to, they were welcomed at the hospital and given an overview of the town by our town manager, and then went on site visits with the town, with the school district, with the hospital, with HCRS, and with Building Green. And I'm not sure if there might have been some additional in the police department. Yeah. They had lunch at the Root Social Justice Center, which is generously provided by the Vermont Country Deli, and there they were had lunch with a group of community members who talked about what it's like to live in Brattleboro, what's it like to live in Vermont as a person of color. These are students of color, and how to provide and giving them sort of authentic insights into what the community's like. And so this is the second of these events, and there will be lots more coming. This has really taken a really solid form now, and the Development Committee, the Workforce Development Committee, is also now coordinating internships and looking at housing and dorm facilities or something, and stipends for students to come and participate in internships here as well. So, and Peter and the chief each had a student. So maybe you say a little something about it?
Yeah. So one quick clarification, it was actually yesterday, but everything else you said was right.
Yeah, it was yesterday. I've been up all night.
And there were actually about a dozen students involved. It was a really good turnout. We had some really good engagement, both in the larger group, in the session, both in the morning up at the hospital when it was the initial gathering, and then at the lunch at the Root. And in between, we had individualized experiences. The student that shadowed partially me and partially Sally Nix. We had some time separately and some time together with this person. She was just outstanding, very impressive. And from what we could see from the questions that were asked by the other students who participated, they were all came well prepared, and I think found the day worthwhile. So
give her an application.
Actually, she's from North Carolina, and she's a senior. When she graduates, she's going home. Yeah. But we were still glad to have the opportunity to provide her this experience, and it's something she'll take back to campus and definitely talk positively about.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mike, would you mind saying
do you want to say something, Chief Fitzgerald, regarding your visit?
We've been a member of the Diverse Workforce Subcommittee for several years now, since its existence. And I think the greatest takeaway that we get is the opportunity to showcase the department and our community. And a second, really close second, is the doors that it opens up to these higher learning institutions for us. Like another example of that is February 13th, representatives from the PD were invited to go to Franklin Pierce to talk with their criminal justice graduates this May, and basically talk about, as a law enforcement executive, what am I looking for in candidates, interviewing techniques, and things of that nature. And of course, there's recruitment, even though it's not targeted as that, but sure. Those students will talk about their experience. They were very engaging. I was extremely impressed with their philosophy on law enforcement and what they want to do after they graduate. Now, whether they choose Brattleboro or not, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to be very successful in whatever career, and any department would be fortunate to have them on their team. Maybe Brattleboro, may not. My two were from Boston, the Boston area, so that's a lot better than North Carolina. They're used to the snow, they're used to the cold.
Within the circle.
But it's just a great opportunity to showcase Brattleboro and all the great businesses and organizations we have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on the board have committee reports or Anything? Okay. So this is the time where we always move into public participation, which is the opportunity for members of the community to speak on something which is not on tonight's agenda. I think we're going to all just be really open with each other and know that there are people here for a specific purpose. And knowing that, I'm going to ask if the captain and the chief think it's easier to sit at the table because some of the questions are going to come your way. Does that seem fair to everybody? And that way you're not getting up and community members are getting up and down like this. Perfect. If you'd like to come to the table, because I'm thinking most of this is going to come to us and also to you. So generally during public participation, we ask for comments to be within 2 minutes and then to kind of let everybody go before you have another turn. There's different ways to do it. Some boards have chosen to just kind of say, thank you very much for your information. I think we choose to engage a little more, but we can only engage so much because it's not a warned item. So just kind of hearing that a little bit. And so with all of that said and everybody in their place, who would like to go first tonight for public participation? And what we're gonna do is come to the microphone, which is not gonna amplify your voice in the middle of the room, but it's going to give you, whoever's viewing this on Facebook or TV or whatever, the opportunity to hear you speak. Come on up. Somebody's gotta be the icebreaker. So what you're gonna do is just introduce yourself and where you're from. Some people say district, some people say Brattleboro, Dummerston, whatever.
My name is Michael Leonardo. I'm from Brattleboro, Vermont. I've lived here for just about my whole life, almost 46 years. I live on the Marlborough Avenue in Brattleboro off of Exit 1, for those who don't know. And I'm here to just let people know that the recent spike and uptick in the property thefts and break-ins to vehicles, cars, houses, sheds, whatever, what have it, and the uptick in the trespassing onto people's property. It's got us all pretty scared, and we'd like to get a public forum going. I understand there's one in the works, so we're very excited about that, and in a short time, I believe at some point at the end of next month.
Yes.
So we're waiting for the correspondence on that, and again, some of the key players that we as residents, at least in my opinion, and the families that I've spoken to on our street, that we'd like to see there are representatives from the police department, from the select board here in Brattleboro, our legislators, as many as possible, senators from Vermont, as many as possible. And I know it's going to be difficult to get all those people there at the same time, but the hope is that all the questions that the residents of the town are going to have, we have those people at the table that can answer those pretty quickly, and if not, they can go back and do their research pretty quickly and hopefully eliminate a ton of future meetings. I know nothing's going to get settled in the first meeting, but that's the goal, I think, and I think that's the goal that a lot of the residents have. I hope they do. But just to reiterate, we're scared. You know, my kids are scared. Okay. And something needs to be done. So thank you. I've met with police chief and and town manager last night. Thank you again for meeting with us on such short notice, and we do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having those private meetings and still coming tonight to the public meeting. And so what I'm getting is it okay if I say so what I'm getting so far is that the forum that Michael just brought up is going to be Saturday, February 29th at 10 a.m. at the library. I asked today if there was going to be childcare, and what I heard from Star Electronica was that the upstairs child's room is reserved. I don't know if that means that somebody has been hired or is volunteering for childcare, but those of us, you know, who are doing this should keep an eye on whether or not we need to be trying to recruit somebody to do childcare, or if that's already taken care of, to make sure people have an easier time attending. Peter?
Speak to that. So there'll be additional details coming out, like about the childcare and about who's going to actually be attending. It's going to involve all the types of people you described, the exact individuals. You know, it's still very fluid in terms of coming together about who's going to be there that day and who's not going to be able to be there that day. But the Representative Emily Kornheiser was the one who started coordinating this, and there's been a tremendous amount of communication from state officials and town officials and other people into that loop, pulling these details together. But the date, time, and place are fixed. It's definitely going to be Saturday, February 29th at 10 a.m. at the library.
Must be a leap year.
Yes. It is a leap year.
Because when I heard 29th, I was like, wait a minute.
I didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is there somebody else from the community who would like to come up and speak on this topic? Or any topic that's not on the agenda, but I'm assuming most of us are here for this topic. Thank you.
Adristea Andrews, District 1. I just was concerned about a discrepancy with trespassing and being able to get into people's cars. I just read something posted by Jeanette White and shared by a friend, and I just feel like that's contradicting. If someone's not allowed on your property, how are they then allowed in your car? Because I thought that was a little contradicting. I have people walking on my property because they exit the apartment behind me and have always done that before I moved there. I've spoken with probably every person that's crossed there, but it is concerning when you have children and dogs that bark at them and you feel unsafe because of other things that are going around in the neighborhood. So I'm just trying to clear that up. Thank you, and thanks for your protection.
Whoever wants to take that, feel free to run with it.
I am not familiar with what Senator White said, so I can't comment.
I don't seem to. Yeah, no, go right ahead.
Pardon me. It seemed to have been spoken about in the article as a police officer saying that you are allowed to get in someone else's vehicle. And I just was concerned about that because Jeanette had made a statement that she had gotten into someone else's vehicle, having worked where she worked or whatever, having a Volvo, and that was kind of this phrase of it. And the police officer, whom was not represented by name in the article that I noticed, which I was concerned with, had mentioned that indeed was okay to get into people's car. And then there's the trespassing contradiction. So are people allowed to get into people's cars?
Oh,
Perfect.
Yes,
Yep.
that's where I was going to go.
Thank you.
If the question was, can an individual go in your car and have that be an arrestable offense? Can an individual go in your car and and not be arrested? Pretty much.
Is there any kind of, what happens?
There is no law stating that an individual cannot go in your car. If an individual goes in your car and does not cause damage or does not take anything, we cannot arrest them.
But isn't that trespassing?
No.
How is that not trespassing?
Andrea, can you come to the mic? It's only because I want, this is so important.
Pardon me, I am just trying to be clear that how would someone get into your car without having trespassed?
Because there's no law against it.
To get on a
Specific
trespassing.
to your property. Property is your yard, your house.
Yes, but the car is in that area.
It doesn't
do you-
fall under it, no.
But do you see how there's a contradiction?
I do. I
So
do.
what
And-
do you
and
have to say about the contradiction regardless of that? Do you have any thoughts about it?
I most certainly do, and that's a question I think that we will hopefully get satisfactory answers when we have the whole group together with law enforcement, town government, state government, hopefully the state's attorneys, because there is some confusion around that.
May I add, please, because I know this from conversations with the chief, and I think it's important for the public to understand. There are states where that is illegal, where getting into somebody's car is illegal.
Massachusetts, I think.
But it's not illegal in Vermont if the person doesn't damage your property or steal something from your property.
I can add. I'm sorry.
That's all right. You can go in the queue, and Captain can still add.
More specifics. I was just going to give my understanding of what is and isn't considered criminal trespassing.
I was going to do the exact same thing. Could you identify yourself for the?
Sure. My name's George Anthes. I'm from Brattleboro. It's been a little while since I've looked at this issue, but essentially, when out in the country in Vermont, if you're posted trespassing or you've told a specific person not to trespass, then trespassing is arrestable. If you're in town, then going within your fence, if you've got a gate that's closed, is criminal trespassing. Of course, most of us don't have our cars within our fences, and so that's why, as Chief Fitzgerald says, unless there is damage or taking something, it's not criminal trespassing for them to get into your car. And then, of course, getting into your house is a separate issue, which is dealt with in separate laws. But within Brattleboro, inside your fence that's gated is trespassing, even if nothing is stolen or damaged. Otherwise, not criminal trespassing. You can correct me.
Very well said.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. So the law in Vermont, simply walking on someone else's property, even if you know it's someone else's property, if it's not posted no trespassing, or you haven't been given notice by the person that you're not allowed to be there, it's not a crime. Now, entering into someone's home, regardless of whether you've been told not to or not, is a crime. If you look at the statute, and again, this will be explored, I'm sure, much more deeply at this forum, explaining trespass, but simply walking on someone else's property, if it's not posted, you haven't been told you can't, there isn't some other affirmative action like a fence having been built there, then it's not trespassing. So we wouldn't be able to charge the person with trespassing for walking in, for example, walking into your driveway, entering your car, if nothing was stolen and nothing was damaged.
Man, pardon me once again. I vote for hemp-made no trespassing signs that we can gift to all of our neighbors, because when I hung my no trespassing sign up, it got torn down, and it is my responsibility as a tenant to provide that. So that would be gifted by the fairies, please, of the police department. Thank you.
I have to say, those laws are, it must be really hard to be trying to enforce a law that feels really vague, and this is only my opinion, a little privilegey, because not everybody's just randomly fencing in their cars on private properties. And it should be an exciting discussion on the 29th. David?
No, I don't think that's the reason, though, that most of these people are here. I don't think the problem is that, somebody getting in another person's car and sitting in the car. It's taking things, it's destroying things. I saw a picture of a broken window and apparently $4,000 worth of damage. So I think that's the real issue. And Vermont has some weird laws, and they never thought to make a law against that, but that might change. But that's not going to change the problem.
Brandy.
Elizabeth.
I wondered if the chief could just give us an overview of the problem for people watching on TV who may not be that aware of it.
Sure.
We've had a significant spike in reports of attempted larcenies or larcenies within vehicles within the town in the last 3 months. The same time period last year, we had 12 reports of similar like incidents, and that same time period this year was 39 reports. And it seems to be in certain areas of town, more than others. So we are reaching out with neighbors. We are talking with the neighbors on this issue. We have changed some of our tactics. I really don't want to get into the deep part of our tactics.
No, please
but
don't.
we have changed some of our tactics through the overnight hours relating to this in these different neighborhoods. It has produced some results, obviously not the results that we're looking for. But what I would mainly like to say to the general public is, and I say it all the time, and I sound like a broken record, please call the police. I mean, even though they went into your car, didn't break anything, didn't steal anything, even though we cannot arrest them, we don't know their history or their story. They could be out violating conditions where they have a curfew. They could be violating court order conditions for contact or in certain areas. Alcohol, they could be under the influence when they do it, violating a condition. They could have an arrest warrant for them. And that, through our tactics, has produced results where we have confronted these individuals and found out they were in violation of court-ordered conditions, and they did have arrest warrants, and they were arrested for other things than going into the car. So it helps us that way. It also helps us when we gather our data. Everything that we do is data-driven. So if we get complaints of certain neighborhoods that are getting hit disproportionately to the town as a whole, well, then we know where to concentrate our focus of main effort. So it helps us in our tactical planning also. Nothing's too small. I know that number, well, I should say my opinion, is that number is very small. I bet you there are other residents that have gone out there and said someone has rummaged through my car and nothing was taken. Why am I going to bother calling the police? Or it was this amount of change, or it was really nothing of value. And they rightfully just get frustrated and upset and go about their day. However, us knowing that data, that those individuals were operating in that neighborhood, helps us greatly in how we're going to address this issue.
Thank you. Tim, like you want to say something?
I have a question for the chief. I had a quick question, if you don't mind. Chief, definitely an uptick in the vehicle-related intrusions, let's call them, for lack of a better term, when it's a legal question. But have you seen any uptick in any kind of residence intrusions or attempt at intrusions? Because there was a rumor flying around that not only was it cars, but that the 225%, or what was reported, was also residences and houses. So I just wanted to get that out there. That
no.
Are you seeing the same thing?
I have not, and none has been brought to my attention. The uptick in the percentage that I sent out was strictly with attempts and larcenies for vehicles, nothing to do with residents or other dwellings.
Thank you.
Thank you, pardon me. I was hoping you could also just touch on, for people at home as well as here, that if you do post something on Facebook as such as thing, the article you might have seen the picture of, we're seeing, you could be held liable for doing that to your own car. I really realized that, and just wanted you to touch on that for everyone so we can have that knowledge as well. Thank you.
I didn't understand that.
You'd be held liable for posting that picture of the $4,000 in damages, as what I read in the article earlier, and so people cannot go about posting things. Even though they're trying to protect themselves and warn others, it was looked at as that could have been, they could have been held liable.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think what that is you can't be like, Brandy, I know that Brandy's star broke my window and caused $4,000 worth of damage. I agree with you that that's not how it was stated, but I'm while.
Could you touch on that then?
Yeah.
Are you held liable then if you're posting it?
It is exactly how the chair addressed it. My statements to that was, when they posted 2 pictures of individuals.
Yeah.
And I can state emphatically, one of those individuals in no way, shape, he's incarcerated.
Yeah.
He is incarcerated. And they posted it on Facebook for the world to see that this individual broke into my car. Now, okay, I don't know the status of the other one, but I'm sure you would be upset if your picture was pasted on Facebook saying that you're accused of criminal activity. And that's what I said was irresponsible.
Yeah, I think those pictures got taken down too, so it makes the context kind of wonky between the article and what had been posted quickly, which was photos of humans. But I think they were taken down, so it makes it weird. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anybody here tonight who hasn't spoken yet that really feels like they want to weigh in on this issue? We're still in public participation. We're still talking about the break-ins in vehicles, although I do want to preface that public participation is technically an opportunity to talk about anything that's not on the agenda. But this is, you know, the main topic of the night, and so if there's anybody here who still wants to speak, you're welcome to.
Actually, I do have one more idea of question. What can we do to prevent the 5G from coming into our town as quickly as it might happen? Do you have any thoughts about that, and how we can protect our schools?
I don't.
I don't know that we've brought in anybody for tonight that would be able to answer that one. I think tonight, any night we can bring up anything, but tonight it seemed like we were going to get a lot of conversation about this, and so we had the chief and captain come with us for that. There is a group in town that's working on what you're talking about, and I'd recommend reaching out with them. I can talk to you about offline who to reach out to for that. Are there any members, only because I don't know if they want to be named in public, are there any members of the select board who would like to speak on this topic, or?
No, I think I just want to throw out there that a few people did decide it looked like people were coalescing around February 4th to come by as well.
That's true,
Some people
yes.
who couldn't make it tonight. So would you guys mind, or one of you mind, being available for our next meeting?
We kind of threw out the 2 dates that were coming up. So every single meeting is an opportunity for public participation. But so tonight we asked the chief and the captain to be here, and then what we're asking is if next week one or the other or both could be here as well for anybody who couldn't make it tonight. That works out okay? So anybody who couldn't make it tonight, come here for 6:15, second floor, municipal building. If you need an accessible entrance, come to the back parking lot. There's an elevator, and this same conversation that's taking place right now can take place in France.
Will that be on the agenda for that meeting?
You know, it's
something I threw out there.
It's really, we'll see. The only challenge with that is if it's on the agenda, then it comes all the way at the end of the meeting as new business, I think. Is that a correct statement, Peter?
It would be new business.
Whereas if it's public participation, people can come right in and then get back to putting their kids to bed or whatever they're doing in the evening.
Anyway, just one thing, I don't know if the chief said it really explicitly or not, but you're doing exactly the right thing in terms of contacting the police, and for people, anybody has an experience like this, the first thing to do is contact the police so they can try to do something about it. The other thing is that's an immediate response. The long-term response is legislative, and you're in touch with the legislature and we're going to be talking to them, so you're doing the right things.
Yes, thank you for that. And a lot of us have gone through all the steps also of trying to make our property a little more secure by way of brighter light bulbs in our hardwired lights outside, motion detection lights, video camera systems with night vision. We also have installed, many of us have also installed motion sensors. I mean, how much further do we need to go?
Right.
We've done all that. We've been dealing with it for a little over 2 years in our area,
Really?
and the
our
cost
lab,
is
sure.
getting expensive. It's almost, on my part, it's almost $800 in the last 2 years to upgrade all that stuff. So it's just, I think it's going to be a good thing. The public forum, I think, I hope is going to be huge, where most of the people come out, speak your piece, tell everybody truly how you feel, what you'd like to see done, and it's not gonna be an easy process. We understand that. It's gonna take time, especially if legislature has to either change laws, rewrite laws, amend something, try and make things work a little better than what's happening now. We understand that, but we can't wait any longer. It's time for people to come out, speak your piece civilly, and hope for the best in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anybody else who wants to speak tonight? Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to move into the main business of the meeting. Remember that, thank you so much for joining us, Captain Kerrigan, Chief Fitzgerald, I really appreciate it, and for joining us again next week to give the public this early in the meeting opportunity. And then once again, we will have the formalized forum, community forum, which will be February 29th at 10 a.m. at the library. The child reading room is reserved. I'm not sure how childcare goes. That will be trickled out. But that'll be a third and most formal opportunity to speak. Is there anybody here who wants to speak on anything in public participation that did not just come up? Okay, so I'm going to move us into our unfinished business of the meeting. And our first item is to approve the select board's recommended FY fiscal year 21 budget. Peter, can you lead us into that after?
Sure. So we provided to you staff's proposed budget for FY21 back on November 5th. The board has held 9 meetings where it's received public input and had discussions about various aspects of the budget. For most of this month of January, we've been working through unfinished items, things that you had identified during the first run through as matters you wanted to give additional consideration to or needed additional information about. And as we've progressed closer and closer to this date, you've narrowed that down to where last week you made what we believe is going to be your final decision in terms of modifying the budget. It's hard to summarize 20 pages of line items into a sentence or two of summary. I'm happy to take a deeper dive that would take actually a little while to summarize it, going through the 2-page summary in kind of the manner that we do on the first night. But I think, frankly, that given the amount of time you have given to this in public and with the engagement of the public, it's probably most relevant to most people in the community how the proposed budget would impact property taxes. That usually is where the rubber meets the road for us. And so I will summarize that, and then if there's anything else you want me to highlight, I'll be happy to go back and do that. The impact of the budget that you arrived at the end of last meeting would be an increase of property taxes of 2.9% or 3.77 cents in the municipal property tax rate, which means that for every $100,000 of value in a property, municipal property taxes for the year will increase by $37.70. Your approval tonight is not the final word. If you do approve this budget, or either in its form as it's presented to you or in a modified form, it then goes into the town report and is considered by representative town meeting, and it's the vote on March 21st at representative town meeting that actually is the final word on the budget.
Great, thank you for that lead-in and summary, Peter. Members of the board, final comments, questions. Daniel, I will seriously. But honestly, are there anything that's come up in the last week, anything you've been thinking about that's been nagging on your brain that you want to say before this goes to representative town meeting, before it goes out to all of our reps?
I'm excited for the public to weigh in on this budget and decide en masse what they want to do.
Great, thank you.
I think it's a budget that reflects not only, the care which the staff and the select board took, but also the will of the public, and we'll see that at town meeting.
Town meeting never fails to really take a look at the work that we do, and so I think if there's anything I've learned from serving on this board, it's to really put your all into it. But when you write about when you start to get anxious and feel like you're spinning your wheels, step back a little bit and remember that there's going to be 140 something other eyes on this same document that are going to kind of help you bring this whole thing to fruition.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, it's been a long process, and this budget touches on everything, including things like our recent negotiation with our police union, which has provided even better benefits and compensation for a very hardworking force that is now being asked to step up and help us with this new issue that we're encountering in town. So it's all connected, as we like to say.
And we're here. David?
Well, I guess if we're taking turns saying things, I'll point
Might as well. We're going right down the table, and there you are.
I thought we were going to be really quiet and just say, okay, let's be done with this. But
yeah.
Also, it's worth pointing out that we also made changes to get our non-unionized employees a little bit closer to a living wage, and I think that's important as well.
Good.
Yep.
Are there members of the community or members of the Franz that would like to say anything before we formalize about Franz, come up. Franz, there's a reason I'm calling Franz out for anybody that's not watching. Franz will cite that meeting when he comes right up to the microphone. I think.
And here I am, Franz Reichsman from the Finance Committee. I just, purely for my own convenience, I guess, I'm sure this is available, but could you give the numbers for the, you said the 3.77 cents, but what's the current number, and then what would be the number for next year? Do you have that? For tax rates?
All the way at the back.
It'll take me just a second to locate it.
Last page, I think.
Thanks, Franz.
Yeah, historic.
I thought it would be at your fingertips.
It usually is, actually. It's the last
Don't
page,
make me make a joke. Don't make
So
me make a joke.
General fund operating budget for the current fiscal year, the tax rate is $1, 25 cents and 0.85, so 1.2585 cents. With the 3.77 added to that, it would be 1.8. Let me write it down.
I'm not doing math. I'm
1.2585, and then
163.
No. No,
128,
yeah,
128.
that's why we got to be careful with the decimals.
Yeah.
1.2962. 1.2962 is what it would increase.
Yeah, that's what I get too. Thank you. Thank you.
You could have
for
just
that.
told us.
Yeah, and I don't know if you also have that list of tax rates for back to 2005,
Yes.
whatever it is. There's a very small adjustment number in there that I didn't understand. It's like 9/10 thousandths of a dollar or something that's like in the middle column there.
Yep.
And I just, could you clarify what that's about?
Sure. That's the local agreement tax rate. It's an adjustment that has to do with equalizing tax rates across Vermont. I can't tell you the exact formula that's applied, but because each town does its own property valuation, there's a adjustment that is made to
It's an equalization ratio.
Right, for the taxes that are paid into the state, property taxes paid to the state related to the education tax system. It has nothing to do with.
So it has nothing to do with the municipal budget?
Nothing to do with the municipal budget, nothing that the select board or town meeting has any control over. It's imposed by the state as an equalizing factor.
Sounds like the common level of appraisal.
Exactly.
It's related to the fact that different towns have different common levels.
Got it. I'm familiar with it in the school budget setting. I wasn't sure what that was in there.
And that's why it's there, because the table shows not only the municipal tax rate, but the school-related tax rates as well, and that's why you see the local agreement.
Very good.
Column.
Thank you.
Thanks, Franz. Further comments, questions, memorializations, feelings? So we're about to vote on this, and I feel like we've been doing this since October, so it feels big. Maybe it's...
We have.
Yeah. Okay, well then, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the FY21 proposed budget as presented and add it to the warning for representative town meeting.
Okay, David has made that motion to approve the budget. Let's not lose sight of the fact that it then goes to representative town meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Nice job, teammates. Don't even know where to go from there.
What are you going to do next Tuesday?
Jesus. Apparently we go from there to approving the town meeting warnings. And that is for the votes that will be taken on March 3rd, which are Australian ballot over at the American Legion from 7 to 7, and also the warnings that go to representative town meeting, which is a meeting attended by anybody but actively attended by reps from each district on Saturday, March 21st. Peter?
Thank you. There is one change to the first of those two warnings from what you saw last week.
Okay.
There was a placeholder, there was Article 2 last week for the school officers that will be listed on the ballot. Because of the, one of the implications of Act 46 and the consolidation of school districts is that there's no local Town of Brattleboro School District any longer. Because of the way in which the new consolidated school district needs to advertise its portion of the ballot, or warn its portion of the ballot, this year we're having separate warnings for the ballot portion and for representative town meeting. There will be no school portion for representative town meeting, and the school portion of the March 3rd town meeting day ballot is being warned separately by the school. So, schools, I should say, school district. So what you saw for the first part of this last week had 3 articles on it. You now only have 2 articles on it. They are the 2 that relate to town government. Article 1 being the offices that will be, for which elections will be held on that ballot, and Article 2 being the question about form of governance.
Thank you for that, Peter. And so it's going to be really important for us as voters to wrap our minds around the fact of how votes concerning the school board and the school budget and all of that is really going to be just kind of yanked out of our hands. It's not going to happen this March, whether you're voting on the 3rd or sitting in representative town meeting on that.
Actually, no, it will happen on the 3rd.
Oh, good, okay.
It's going to be on the ballot the same way as you're used to seeing it, but warned separately by the school district and
Okay.
in accordance with the new rules that apply to the new school district.
And so people will need to keep their eyes open for school district representatives to be posting that out. We're not going to be, we'll post it out if we know it, but you should really take a look at your school representatives from the district.
A couple of clarifications, yeah. One is that Brattleboro voters will be voting on school board members in all of the districts. And the districts, all the other towns, I should say, and the surrounding towns will be voting for the Brattleboro candidates as well. And there will be a candidates forum, and there will be profiles of the candidates published or posted on websites, and hopefully in the media as well. So you'll be able to find out about people that you probably never heard of before.
Great.
But it'll be on the ballot when you go to town to vote on town meeting day, or if you go in ahead of time, which for the school district starts on February 12th, the early voting. The ballot will look exactly the same. You'll vote for school directors. It'll just be for a Wyndham Southeast District instead of Brattleboro Town District.
Thank you, David. Peter?
Yes, just one other thing to make clear for the record. Everything that we've been talking about here in these last few minutes related to the warnings has been related to what is new and different this year in the March 3rd town meeting day election. The representative town meeting warning that is also part of your backup tonight is identical to what you saw a week ago and has 20 articles of town business on it without any school business on it because of, again, of the consolidation of the local town school districts into the Wyndham Southeast School District.
Excellent.
They're ready for your approval. We recommend your approval unless you have any further questions.
Board members, questions, comments, musings? On
Shall I
March-
now read the whole thing?
Which whole thing? The March 3rd whole thing, or
You could just read
March
Article 15 or
21st?
Article 19. Very good, yes. Let's
Okay, then I would enter.
Keep it
Yeah,
rolling.
Tim, go ahead.
I'm just wondering when we can stop calling it Australian ballot.
Oh, it's a terrible term.
You're from Australia. Do
Yes,
you have
I'm from
something to do
Australia.
with this?
No, I'm not.
You're from Australia this
No.
whole time? I had
That's
no
a running
idea.
gag.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a callback.
It's really perplexing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do kind
Secret
of know the
ballot.
history. It's in my
You know.
brain, but
I don't want to have to call it that. I just think that's what people know it as.
Oh,
So
do
I'm
they, though?
open to a better term.
Actually,
Yes, that's
I'm
what
not
I
sure
grew up
people
in
even
voting
know what
as.
that means.
Okay.
it's just
Yeah.
we know that's
It'd be
what
way
we
better-
call it.
vote.
It would be way better if you said.
Secret vote. It's the difference is on March 3rd you can vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. but there's no robust conversation. Things that are handled on March 21st, there will be
robust
copious
conversation
conversation
from at least two of these people.
on those articles.
And you can actually vote early as well in the
Yes.
secret ballot, Australian ballot.
Yes.
February
Although
12th.
maybe private
onwards.
There's
ballot would be better.
everyone should know this.
It's not as
actually.
fun, though.
You can actually vote almost now for the state and
For the national.
and the national,
But no
Yeah,
for-
45
and the
days.
primaries.
Yeah.
But you don't want to
No.
It's like hurting
because you'd have to go back
Yes.
on February 12th in that case.
Yeah.
And then
And
your
vote
school
again
stuff.
early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think is foolish anyway because the national stuff is going to sort itself out a little bit more.
Yeah.
on
And
March.
maybe it's good to vote early if you need to, and also sometimes you need time to digest all of the various offices, especially I guess if you were thinking about like Article number 2, about form of government, and also like I guess if we're voting on school district folks that we don't know so
Right.
well,
Take our
you want to
time.
like figure out what these people are like, and maybe things will need more time than just February 12th. I don't know.
So vote thoughtfully
Whatever.
and
you know,
also
do
only
whatever
vote
you want
once.
to do. It's your vote. You know?
It used to be early and often. Now it's thoughtfully and once.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All right. I would love
Having
to.
had this conversation, is there anybody who would like to make a motion before we go really deep into the
I'll
weeds?
make a motion.
All right.
I move to approve, as presented, the warning for the annual town meeting to be held on March 3rd, 2020, and the warning for the annual representative town meeting to be held on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent. Excellent. I mean, Daniel has made that very heavy motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we now move into new business, and our first item is appointment for ratification at town meeting, and it is for our interim town treasurer. Peter?
Thank you. So a week ago, you did your normal annual actions on this same type of an appointment for the positions of town clerk and town attorney. We held this one back because that night we had in front of you the contract to have the accounting and auditing firm of Lance & Heath be providing interim finance director services to the town for the next few months while we search for a new finance director. Now that that's a settled matter, we have in front of you the town treasurer, which normally, when there isn't turnover occurring in the position of finance director, in our system here, because we have a staff that's sufficient for it to function this way, as is normal for a larger town in Vermont. Many of the smaller towns in Vermont actually have town treasurers who are elected. They don't have a finance department staff like we have. We've got a finance department staff that allows for separation of duties and proper internal controls. And the finance director, because of that, serves in Brattleboro as the finance director and treasurer, subject to appointment as treasurer each year by the select board and ratification by town meeting. Since we are in transition this year, what we're asking is that you appoint as interim town treasurer, the town's assistant treasurer, who's Deborah DeRozier. She, over the years, when John O'Connor has been the town treasurer, it's Debbie who has signed on his behalf at times when he was not immediately available for something that needed the town treasurer's signature. She's the right person for this responsibility, and the structure with which we brought this forward is to have her designated as interim town treasurer, effective immediately and continuing until a new finance director town treasurer is hired. We'd ask that you approve this tonight, and then we'll be asking town meeting to approve it on March 25th.
Thank you, Peter. How does Debbie feel about this?
She is willing.
Hey, I'll take it.
Maybe even enthusiastic, but she'd have to speak for herself about that.
But she's willing to do
obviously,
it.
we've cleared this with her. She understands that this action would be happening this evening.
Excellent. Board members, questions, comments, feelings?
Since we technically have to appoint a town treasurer when there is a new hire, does that then require an assembly of town meeting?
It does not.
Okay.
What happens when either town clerk or finance director is appointed in the middle of a year in between town meetings, you will make the select board appointment to, in this case, town treasurer, subject to ratification at the next town meeting, but they'll serve based on your action as town treasurer in the meantime.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that question.
Good clarification.
Other comments, questions?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Take it away.
I move to appoint Deborah DeRozier as interim town treasurer, subject to ratification at the representative town meeting on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
I would just like to mention that there are 3 clerk-related items that I'm sending down the line.
All right.
Okay. That was not a vague statement there,
Very
Liz.
clerky.
We're on it immediately. Okay. We are still under new business. We're on our last item under new business, and we are on sidewalk project to connect the new Hinsdale Bridge to Royal Road. Peter?
Thank you. This is one of the things that has flowed out of the significant amount of communication and collaboration we've been having with officials at VTrans over the last year or so around a number of different transportation-related matters in Brattleboro. So there's also safety actions that the state is working towards on Putney Road as a result of that work that we've been doing together. They are also considering a request for speed limit reduction on Putney Road as well as out on Marlborough Road. So there's a lot of things that are happening that are indicative of VTrans honoring its commitment that it has made to municipalities around Vermont to be a partner in addressing things that are of local concern within the transportation system. This one here is related to the Hinsdale Bridge project that is to be put out to bid this year. The awarding of the bid is either going to be late this year or early next year if everything stays on schedule. Construction to begin about a year from now or a little bit later. In the final planning stages, V-Trans identified an opportunity to connect the sidewalk that is already going to connect the bridge to downtown. There's an opportunity to have that sidewalk extended so that it goes from the bridge to Royal Road, which is the entrance into the Morningside Commons neighborhood, and a crosswalk with the traffic signal at that location modified to have a dedicated walk signal like we have in downtown Brattleboro. The initially, because this was to be related to but separate from the bridge project, it had a price tag attached to it that we believed to be prohibitively high. The town would have had a cost share that we thought was difficult for the town to bear for such a small segment of sidewalk, but it was a really good project. It's something we wanted to see achieved. And so we worked with V-Trans around that concern, and they've identified ways in which sort of up to the point where you would go outside of what's allowed by the Federal Highway Administration. So they don't go outside of that, obviously. They're living within the federal rules that apply to the bridge project. But within the boundaries of what they can accommodate that prepares for this project within the scope of the bridge project, that's now been incorporated into the bridge project, which allows the separate piece of work to build the sidewalk to be the lowest expense possible. V-Trans, because it's responsible for the signal at the intersection, will pay 100% of the cost of modifying that signal to provide the walk signal and the crosswalk there. We will share 80%, 20% the costs of the construction of the new sidewalk, with the state paying 80% and the town paying 20%. The town's share of the sidewalk portion of the project is estimated to be about $70,000. We don't know for sure exactly what it will be yet, because the action we're asking for tonight is for you to authorize us to move forward. There's a form that has to be submitted to V-Trans. It's called their project commitment form, and it states that the town is committed to moving forward with this project and that we will appropriate the monies that we need to appropriate at the time that the project moves forward to pay for our share of it. We will actually be managing the project on behalf of V-Trans, so it'll be one of these projects where we manage the project forward and then are reimbursed for 80% of the cost by the state. We're very pleased from staff's perspective that it's been able to be worked out this way. We're grateful again that the V-Trans staff, there have been times over the years when it's easy to complain about folks who work 2 hours away, and sometimes there's been less collaborative of a relationship, but we've really had good communication over this last year or two, and this project is Exhibit A for that. We think it's ready for your approval. We'd like to advise V-Trans that we're ready to move forward with it so they can start taking the steps they need to put together a grant agreement and get the project moving forward.
Thank you for that, Peter. I'm also really grateful for the way that V-Trans has really held in, especially in a project that has kind of developed a drag. It could be easy to lose sight of. So, is there anybody who would like to speak to this item on the board?
Sounds like progress and really good negotiating relationship with V-Trans.
Great. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, there's a question.
Where? Franz.
there.
How did I not know? Come forth, Franz.
Could still make a motion.
Franz Reichsman, Finance Committee. This is only marginally related, but I'm wondering whether this project involves any change to either the structure of the intersection of Main Street and Route 142 or the traffic control there. This discussion sparked that in my mind.
No, thank you. Actually, that's come up a lot in discussions with various members of the public around what's coming with this project. So that intersection is not within the scope of the project. It won't be touched by the project. There is one significant change to Route 142 that I'll mention in a minute that people probably ought to, since we're taking a little bit deeper dive, people ought to be warned about. So I'll come back to that in a second. But directly to your question about the five-way intersection at Lower Main Street that's very challenging at times, that's going to become essentially a four-way. The route that now goes to Hinsdale is going to be a connection only down to the restaurant and the train station parking. And so there's going to be a lot less traffic using Bridge Street. It will still be there, but it'll be, the signalization will be reset in a way that makes the other 4 entry points function, even though the geometry is, there's no right angle in sight. It's still, at least from a signal timing point of view, is going to be able to function like a 4-way intersection. And so we expect that the free-flowing traffic through that area is going to improve significantly. We'll see. That's another thing that has come out of coordination with the state, because since it was originally outside of, and still is actually outside of the scope of the bridge project, originally there wasn't really any plan to do any modification there. In communication that we've had with VTrans, they completely agree that to finish off the bridge project and not adjust the timing there is going to leave that even further out of whack, because nobody needs the help to come up that hill by the, from the railroad tracks anymore, or very few people compared to the current load. And so the VTrans is going to take on the responsibility of doing that reset once the bridge project is complete.
It's not a structural change, it's just a reset of the timing?
Exactly right. Yep. The geometry of the intersection will remain exactly as it is today.
Which I think will make quite a difference. I mean,
absolutely.
It should.
Yeah. Yes, it should. We don't know. It's all theory.
Right.
Yeah, but it should.
And then the other thing I was going to mention is, so the connecting point between the bridge and Route 142 is at an elevation quite a lot higher than the current elevation of Route 142. So that's necessary because of the height that the bridge has to be at when it comes over the railroad tracks. And the railroad tracks are so close to where 142 is at that point that there's not enough room to bring the Route 119 coming off of the bridge, down to the current level of 142. So what's going to happen is somewhere around the current entrance to the what was the Marlboro Graduate Center building, the 142 is going to rise pretty significantly. I don't remember the exact amount of feet. I want to say maybe 20 or 22 feet high, and it will peak at the point where the connection to Route 119 and the bridge to Hinsdale will be, and then it'll come back down, and it'll be back down at the current grade by the time it gets to the Royal Road intersection. But it'll be a really significant change in the appearance of that area.
It's weird.
I sense fun for bicyclists.
And skateboards. So I was just thinking, do we need a skateboard?
It's going to be the perfect skateboard area. Yep. Okay. Ron, do you feel good? Everybody feels good about that? Excellent. Do we need a motion for that, Peter? I don't have my page flipped.
Please.
Okay, I would entertain one.
I'll make a motion to authorize Town Manager Elwell to sign and submit a project commitments form to the Vermont Agency of Transportation for a sidewalk project to connect the new Hinsdale Bridge with Royal Road.
Excellent. Peter, Jesus. I'm sorry.
We are now committed.
Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. There is no other warned business on tonight's agenda, and so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned at 7:15. Anastasia, can you come up here for a second, please?
Where are you going to dinner?
I have now given Peter 2 incorrect spellings of your name, and I would love it.
Good morning, BHS. Today is Friday, January 17th, 2020.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Lego Palooza will now be held twice a month on first and third Thursdays at Brattleboro Memorial Library from 3 to 5 p.m. We provide the Legos, you build. Do not bring your own Legos. Children cannot keep the Legos.
Yeah, do not keep those Legos. It'll be bad
Consequences.
thing. Yes. The Brattleboro Winter Farmers Market takes place every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. downtown at the CF Church Building. So go visit and purchase some local produce, maple syrup, and much, much more. Now we're to funny news with Higgles.
Hey,
Higgles.
He's going to make us giggle.
He better make us giggle.
Higgles the giggle, man.
Alright, so basically, this guy in Denver, he has a white beard, and he's being held on a $10,000 bond for allegedly robbing a Colorado bank and throwing the cash in the air while screaming Merry Christmas.
Oh,
Wow.
so sweet.
Yeah.
Wow.
His name's David Wayne Oliver, and he's 65 years old.
Wait,
He's
so
living
like
his
he
dream.
took it, but then he just like threw it up in the air. So like,
Yeah,
is
he's
it really
just, like,
stealing
doing a
that?
deed. It was on Christmas Eve, so yeah, he's just doing a deed for the public, and he was arrested near Starbucks after he held up the Academy Bank in Colorado Springs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He's living out his dream, I guess. 65 years old. Doing
Yeah, he's got the white beard and everything.
It's like
He's
a movie.
He's going for it, yeah.
Love it.
He just like threatened to use a weapon to steal the cash, and then they didn't say how much cash it was, but it was a bank, so I'm assuming quite a bit.
Did he actually have a weapon, or was he just...
I don't know, it just said he threatened to.
Sounds
use
like the
one.
dude who wouldn't have a weapon.
Yeah, I feel like he just
just
fake
wanted
it,
to
like pretend
Did he
had
give
it.
it back?
Huh?
Because you said he just threw it in the air. Did like they get it back?
Probably, like off this, yeah.
Was it really stealing then?
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
he
A
took it
little
out of the
bit.
building and then threw it in the air. Alright.
And he threatened to use a weapon.
Alright, thank you, Tyler.
Thank you for that. On another note, Tyler,
Yes.
what do you call a snowman's dog?
A dog. Like, that's just what it is.
No, a slush puppy.
Wow. Funny one there. Big fan of slush puppies.
Yes.
Blue raspberry.
Mm.
I got another joke for you.
Okay.
Why was a snowman rummaging in a bag of carrots?
He's hungry. You want something to eat?
No, I mean, yeah, you're right, but no. But he was picking his nose.
Ah, ha, ha. That's funny.
Thank you. I mean,
That's funny.
I tried to get those good
That's
ones.
really hilarious. On January 21st at the marina, there is some paint party fun. Be sure to pick up one of their frequent painter cards, and remember that beginners are always welcome.
Yeah, that's right. Insight Photography in downtown Brattleboro is celebrating MLK Day with free portraits. The event will run from 11 to 4. Go to 183 Main Street on your day off to be photographed. Oh my goodness.
Photographed.
That is weird. Now over to World News with Brandon.
Hello, it is Brandon. A video appears to show football star Odell Beckham Jr. striking a security guard's backside in Louisiana State University's locker room on Monday after their national championship win over Clemson. Beckham Jr., 27, is a former LSU player. New Orleans police said that they had obtained an arrest warrant on the charge of misdemeanor simple battery. The incident occurred at the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans. That's all I have for today. Back to the desk.
Yeah.
Can you really blame him?
Yeah.
He's in a locker room.
That's
Yeah,
nonsense.
that's absurd.
A lot of questionable stuff
Yeah.
goes on in locker rooms.
Exactly. And we know firsthand about that
Yes.
stuff.
We won't speak about it though.
No.
What happens in the locker room stays in the locker room. The scariest holiday is coming soon, Valentine's Day. This is your quick reminder to get your gift early so you don't have to rush out the night of the 13th to get your significant other a cute and cheap but expensive looking gift.
Yeah. I mean,
Whatever
well, I
happens,
got a
happens.
joke for you, Jim.
Boy, let's hear it.
What do you call a snowman in July?
Can you have snowmen in jail?
No, you can't. That's why it's called puddle.
Oh, I get it, because the snowman melted.
Exactly. Oh, here we go.
All right. I have a good joke
another
for you.
joke. Yikes.
What do
Can't
you
wait.
call a snowman with a six-pack?
He's Jack Snowman.
The abominable snowman.
Wow. Wow, that one gets me. That one's
That's
pretty
a
funny.
good one. Proud of that one.
Anyways, come out and support your favorite IBL teams on every Wednesday. Games start at 7 and 8 p.m.
Pop out to some men's league basketball games on Sundays. They start at 9 a.m. and they end around 4 p.m. These men take these games very seriously, and they think they are playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Show up and provide these dudes with more than 3 fans. Please, we beg you.
There's also a blackout tonight at 7 at the BHS gym. The varsity boys basketball will face Linden. So come out and show some support.
Blackout.
Yeah, black clothes, that means.
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. You don't have to dye your hair or anything.
That would be sweet, though.
That'd be extreme. That's all for today, folks. We are closing with a video made by Ernie and Forrest, so we hope you enjoy.
And that's why the world's like this.
Hi, my name is Ernie. I'm a junior. I was born in Chicago, but now I live in Brattleboro, and I like parkour. Hi, my name is Forrest. I'm a junior. I live in Gilford, and I'm really into parkour.
Great.
Yeah, I could make it. You think I can land it? Yeah, land it. Are you okay? Dude, I think I sprained my wrist. Not good. I broke my elbow. I can't move.
o'clock. It is the 27th of January, 2020. This is the Jamaica Select Board meeting. And first order of business is to call for any additions to the agenda. Did I say anything?
Well, we're talking about technology and potentially allocating some money for technology upgrades.
Alrighty. Anything else? Hearing none. Next item of business, approve the minutes for the January 13th Select Board. Where is my minutes? There we go. They were sent around electronically, plus everybody should have a copy. If you'd like, we can get you another copy. Everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes. And any corrections, deletions, additions?
I'll make a motion to pass to the meeting minutes as written.
Second. I have one. Is there any discussion? Yes, I do have one. Actually, I have two little items. Can you, let's talk about number 5. In the last line, it says Judy made a motion to approve the request to make improvements to Town Trail number 8. That motion, I believe, was to approve the request to make improvements to Town Trail number 8 pending the signed agreement. If you recall, there's an agreement that needs to be signed before we go forward with it. Remember that?
Yeah.
So is it okay to amend that item?
Yes.
Okay, and the only other item is on the top of the second page, Andre Ansedin Allen. I think it starts out on the previous page. Joel met with Andre and told us she is willing to help with coordinating. This isn't a correction, it's just a question. Andre is from where? Where is she and how does she connect to this?
I have the card right here.
Where?
Links right there too.
Joel.
Where?
Oh, from,
Is that, I mean, I don't know who she is or what she
I
is.
can't remember.
she's from Brattleboro, USDA.
USDA.
You see the USDA officer in Brattleboro?
Yes.
Okay, so let's put in from the USDA office in Brattleboro.
I'll amend the motion to accept the meeting minutes as revised.
Second. Have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
Abstain?
I'm abstaining because I was named.
All right, one abstention. They pass. Thank you very much. The next item of business is our usual approve the minutes, identify the timesheets for town office, solicitors, highway, transportation, and number 4, so that sign the select board orders. We will do that at the end of the meeting to preserve the time of our guests. Just be aware, we're going to have Kelly Payet as representative is going to be coming in, but she wasn't sure about what time. So I put her as number 6, but we're not sure exactly when she's going to be here. So right off the bat, though, we're going to be hearing about the state broadband initiative. Did you go to that meeting?
The 16th was the kickoff meeting.
Okay. I couldn't remember the date when I put it in.
Is she part of that?
No, Kelly's separate.
Okay.
She's coming.
That's what I
She's
thought.
coming in as her own.
It sounded like she was connected.
She's interested in doing it. She's been at the meetings.
Yeah. So, Mr. Robbins, if you'll identify yourself to the camera, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. The broadband initiative goal is to build and operate a FTTP or fiber to the premises network in underserved or unserved areas of the state. These FTT net will serve communication union districts, which are to be formed from 2 or more towns. They'll be built and operated by a business entity, it can either be a nonprofit or a for-profit business. And the first phase of this, which is what I'll pitch tonight, is a study, and the basic study is to build a business case for developing the networks. And I should point out that This is an opportunity to fulfill policy number 4 and number 7 in the infrastructure section of our town plan, which calls on investigating ways to expand broadband coverage for the whole town.
Good.
And if it works, we will have taken action in accordance with action item number 6 and 7. The Wyndham Regional Council is prime, well, it's the contractor, but I guess that's as close as any, for the study. They have 2 partners, and which are Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., which is the business planner, essentially, and ValleyNet, which is an engineering firm which will design the system comparable to, I guess, a preliminary engineering report with sufficient detail to support a funding initiative. The study runs from its kickoff meeting on the 16th to August of 2020. It's a very compressed schedule.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that on the slides. It's not a lot of time.
Yeah. The Wyndham Regional Commission is, everybody knows what that is, I guess. I just want to point out that it has 27 towns and 3 counties, and because of the large number, that's why they want a single rep to be appointed by each town. They just can't deal with everybody.
Gotcha.
Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc. is a sister organization of the Center for Rural Innovation. Their goal is to spread the digital economy into rural areas. And their basic responsibility is to develop the business case for capitalization of these fiber networks, which include defining the communication union district or the market, an engineering design to support the development costs, and operating budget sufficient to determine what the return on investment would be for potential investors. ValleyNet is, as I said, is an engineering firm which will design and possibly operate the system. They have designed and built one up north in east central Vermont, and they're currently working on a second one.
Is there, I don't want to interrupt you, but how many of them are in progress in Vermont right now? Just the first one? Just the 2. Okay.
That I know of. The ultimate goal of this is to build a business plan and a feasibility study or a business case which will be sufficient to support development either from revenue bonds, grants, private investment, or a combination of all 3 necessary to capitalize building the network. The elements of this feasibility study, first and foremost, are a take rate survey. And this is a survey of how many people will sign up initially. They need to get 30%. These are basically the early adopters and they figure if they get 30% up front, then another 30% will follow once the networks.
Now you're talking 30% of the community or 30% of the whole the whole communication district?
They weren't clear, but they mean 30% of the town, I think, right now.
Okay.
I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but this is kind of a challenge for us because of the disproportionate number of vacation homeowners.
Yeah.
They need to know the location by home, and they need to know how much bandwidth individual homeowners would want. You can have up to 100 megabits per second, is what they cite in this presentation, but I'm pretty sure I heard a gigahertz at the meeting, so that's an issue.
Over fiber, you could definitely get that. Eventually, you could get that over fiber. It's all based on the equipment that's being
Yes, yeah, the fiber will support it. So
yeah,
but there's a conflict between what they said and what's in here. They need to know what the potential customers would be willing to pay, and they need what they call a vertical asset inventory, which means how many telephone poles. They're going to string these on existing poles. So if you have a connection to the electrical grid, a utility pole you're connected to, you can be connected to this.
Would they be using the power poles or the telephone poles?
It didn't say.
Actually, I can speak for my road. Most of our lines are on telephone poles.
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper to go telephone pole and have the electricity connected.
Now that you mentioned it, I think they must mean telephone poles because they intend to connect to backbone providers, either consolidated dish network, somebody with the high bandwidth capacity, and be a reseller of bandwidth for those firms. So in our case, I can't imagine they wouldn't follow the telephone poles for consolidated.
You know, we found that out 35 years ago when we moved here, that to put up an electrical pole would cost over $1,000. To put up a telephone pole, we had telephone before we had electricity. And that was free.
Well, they don't want to put up any poles. So. Well, they said they made some exceptions maybe, but basically they're going to follow the existing utility pole routes. All of that is to develop routes and methods, or basically the network topology, identify communication union districts where there's a critical mass, and with that information they can come up with a technical design for a preliminary engineering study and costing. The business plan will include the high-level engineering and design plans, the market analysis, financing models, and as I said, these can be revenue bonds, grants, or capital investment. What they cannot be is municipal bonds, tax money, town doesn't pay. The estimated cost construction and the operation model will be included too. These communication union districts are basically the same as any other municipal district. If you saw that slide, there were several examples of a health district, a water district, a solid waste district, and a regional offices district. They don't necessarily have to be contiguous, and it's possible to have multiple connections to a network. The fact that we have consolidated running through the middle of the town shouldn't really be a problem for galvanizing on either side of Route 30. Basically, they want to make the communication union districts as big as possible to aggregate as much demand as possible to make it investment as attractive as possible. And that's basically what all that slide says. They will have to be big enough, this is my aside, to generate a return on investment. Even if it's a nonprofit, they have to have an operating profit or else they'll fold. So they're going to have to generate enough income to return the capital investment and operate the network. There can be, as I said, there must be at least two, but the ones that they illustrated had on the order of 15 in them. So
15 towns?
Towns, yeah. So they're looking to make them pretty big. The town boundaries are irrelevant. Well, you've got to get along with your neighbors too. Again, the cost to the taxpayer in the town is zero. The town is not on the hook for anything. And if it goes belly up, we're still not on the hook. Although the assets of whatever entity it is can be seized if there's bankruptcy There's two ways to join. Either we can vote to join at the town meeting, and this is part of an initial communication the district is formed, or after one is formed, the select board can choose to join it by the select board. They gave sample language of a resolution here, and I won't belabor that, but should we join, we can, copy this and be perfectly. So, the first thing, here's what we have to do. The first thing to do is for the select board to decide if you want to participate. And if you do, you have to pass a simple resolution to say so. You have to designate an official point of contact, which means you can either confirm me or appoint somebody else. And again, I'll say again, my feelings won't be hurt if somebody on the select board wants to be the rep instead of me. It's okay, but somebody. And then after you do that, you have to inform Sue West at the WRC. The next step is a tutorial on February 6th on how to conduct the survey. No, there's only one official rep. It's an open meeting, so anybody who's interested can go. This take rate survey underpins the whole thing, really. And we have nearly 3/4 of the grand list is vacation property. The number of buildings is probably less because there's some pretty palatial vacation homes making up the grand list, but still, they predominate the number of buildings in our town. So it seems to me, given our past response to surveys, that we're going to have to get a response from the non-resident property owners to get a 30% take rate, which means demand, which means money. The WRC will create the survey cards and with their partners, they'll write all the questions. We don't have to do any of that. They will. They kind of danced around the issue of what if somebody wants it but can't really afford it. They said they'll have some questions in there addressing that, but they really didn't say what they were going to be yet. And they will provide assistance with dissemination, but basically I think we're going to have to do it if we want to pursue it. Time is of the essence. I may be speaking a little out of turn, but I know it's the end of the budget year, so if there's no money for a mailing, there is money in the JPC's fund that could be used, and it's legal free to spend it. So if that's attractive, I'll bring it up at the next planning commission meeting.
Just a quick question. Do you remember what it cost us for our last mailing?
I don't pay the bills.
Not the bill, but on top, did we send a mailing out?
We had done one for when we announced the meeting for the water presentation, and that was, obviously was only a postcard as opposed to a large survey, but it was only $200.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. 105? Is that what
Yeah. I mean, I think the postage was a couple hundred and maybe the printing was 80 or something like that. I mean, it was pretty nominal, really.
So we can take a guess around $300 or $400.
What about,
Might even be high.
I mean, town meeting's coming up, bringing it to town meeting, having cards at town meeting, having, telling people, hey, we really need you to fill out these surveys. Granted, it's not going to be 30% at town meeting, but that's going to take a chunk. And go to the Karen store, have her.
I think it's going to take a multi-pronged effort.
Yeah.
And have someone stay at the transfer station for a day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things, but we're still, like Chris was saying, we still need to reach those people who aren't here all the time. Right. Because they are very likely that they would want this service to their house, even for the 1 week a month they're here or something.
Oh, sure, absolutely, but I'm concerned about having them available for the public to grab and fill out, in that there's going to be some way to maintain some discipline about what properties are represented, as opposed to picking up a handful of cards that Karen's filling them all out. And so granted, we can go by addresses, but I'm wondering if we're going to hit all the properties or get a whole lot of cards for a couple of properties. I'm just thinking about the discipline of maintaining a legitimate 30%.
I think that's where we need to do the mailing and 3 or 4 other things. And I'm gonna guess, I mean, the planning group that's involved is gonna be doing the tallying of the survey, and the planning of the creation of the survey is still to take place, that there's probably some mechanism there to make sure that somebody's not filling out one twice and somebody's not getting missed, and what properties are we?
I'm sure it's manageable. It's just one of those things I'm thinking of how to make sure we hit the real numbers.
I'm jumping ahead, but these surveys are due March 17th.
Well, that's the other question. I mentioned bring up.
So we got a really
real crunch time-wise. Yeah, I was looking at, as I was going over your slides, I'm thinking, I'm doing the mental math, and I don't see it, I don't see it possible to put it off that long and get it done. It would have to be something we'd have to start like soon, next week, you know, in February, to be able to get enough of the information back. So we're kind of in a bind. I mean, at some level, we need to go to town meeting with a question, we want to go forward. At the same time, we got to go forward before we can ask the question.
No, I think right now the only question is whether we want to participate in a survey. Once the survey results come back, then that business plan is put together, and then we determine whether we want to go forward with the whole being part of the process. So we can make that decision tonight that we want to be part of the survey. And
go forward with the survey.
Go forward with the survey, and then it's down the road a month or 2 or 3 before.
Not too many months or 2 or 3.
Before, well, they will then come back with a business plan to say this is feasible and do we want in.
If we do that, then we're going to have another town meeting, because that's going to be way after our town meeting time.
Oh, right, for sure.
Unless a group is formed and you opt and we opt in, and opt-in can happen just at the select board.
We can decide that as a board.
Somebody, is there anybody in the offing?
Say that again?
Is there anybody on the cusp of starting one?
Is there I think where it's too early, right, to say that there's, right.
We need to decide to make a resolution tonight, right, to get involved.
Right, to undertake.
After you get done with your, is this like the most important part of your presentation is what we're talking about now, or?
I'm almost done.
No, I was just curious.
I'm sorry, I kind of got off. I'm trying to think of all the little briefs.
This is basically all I know. I got a few more comments, but I'm not going to know. We'll know more after the survey meeting on the 6th.
So I think you're right. The main part of this presentation, from having been at the meeting, was we need to buy into the survey, and then a lot more information will be coming out going down.
I watched it. I saw the tape.
Do we want to take the first step in this, which is the survey, or not? And if so, we're going to have to go fast.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the survey results would tell you if the town will have to move forward, so it would be smart just to do the survey to see how the town feels, and then we as a select board can make the decision.
That would give us a sense, but we'd still, by virtue of the nature of the structure, we'd have to go to a town meeting for the vote to move forward. But that would give us a sense of whether they want to go or not. Wouldn't we have to do that, take that to the voters before we get involved with the CUD? Not with somebody else's, but to start one of them.
I don't think you have.
As I read the slides, it said that you had to go to a town meeting to start the communications union district.
To join, once the union is defined, then you either have to have a town meeting or
join somebody else.
Or the select.
Or the select board.
Or join somebody else. I guess that's the thing.
But we don't need the town meeting.
If we can find somebody else to join.
No, either way.
If we want to join somebody else, or we want to be independent on our own district, so we have more control.
If we want to join another district, we're okay. If we want to start one,
we got to have the town vote.
Then we have to have the town vote. That's the differentiation. I'm reading your slides. Is that accurate?
That's right.
But the question is, if we want to start on one, do we then have more control over the district, because as a town we would control that versus if we join somebody else.
Two towns in it.
It's always a group of towns. It's
always a group.
Always a group of towns.
At least so it has to be at least 2, so we'd have to partner with.
And quite frankly, just to get the critical mass, it's never just 2 unless it was like Burlington.
The town would be expected to appoint somebody to the board of directors of whatever business entity is operating.
Sure. So we'd have a voice in there, but we'd still have, in order to start one, we can wait for somebody else to start one and then join them, theoretically. or we could move forward in this, and with a clock ticking, because you're talking about July and.
Yeah, it ends July, or August 20th.
Yeah.
2020.
That's when you have to commit?
That's
when it starts to happen?
That's when this survey ends.
Oh, okay.
After that,
Right.
we don't know the schedule.
It could be the next.
Could be next
town
year.
meeting.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what my take on it.
At some time after that, there will be a communication union district formed. Somebody will invest, and then we'll know, what the real schedule is.
So, right. Well, if we opted to pursue this tonight, we can get out of it anytime, couldn't we? If the town wasn't like on board with.
It sounds like
The surveys came
The
back and
survey-
they couldn't get 30%.
But I mean, just us.
This is no commitment.
This is only.
This is only just do a survey.
Right.
That's what it
We're
sounded
not
like most
forced
of the
to
meeting
join
was
the
about.
union.
So, all we do, right, if we vote to do the survey, that's all we.
Okay.
Right.
Is there a reason why it is such a short period of time that they have decided on getting the survey done?
Yeah, well, Chris Campany was very apologetic for this, but they're not allowed to start work until the grant's awarded, which was, I guess.
A couple of weeks ago.
And they have a
The
grant from the state.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so they've got to
State
start
legislature
because of
voted.
the.
Would have been nice if they said this was coming.
Or given a vision.
Yeah,
So
okay, that makes sense.
Can you explain the difference between, you said the August date, the August 20th date, and the March 17th date?
March 17th is when the survey is due.
Start,
After that,
So we have to send it out by then? Or we have to have?
No,
it
that's
back?
we have to have it back by.
Okay, and then they're gonna process them all. Someone's gonna take 4 months to process all that?
They're gonna take,
But process and formulate a business plan.
April, May, June.
I didn't get
Yeah,
that. I
it's
thought
about
this
4
was, he was
months.
saying, he said at one point the survey ends.
Oh, by certain, he means the period during which that period which is the collection of the data, the analysis of the data, and the spitting out of the results.
Okay.
And
And then from there, there'll be a business plan on the 20th of August, or there'll be
No.
the data on the 20th of August that they will build the business plan off of?
It's
the
my
survey, here's the schedule. The surveys must be received by March 17th.
Okay.
The feasibility study will be completed by the end of April. Okay, so we're gonna digest the survey.
Okay, so about a month, okay, that's fine.
Then they'll develop a business plan for 2 or 3 months, following the Vermont Department of Public Service approval of their feasibility study. And all that's supposed to end by August of 2020.
So by August of 2020, there will
And
be,
that can lead
there will be
into
a plan, at least a preliminary plan?
Yes.
Okay,
And so you have all the information you need in order to develop these districts.
got it.
Do they have any sense, the people who are honchoing this, that there are enough people, enough towns that want to go through with this?
I would say
Or
they
is
do.
it-
The
you think so?
kickoff meeting was extremely well attended.
Okay.
There was only 5 towns not represented.
Oh, okay.
In Wilson County.
So there's a lot of interest.
Oh, yes.
And that doesn't mean they weren't interested, they just, no one there at that meeting.
Okay.
I'll just make a couple of points that are left. The WRC will provide an internet-based survey tool for people who respond on the internet if they want to, or they can respond in paper and we'll collect it. They're going back to the service they offer. They plan on offering several tiers of service, different levels of bandwidth, which you can change arbitrarily any time you want. I raised the issue with Sue Westville whether there'd be a plan oriented toward vacation homeowners where they could turn it on and off, or offer something like consumer cellular plan where you pay a connection charge, which isn't all that significant, and then it goes up from there by how much you use. She didn't know the answer.
But I would think for this particular part of the state, that's a real important question.
Yes, it is. So I'll keep asking it.
And within families who really couldn't afford paying, let's say, a big amount of money.
There was some talk about providing for lower income people, because it will become a very important source for school children.
Yeah.
So the question, that brings up another issue in my mind as I was reading those slides, my brain shifted. We're talking now about a combination of individual personal use and business, or is business going to be funded separately?
No, business can
buy into it, right?
buy into it too.
So a family is going to be paying the same rate as somebody who's got a business, online business next door.
But the family will have a lower, not necessarily the same amount of use.
Consumption.
So it's going to be
So you can get one rate for 100 up, 100 down. You can get a lower rate for 25 up, 25 down. You can choose. You can choose the bandwidth that you want.
All right. So it's flexible in those regards.
And it's also location neutral, which means wherever somebody lives, they would be paying the same geographical rate. Although if you live a mile off the road in a long driveway, you'd have to supply the connection for the driveway. So
If
it's
you
on
didn't,
your
if there wasn't
property.
already a
Right.
connection to your house.
Right.
Right.
One final point. The reason why this is fulfilling our infrastructure policy is we're trying to, the state and I guess the town is trying to attract remote workers. Working in a collaborative environment, especially if you're using large files like AutoCAD files, takes enormous amount of bandwidth. So we could make it very attractive for them to live out in the woods and under trees and be online.
We can't have water, at least we can have broadband. What is the mood of the board?
Well, are you done presenting, Chris?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, thank you very much for doing that for us. Thank you very, very much. That's
I'll make a motion to,
I have a motion that's fairly well scripted.
Why don't you do
With
that?
the help of the planning commission for drafting this for me. I can pass it out to everybody.
Look at this.
Everybody can read it in advance, or I will read it out loud too. Here. And so you're not surprised, Chris, your name is mentioned in here as being our appointee. All right.
If you're well.
Yes.
So, okay.
You want to see what this motion is going to be?
He wrote it.
See what you bought into?
I move that the select board authorize Jamaica's participation in the Wyndham Regional Commission's broadband feasibility study, and that Chris Robbins be appointed to serve as the town's official designated representative to that project. This action does not constitute a commitment to participate in a communications union district or to expend any public funds except for the cost of distributing a survey questionnaire to each Jamaica property owner.
Well said.
I'll second.
I have a second. Do I have any further discussion on this well said and seconded motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It sounds unanimous. You pass.
Thank you,
for
Chris.
serving, sir. Chris? Yes, excellent. I'm really glad you're going to take this on because it's something you've been involved with and you really enjoy it. Yeah, I don't know why you enjoy it. We're going to talk about that.
I wrote that section of the town plan, so
So you really know what's going on. Good, excellent. Very good, very good, very good. Any other questions for Chris? Comment besides another thank you? You were involved with that too, I gather.
Tangentially.
Tangentially.
So, yeah.
Nice to have an occasional tangent. Okay, well, moving on then, thank you again. We were scheduled to have a meeting with the representative, Kelly Paella, who is set about 7:30, but she said she's gonna be moving things to get here. So what we can do is cover some of the really kind of normal select board stuff until she gets here. Works for everybody? First item of business is the review of the overweight permit request. We have an overweight permit request from the Newport Sand and Gravel / Carroll Concrete, Newport, New Hampshire. And we have the fee, and we have the appropriate paperwork. Motion to send this to our road commissioner.
Second.
I have a second. Reviewing it, by the way, we're talking about something that's been done before in I forgot to mention that the liability, certificate of liability is in here as well. So all in favor of sending this to the road commissioner, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good, thank you very much. It carries. And the next item of business, we have on a yearly basis, if I remember correctly, a response to the Vermont AOT having to do, it's called Certificate of Highway Mileage. And what this is the forms and a package of things that have to be approved and signed by the select board, saying that our mileage is whatever our mileage happens to be. And right now, we got a state highway mileage of 14.6, or a total mileage, class 1, 2, 3, and the state highway is 64.135 miles, and the legal trails of 19.6 miles. We need to just sign this, and because nothing's changed since last year. And this is the information from which we get state monies for our roads, that sort of stuff. So there's plenty of places for us to sign, so we sign small. We can get this done tonight. As I said, there's not been a whole lot of changes at all. I think I just read you the numbers, and as near as I can tell, there's a section here for new highways discontinued, reclassified, it's all blank, because we haven't done anything yet. So we're ready to go there. So, motion to have the select board sign these? I move. Have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Am I making it clear what we're going on?
Yeah.
What about that new project that we added to that, obviously, if they decide?
If we go through that, yeah, then we'll make the changes, but we're still waiting for the legal paperwork to do. Yep. Okay, so all in favor, any further discussion?
That's part of us abiding by the Orange Book. What's the real name of that book? Is that something to do with that?
Well, the Orange Book tells us how to maintain all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, this is
To
just
be
how.
eligible for those monies?
Well, if we follow the Orange Book with this stuff, then we're in compliance. But this, we have to tell them how many miles, so they know how much money to send us.
Which is part of that.
Yeah, it's all intertwined beyond my kin, so. That sounded good the last time when we were talking about with FEMA to make sure we're all lined up for money. And by doing these things on a regular basis, everybody seems happy.
Well, and we get funds. That makes us happier.
Yes, makes us much happier.
Hence the tax.
Somebody did ask, just as I'm stalling for Kelly, somebody did ask what our miles we had. We have, not including the state miles, we've got about 49, just under 50 miles of class 3 and class 2 roads that our guys are maintaining, the road crews maintaining. And then there's 14.6 is the state highway. So, and we've got just under 20 miles of legal trail, which we don't maintain, but we walk on. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any approve, what's after aye? All in favor, all against the nays. I don't know if you guys can tell, my eyes are pointed this way, but my ears pointed this way. Because Kelly's, all right. So let's move on with that. Oh, all in favor say aye, we said that. Everybody vote? My ears weren't here. Okay, thank you. All right, the next item we have on the business is the warning for the town March meeting. Now, the warning has been circulated. What this basically is telling us what's going to happen, as you all know, for the March meeting. You all have got a copy of that now, or you've had a chance to review it? Anybody has not had a chance to review the town meeting warning?
This is the one that I have that is missing.
Yeah, that's one.
Oh, okay, so you fixed it.
Yeah.
So shall I read this? Let's just read it to get two things done. Make sure everybody's on the same page and I'm not a dancer, but I'm tapping. I know Kelly's gonna come through that door in a second. All right, the legal voters of the town of Jamaica in the county of Wyndham in the state of Vermont are hereby notified and warned to meet at 10 a.m. at the town hall in said town of Jamaica on the first Tuesday of March 3rd, 2020, to transact the following business and act upon the following articles. Number one, Article 1, To elect a moderator for a term of 1 year. Article 2, to act on the town report. Article 3, to elect the following officers as required by law. We have a select person for a term of 3 years by ballot, select person for a term of 1, actually 2 select people for terms of 1 year each. We have a lister for a term of 3 years by ballot. The first constable and the second constable each have a term of 1 year. Town grand juror for a term of a year. Town agent for 1 year. Trustee of public funds for a year. Agent to deed land for a year. Library trustee for a term of 5 years. School director for the West River Modified Union Education District for 1 year of a 3-year term. And the school director for the West River Modified Union Education District for a 3-year term. Understand that these 2 positions are being folded into this warning for the town because there is not going to be a school meeting on that day. This is the first year we haven't had a school meeting. So we had to bring these into this particular warning. Article 4 is to see what sum of money the voters will vote to pay the town's running expenses and how it will be collected. Article 5, to see if the voters will authorize the select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Article 6, shall the voters authorize the select board to spend, quote, unanticipated funds such as grants, gifts, and or interest, unquote. Article 7, to set the time for the opening of the next annual town meeting to be held on the first Tuesday of March 2021, and the things that were changed on the ones that needed to be fixed. Article 8, to transact any other business that may legally come before the meeting. And then Article 9, to adjourn. And then there's signatures for all of us and Sarah. Any questions about the town warning at this point?
I'll make a motion to pass the town warning as written.
Second. Second. Do you have any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the warning is accepted and we will pass it around to be signed along with the certificate of highway mileage. And what I'll do here, make it easy, I'll put the part that's got to be signed at the top. Yes, there's the item that Tom brought up was the technology.
We're trying to upgrade the computers, two listers computers, Sarah's computer and Terry's computer to Windows 10. I think I can get that done for free, but I was looking at their computers and the version of Office on them is Office 2010, which is 10 years old. So I'm asking the board, I mean, do we want to invest money in upgrading the software? I would recommend doing that. It makes sense to keep it current. We'll probably have to switch over from a license-based model to a subscription-based model, which means there'll be ongoing costs. But generally, when you calculate it, if you got a new operating system every 3 years, it breaks even pretty much. We will get government rates, so I think it's $3 a month per person, so about $36. I don't. That's what I'm guessing that. I have to check on that. $3 or $4 a month. So, it's about $50 a year per computer.
I upgraded mine today.
Good
10 for $110.
Okay.
So
good.
that's what.
And we may have to do that too. I have to look at the licensing on these Windows 7s. We may be able to do that.
Will that be like per computer?
Per computer.
For the listers as well?
So we did get all computers, yeah, so we're looking at, yeah, so.
6.
Well, if they need Office, yes, so it'd be 4 computers.
Well,
and I don't know what Louis uses.
Oh, yeah,
Whatever
because you got his
uses
own
as well,
one.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
we should find
6
out.
computers, so, I mean, it could be $1,000, all told, if we,
Yeah,
if we
$1,000
get an operating system, we have to pay for that, if we're getting Office. And then again, that's as long as we have those licenses, it's a subscription model now, so you're gonna pay every year.
Every year.
Yeah, and usually we do a year. I would do a year subscription rather than monthly because it's a little bit cheaper.
I think so.
Well, can we, if Tom's willing, are you? willing
I'll do
to
the
look
work.
at all
I'll do the work, but I'll.
We could get the money out of, we have money budgeted. For
Yeah.
the regular stuff, the
Yeah.
regular expenses.
I think that's a good idea. I hate to say, because I had to go ahead and do mine as well, but the reality of the world is catching up to us.
Well, Windows 7 end of life last week, so there's no more support on that, no more security updates, so we're a little bit behind on that. Windows 10.
You don't know what's going to happen.
That's really old. So I would guess that end of life is a little longer.
Well, let's differentiate, because I got confused. We're not talking Windows 10. We're
No,
talking
Windows 10, Office 10.
Office 10.
2010 versus
Office 2010.
Yeah.
As opposed
What
to
we would
Windows
do is
10.
now is go into Office 365, which is the subscription-based model, which basically then download the software, and then it updates, it keeps updating, and so you always have the newest. If you want to, you can always have the newest, latest and greatest software If you don't, you can let it sit and.
Sure. But understand that these are two separate items. We're still
Yes.
talking about going from Windows 10 to Windows 7 to Windows 10.
I will get the Windows 10 done. I'm working with Sarah, and I was looking at the computers before the meeting tonight, so I will get moving on that. At least get that done, and then the office would be something separate.
All right. Yeah. Can you get a sense of what it would cost us? Like, is there a way to find out?
I can, well, yeah, I will determine all those funds, but I would say if we allocate $1,000, I probably wouldn't have to exceed that.
Into that.
Yes, so.
Yeah, I would like to entertain a motion that's a good idea.
I will second.
No, I can't.
I move that we allocate $1,000 for the upgrade of our computer system here at the town.
The desktop computers.
Yes.
It's not, this is, oh, what? Do I have a second?
Second.
Like second, further discussion. Will that interfere with NEMRC or any other kinds of things?
That's what I have to determine. That's why I didn't just go, well, let's upgrade. So I'll work with them, I'll work with NEMRC, I'll work with ArcGIS and make sure that the software versions we have are compatible with Windows 10.
Yeah, because
I believe, NEMRC runs off the servers, but the ArcGIS seems to be a newer version of it, so probably does work on it. But we have to do something, and I should talk to Terry and find out if there's any special software. We kind of go through her computer. There's a whole bunch of stuff on there, but my guess is she doesn't know what any.
Well, luckily, you guys have people you can turn to.
Right. Yeah, so we're working on it. And we started a conversation a couple weeks ago and sort of got put aside, and now I'm back on it.
Just for the television audience, NEMRC is the software system that we use for our financial management and a lot of other stuff.
Right.
That's built into our servers and computers.
And the ArcGIS is a ARC software, if you know what that is, geo-mapping, basically.
Okay.
Software,
That's
which is pretty important, listers and such.
So I've got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. So that carries.
I will work with you then if I need to buy anything.
Sure, yeah, we can make that work without a problem.
Because again, we're government, so we should get
Sure.
best, government, nonprofit.
My thinking is we gotta get ready to go into the future, especially if we're talking about bringing in some hot.
Right.
Well,
Well, I
decent
think,
amount.
the biggest concern is security.
Yeah.
I mean, and
Yeah.
if your system, if your software and your operating systems fall behind,
Sure.
they don't do security patches anymore, the vulnerabilities, whatever vulnerabilities are there are left open, and we don't want to expose ourselves to that risk, so.
That makes sense to me. All right, I've got Corey. Can I recommend like a 10-minute break and give Kelly some time to get here before we give up on her?
Should we do public concerns?
Oh, public concerns. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a public concern.
You do that.
No public concerns? Let's take take the back.
It doesn't have to be formal, just one quick question. In connection with other goals of the energy plan, is supporting electric vehicles. So through a different route, through a family member, I learned that the state of Vermont is actually commissioning right now. They've sent out RFPs to a variety of firms that do the, and if anybody's aware of this, or I'm saying something everybody knows already, just stop me. But they're seeking RFPs from companies that install and maintain superchargers. Not through Tesla, which does it for free if they like your spot. It turns out in that formal RFP from the state, there are a number of towns that are listed or locations that are listed as kind of ideal locations, so that when the proposal comes back, it's sensitive to where the state is likely to want superchargers, and Jamaica is one of them, which would be, I think, great on a variety of levels, but definitely it really serves to give us some accomplishments under our energy, forward-looking energy plan. So it's really just a discussion item. I wanted to see if anybody was aware of it and if there's an interest in us kind of pursuing what the state is thinking, and if there's any way we can kind of help them, pick Jamaica to do that.
Wasn't there a grant we applied for last year that we didn't?
We actually didn't. We never presented the application. There was actually a fair amount of legwork required to do site analysis and all that kind of stuff. And if there any fault, I think it was on my part. I think because Rebecca had put that forward to me.
It was Volkswagen settlement money that
Right.
was being
that's
distributing in order to
There was a
get
second
towns to
chance
fund.
to apply.
Right,
Which I
and
don't think has happened yet.
I had passed that along to Greg to look into it.
Right.
There's also USDA money available for this.
What I became aware of is separate from, as I understand, I'm not an expert, but is separate from that. And there's different funding, a combination of federal and state funding, not from a private lawsuit or some other private funds. So it's really just to kind of maybe resuscitate this examination.
Share that information if you have contact with
I will.
Select Board and Planning Commission?
Sure.
Yeah.
I discussed it with the planning commission.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But that was it.
And I will go dig up that other application because I think there was a second
wave
of, grants.
Yeah, that was the very first round.
Yeah, right.
Would, this is a question for Joel serves on the Transportation Committee for Wyndham Regional. Would that be something that would come up?
No, it came up in the Community Development Committee meeting.
But I'm just saying, and I'm on that committee too, when I make it down there, that kind of thing doesn't show up in our scope of
Well, it could be brought up. It could be brought up.
Because Wyndham Regional is, huge on.
Right.
Electric.
Right.
Yeah.
But the person from USDA did say that there was funding available for that sort of thing, and their funding is not contingent on any other funding. And any other funding will not eliminate its use, and they'll even help coordinate the funding.
Thank you.
I can update a little bit on the town hall. Right now, two things are happening at the same time. Stuart Barker is working on the water by doing underground stuff. And the ceiling is supposed to be started like in 2 days.
Nice.
So, and I hope this is a good time.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any
What's going
events
on?
until March. We just had the Martin Luther King event. The water pipes were not frozen for that like last year, so we managed to pull that off. So that was a good turnout for
I
that.
checked the other day to see, because it was brutal, it was like 7 degrees, and I don't know.
Yeah, it survived, so whatever Stuart's doing, he's doing it right, so if he's done anything, so yeah, it's been good.
We do have 2 events at the end of February.
We have the town meeting too.
Yeah, the
Oh,
town
then we have the
meeting.
town meeting too, yeah.
Our event's not
And
after
I think
town,
Wyndham
so
Regional has an
I
event
don't
in
think
there.
that either.
February 20th?
Is that one? No, that's something different.
There's
That's,
another meeting.
West River, it's a new group.
Is that the mountain biking thing?
Well, I had
No, It's a
alerted,
regional meeting. I think they selected 2 locations
Yeah,
to
but
make
it's-
it.
it's not-
But it's late February.
It's not Wyndham Regional.
yeah, I had
No, okay.
alerted the 2 contractors that if there is something coming in, I'll alert them and they can move their stuff to the side.
They're both within like the last few days of February. It's like
Okay.
Wednesday,
You know, I
and
think they
Thursday
should
or Friday is the
Friday.
other event.
When are the scouts wanting?
They had originally said Friday, but then they asked if Thursday was available, so I'm not really sure which.
Thursday, Friday,
One of
what?
those 2 dates the Cub Scouts
When?
needed.
Which Thursday, Friday?
That end of February. They're
End
one
of
of those 2
February. Oh, they're
events.
those, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Thank you.
You want to just take give her till 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can sign things, okay.
Yeah,
Just-
everybody can go clean my office.
You did. Let's take a 10-minute
Cleaning break.
cleaning break, and we'll reconvene at 8 o'clock. It's close enough to 8 o'clock. Let's reconvene. We have a guest arrived, Representative Kelly Paella. Thank you for coming. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Well, I'm sorry that I didn't get you before the session started, but Monday nights are a busy night for almost all of the towns in the district. And I'm here tonight specifically because so even though you don't see my face, I'm always listening to what's going on. And your tax rate issue came to my attention, so I'm here partially because of that. And I figured you probably had some questions for me, so I'm here to be available to you as well. And I can either start with your questions, or I can start with what I know so far about your tax rate issue.
That's probably where our questions are going to come.
What do you know about our tax rate?
How did we get them lowered?
Well, the unfortunate easy answer to that, and it's not really an easy answer, is the budget will have to be lowered for your rate to be lowered. The mechanism that is making your rate jump so much higher than all of the other towns in your school district has to do with you hitting a target tax rate last year that made you ineligible for the 5% cap on the increase in your rate, which I think probably no one would have even been thinking about. And it really has to do with where you are starting from versus where the other towns are starting from and the amount that your rate's changing. And I haven't seen your local numbers yet, so I don't know what your CLA is going to do to your rate, but I know it's pretty close to 100. I don't know exactly what it is, because you had just had a townwide reappraisal in the recent past. But so the mechanism that's driving your rate up so high is that not being eligible for that 5% cap.
So that's something the school board could have seen and gone, oh, we shouldn't go above this level, else we're going to take a huge tax hit? Or is it something?
I don't know that it's something that they would have been looking out for.
Okay.
Because it would have been something that they would have had to have been looking out for last year. Because it's really based on what happened last year versus what's about to happen this year. And it's based on the amount that you're increasing. So it's not necessarily, it has nothing to do with just the students that are in Jamaica. The students in the district overall went down. So that drives up your per pupil spending. So that affects everybody, but it's really about where you were starting from and where you're going to. And it's not, just because Jamaica's student count is lower,
I watched that meeting, and they kept coming back, unless I forgot, I heard, they weren't really saying it was all the CLA or that, they kept saying it was this formula, and no one knew what the formula was.
Yeah, it's not the CLA part of the formula.
Right, but no one knew.
Right, the CLA hasn't really been applied as of yet, because you actually don't have a finalized budget yet. So they haven't factored that in. It's so convoluted. It has to do with the state set a target tax rate that they said if you get to this rate, this is like, don't go above this rate essentially. And if you do, you will no longer be eligible for the 5% rate increase. That's one of the things that they were touting as a benefit to the consolidations, that your rate wouldn't go up more than 5% as a result of having consolidated your school district, except if you've already hit this target tax rate and then you go above it. So in Jamaica's case, you were dangerously close to that rate last year, and so this year you're going above it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Partly for me, because I don't understand a lick of what you just said. And partly for, I am sure there's at least another person on the other side of that camera who's sitting in the same boat I am. Would you use like whole sentences? What rate are you talking about that we missed the cap for, or however that works? Understand that right now we're looking at our municipal tax rate increase for the next fiscal year is 0.7.
Right, and your education rate
19.2.
Yeah, somewhere between
3 something.
and 19, right.
That's patently absurd from the perspective of those of us who are shelling it out. So what is it we didn't do last year that makes us now suffer?
Well, At this point, it wasn't you. You're a part of a consolidated school district
Yeah.
now. So it was the school district.
If the school district didn't reach the cap, then why is the town of Jamaica paying for 19% and other towns aren't?
Yeah. It's because of where Jamaica started and where you are going to.
You started,
Where your rate was and where your rate is now going to. And the other towns' rates were not at the same place Jamaica's
okay,
rate
let's go the whole
was.
sentence now. What rate are you talking about?
Your education tax.
My education tax rate for last year was lower than others.
I'm not sure if they were lower than others or not, because I didn't look at all of the other towns. But it's not so much in comparison to the other towns, it's in comparison to this target tax rate that the state has said they want you to not go beyond. So it's not, you can't necessarily compare it to the other towns in the district.
Okay, so let's go back to last year. There's a rate up beyond which we were not supposed to go beyond that rate. We were not supposed to exceed some arbitrary rate of X.
Yes.
We went above it or we stayed below it?
I believe you were a hair below it.
So because
last
we
year.
stayed a hair below last year, we are now going to go up 19%.
It's not so much that cause and effect isn't quite right. So you were a hair below it last year, so you hadn't hit it. But based on the increase in your rate because of the school budget this year, that budget increase is pushing you above it.
So their budget increase is now going to push us up because we stayed under budget last year. Now their budget is going to push us up 19%.
In a nutshell.
Because of our our assessment, does that have anything to do with that? I didn't think so.
No.
No.
Does it have
That's
any?
why I don't understand.
The CLA thing that you started out with saying sort of is often.
Right, the CLA is
Right,
a-
okay.
Yeah.
Does it have
That
anything to do with the number of students that we have?
It has something to do with the number of students in the entire district.
Not just the 30
Not just,
that we have?
not just Jamaica. Enrollment in the district went down overall, but it's not happening specifically because of the number of Jamaica students.
And is it not cost per, is it cost per pupil we've exceeded that rate, or it's the tax rate that we've exceeded?
Well, you get to the tax rate based on what your cost
Okay,
per
so that they-
pupil
Right,
is. So the fact that your cost per pupil goes up
right.
because your student count goes down is one of the steps that gets you to the higher tax rate. Does
Yeah,
that make
because
sense?
Part of what happened to us is that our 6th grade, or is it the 5th grade, is now not even in our school. Or is it?
It's all in the same district.
That's all within the
That makes
same
no
district, so,
difference?
no.
Okay.
One quick thing I'd like to insert, just to make to be fair. You are a brave woman. Even though it sounds like we're attacking you, we really are attacking you.
No, I don't feel attacked.
We're not done
This
yet.
is very, it's complicated. I mean, I'm,
It is complicated.
Let me,
I can speak to it in very general terms,
Yeah.
but if someone, sat me down with all the numbers, it's maddening.
yeah. Well, speaking of all the numbers, 2 weeks ago, when did I send that letter?
Which letter?
The letter to the school district.
A couple, yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, I wrote a letter to the, what's it called?
Supervisor union.
Supervisor union.
Oh, to the supervisory union.
Yeah, I'm asking them to share with us, which is public information, the salaries of the people, overhead as well as the teachers. Because, we can absorb fairly large amounts, but when you start talking 19%, when you're talking about people who are already spending an awful lot of money on taxes, most of the huge portion of which goes to the school anyhow, and we're not seeing the results. And I don't see what we're paying the overhead. Having been in education a number of times in my life, I got a sense of how that works. And I'm not entirely sure and I'm guessing most of the people that I've talked to aren't terribly sure, that our money is being spent wisely enough for them to be able to impose a 19% increase arbitrarily and without any input from the community. Does that make sense? Not shooting at you, but
Yeah, no,
you're very nice for showing up.
No,
Well, we get to vote.
That budget
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah.
passed.
Right,
That's
you
it.
do get to vote on the budget.
Until we
And
voted in.
they did rescind the
Yes.
vote to pass the budget, so
Yes.
that they can try to work on the budget.
Yes.
But
Well, to finish my statement,
Yes.
I've heard nothing back. It's been 2 weeks.
from the supervisory.
Exactly. Nothing. No phone calls, no letters, no messages, no, snowballs thrown at my front door. No response at all. So my concern is that, yes, we can, again, I have a little bit of education in this, we can negate the budget. That doesn't do anything unless it changes afterwards. Historically, we've said no to a budget, and then we come back with a budget that's off by 15 cents, and we're supposed to be happy about that. This is a serious amount of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
I bet you if you look at that budget, it probably is pretty reasonable. The problem we're facing is a system that was designed to operate linearly for a much larger number of students.
Good point.
Now what we have is this endless stream of factors and coefficients,
Yes.
which at the end you divide by the number of students. So it's basically proportional to the function of 1 divided by n. And when n gets small, the percent increase goes to the roof. And that's what.
So that's-
Now, so I'm going to say one more thing. I understand that there are people from Wyndham and other towns that are going to the education agency and complaining loudly about the effects of this. And I think we ought to do it too.
Yeah, I'm gonna segue off of that
Okay.
comment. So yes, Wyndham is doing that, as is Dover and Wilmington and, Reedsboro and there are more. Yeah. And that's all based on the weighting study that just was released in December. So last year, they finally, budgeted for doing a really comprehensive look at how they weight students and get to that per pupil spending number. So essentially, this is gonna be a huge oversimplification, but a perfect student who doesn't have any challenges in one way or another and is in elementary school counts as 1. A pre-K student counts as 0.46 of a student. A high school student is 1.13, I think. And then there are additional upward weights if you are a low-income student or an English as a second language learner student. And so they looked at the way we've been weighting our students and counting our students and found it to be grossly incorrect, I will say. And the biggest discrepancy appears to be the weight for students in poverty. That weight ought to have been closer to 3. So this group of people, and there are some other new weights that they're talking about, like geographic challenges and population density, and things that we know add to the cost of educating students, because you still have to educate them and give them a good education, but there are fewer of them. So this study came out in December. It's pretty clear that the way we've been doing education finances has been really detrimental to rural communities, and in particular poor rural communities. And so there are a couple of bills that I have signed on to that one demands a look back at what this, who have been the winners and losers, given that we now know that this equation has been off. One is a moratorium on doing anything with education finance until this issue is looked at and acted on. And one is to enact these new rates that have now been determined to be more accurate. It also appears that the weights that were given were not done with any research. They were mostly arbitrary.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been in place for about 20 years.
Will that affect this year's tax rates though?
Well, it would mean they would have to take up those bills and act on them.
Yes.
So not likely.
Okay.
But there is certainly going to be a push for them to be taken up. And in the absence of that, there will probably be some other steps taken. I believe it will be taken up eventually. I think that there isn't really a choice in the matter. If there's a lawsuit, I think it will be found to be unconstitutional the way that it's currently being done. It's certainly an injustice to a lot of communities in the state. And I do believe that Jamaica is on the list of towns who would see a substantial change in their tax rate if these new weights were enacted. Substantial in a direction that would probably make everybody breathe a sigh of relief.
I mean, our taxes have suffered since Act 60 was passed back in 2000. It increased exponentially.
Yes.
It's crazy. Just a quick question. You mentioned a lot of other towns in Wynn County. Statewide, are other towns, have you heard of other towns experiencing this sort of 20% increases, or is it just localized to Northeast Kingdom and Southern Vermont and rural areas?
I haven't looked at the list of everybody to know where everyone's percentages are.
So if this examination is taking place, but it doesn't come in time for our tax bill to be paid, which is October 1, we end up paying the 19 point whatever percent?
Unless there are cuts in the school district budget.
So what's the chance? What's the chance that it will be looked at? Slim?
Well, there's a bunch of us who are gonna try really hard to get it taken up this year. One of the reasons people are not taking it up immediately, even though it seems like it should be something that's taken up immediately, is that this is the second year of the biennium and we just don't have time, which is just inexcusable, I think.
There's another word for that.
It's a little bit, I think it's on target, but it may seem a little off the start. Is Jamaica a town that gives or receives in this giving-receiving kind of formula?
Gives.
Yeah.
We give money away.
Because you're above the excess spending.
In theory. So here's the bigger picture I would ask you.
Right, so you're giving and you're being hurt at the same time.
Exactly.
Yes.
We figured that part out. So here's the bigger picture. We in Jamaica have incurred a serious economic downturn with the, let's say, the localization of resources to Stratton. When Stratton was being built in the early years, we had restaurants, we had hotels, we had an infrastructure that was not completely based, but a big chunk of it came from Stratton.
Right.
Now we're a pass-through community. We're losing our restaurants. We have the hotels, they're just, we don't have the structure. We've got one left, we're losing one, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the community economic viability that we once had, simply because Stratton did a very, very good job of attracting people and then keeping them up there. And I suspect we're not the only community in that boat. So the concept of giving versus receiving towns, that seems to me, it goes back, I don't know, 20 years maybe longer, I don't know, it's been a long time, seems to need to be revised a big, another real good look at it. Because I don't think we're in the same situation we were. And if we're still using a formula that was predicated on us getting the largesse from a large tax, not a large economic draw isn't there anymore. And so as we struggle to maintain a community and a viable economic structure within that community, we're hurt by their success. And let's face it, we're advantaged to their success because our second homeowners, and there's a lot we get from Stratton. I'm not knocking that at all. It's just the formula that says we are now giving to smaller communities. We've got 30 or 35 kids. We have drive-through businesses, traffic, and we're getting
It's even a lot more. It's even a lot more general than that. Even without Stratton in the equation, I mean, rural communities are declining economically, and quality of life, and all these other reasons people are moving out. And then at the same time, the tax rate for schools are going up. So it's going to really even just confirm the fact that these families and everybody wants to move out. I mean, it's like it's just kind of hitting it harder. And the state's desire to maintain the economies in the rural sense of these smaller towns is just you can't. I mean, this is not helping obviously at all, and really in fact making it so much worse.
It does seem an awful lot like one hand does not understand what the other hand is doing up there. I'm sorry.
Back to the budget. I'm going to ask, I would say, I don't believe it. I mean, this isn't my personal opinion, but it's like the Jamaica school getting like pushed to close. I mean, is the supervisor unit, whatever they call that, would it be better? I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not for or against it. Geez, I'm going to get myself in trouble. But what people I'm hearing on like the street is, that budget. We're sort of like being forced to look at closing the school. Nobody's saying that, at the meetings or anything, but there's like this elephant in the room. It's a hard question to ask. So would they consciously do that?
Well, and it's really a question for the school board.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking.
That's right.
We don't even have a school board.
Yeah, we don't.
Well, the board of the district.
Well, that's what I'm at. That's what I want to say. That I feel is sort of happening. Is that to hell with Jamaica, that board. But that's what I kind of feel like watching because I'm not answering any questions. But
I think the union's charter says you can't close.
You can't close without the town voting.
Oh, I know.
But if your tax rates are going to go up 30%, 25%, then you're going to say,
another
let's
question.
close your school.
Yeah. But will that matter? If the formula is the fewer number of people, the more money, when we're down to zero, we're going to be really paying.
Right.
That's the way one overhead works.
Exactly.
Well, just one other thing. What are the chances, is this just 1 year? Say we tried to pay the 19%. Are we looking at that again next year?
Depends on, it depends on the school budget, and B, it depends on what we do in Montpelier. I mean, I do think that Jamaica would be positively impacted by the changing of how they weight students.
So, are there any pressure points beside you that?
Your senators?
They're busy.
That doesn't matter.
I know.
Everybody's busy.
I'm being
They
sarcastic.
said the school board meetings, and they said at the school board meeting that it costs about $400,000 to run our entire school. We get a $91,000 small school grant, which they would lose if they closed it. So that's just a little tiny piece of the budget. So I don't think closing Jamaica is gonna do anything for our budget, from what the board is saying.
That's what they're saying.
Right, from what they're saying. But, if our school's only 400,000, the total budget is how many million? I mean, that's a very small percentage. So they close Jamaica, they save 400,000, they lose the small school grant. So are they really gonna do anything with that money? So I don't think that is the biggest concern. I think the biggest concern is the budget.
Well, and one concern that I have is, and something that townspeople have talked to me about is we're getting less. They cut the principal's time at the school, and we're paying so much more. What are we getting for 20%? And, if we're not getting anything, what's the justification that comes back to these formulas? So, that's not right.
Well, now that we've solved that problem.
Yeah, I just want the town to know that I'm somewhat aware of, the feelings that some people have that, keep raising Jamaica's taxes. What'll be is what it'll be, what it'll be, but, Sarah makes a good point that.
Decisions are made intentionally thinking that their goal is to raise Jamaica's taxes.
No, I understand that, but sure, they couldn't answer any questions at that meeting about.
What is, and you may not be able to answer this question, what is your opinion of what we should do?
Hound your school district board members.
Yeah.
Talk to the people on the school district board and.
But we have one representative, because we have a
Well,
vacant
and
seat.
he's pretty motivated.
He is pretty motivated, but it's one vote of 6 or 7, it's like we don't have a lot to say, which was a concern I always had when Act 46 came in, that we wouldn't have any say in the board, because we're a small town.
Really?
Oh, Jennifer, I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Well,
The clerk.
technically, the
We did
school
appoint
district
her.
board is supposed to be making decisions for the entire district, not.
One would argue it's different.
So what if we pulled out?
And
went on our own?
Ship has sailed, I think.
Yeah. That ship has sailed, we can't do that.
With the way the last vote that we did recently, in order to get out of it, everybody else had to
Everyone
vote us out of it. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
one of
that's
those
right.
things,
We didn't let them out, yeah. Right.
Thank you.
But I would encourage you all to contact your senators about the weighting study, because that is going to take some.
Could you spell that? What?
W-E-I-G-H-T.
Yes, weight, yes.
How much weight they put on each sheet.
Oh.
Because we'll definitely need to apply some pressure.
No, this is in case, for the, again, because that was confusing. The weighting study is how each student is weighed in the formula. And when you're talking about one student, and then it's a student and a half if they have a special needs or whatever. So it's the weight of a particular body in the system. Little kids are like, what'd you say, 3/4 or something? 5.
0.46.
0.46.
Yeah, they're not even a half.
And so that's what, when you said weighting system, we're not talking about just waiting for them to do more damage to us. We're talking about the weight of the individual student, yeah.
We have almost 50% of our student body of the 30 who can't afford lunch.
Which is why I think the change in the weights of the students would actually have a positive impact, because they, especially given that the biggest change would be to the weight of kids in poverty, those students one child would be counted as 3 children, which brings the number of pupils in the
Higher
formula
than
higher,
30.
which brings your rate down.
Right. Yeah, because that's a big deal right now.
Yes. Agreed.
Well, aren't you glad you came?
I am.
We're
No,
glad
I
you
know,
came.
like I said, even though you don't see my face, I am always listening, and when this came up, I was like, oh, yeah.
It was good thinking on your part.
Are there any other issues or any other initiatives in the body that are going on right now that you can talk about? Just briefly.
There's a lot of them. Act 250 is getting a lot of attention.
Okay.
We'll see where some of that gets to. There's a lot of negotiating going on. Some of the really detrimental things that they were talking about doing have shifted a little bit, so that gives me a little bit of hope that rural communities aren't going to be, not able to do any sort of development.
So a little loosening up. Is that what you're experiencing?
I think streamlining is, they're trying to create some more uniform systems so that the process is a little bit more uniform and the law is applied a little bit more evenly across the state. There are definitely some pretty big discrepancies in different regions for how the process goes. But even things like changing the elevation at which development would automatically fall under Act 250. At one point, they talked about dropping it down to, it was 1,500, and it was like, how many towns in the state are their entire town would trigger it?
Yep.
Act 250. So there's been a lot of movement, and some of it has been helpful, and there's still a lot of negotiating going on. The tax and regulate bill is getting a lot of attention, and hopefully that will go somewhere. It's a little unclear as to how quickly that will materialize, but.
One of the things that was on TV the other day was Governor Scott was talking about initiatives to make the state more attractive to some of the younger people, to bring them in. And it was about the same week, and I just found out this the other day. I have a brother and a cousin who won't come to Vermont, although they're Vermonters and they really like Vermont. They're both retired. Well, one's about to retire, one's retired military, because they can get tax-free in other states.
Oh, yeah, like New York State.
New York won't tax your military retirement.
Right.
So if you're trying to attract younger, skilled people, to me, of course, I'm prejudiced being military, but that's a whole cadre of folk.
That is an initiative, actually, to exempt military pensions.
Well, I guess the whole concept of how we attract. Really?
Yeah. Whether it makes it across the finish line at this point, I can't say, but that is.
I guess what I'm saying is it's that kind of, put us on, but it's that kind of initiative that will, I think, be productive in bringing in, we got to have some younger families. We're desperately in need of getting some more blood, especially in this town, because us old blood guys. The idea, though, is that would be a good idea, but that's, again, looking forward. And I don't know if it's going to offset a 19% tax, but at least we bring in kids, we bring in families, we bring in productive people with skills.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I lobby in favor of that.
Yeah. Well, that's on the table.
Not just the military piece, but the whole concept of how we attract. Yeah.
States do not.
Well, we've eaten up half an hour of your night.
Okay.
Any other questions? We want to cast any more aspersions at Montpelier through her?
Go for it.
That's great. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure we'll be here for a while.
Yeah,
Unless
and
we all abdicate and run away.
I'm going to keep tabs on what's happening with the school budget, and
Okay.
if there's anything that can be done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
United Funds, we're here.
Yep.
Every other Tuesday.
Yeah.
Every Monday. What night is it?
Monday.
Will we see?
Mondays, everyone meets on Monday.
We'll see you at town meeting, maybe for a little while.
I'm gonna try to make town meeting. I have to talk to my staff, I don't have staff for the legislature.
Right.
But, because it's the presidential primary.
Right.
It's a really, really busy election day.
Super Tuesday.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll come up with a plan, and I'm
Actually-
sure it'll be fine, but I haven't quite nailed down all of that yet.
Understand.
So I'm, it's one of those weird two-hat things that,
Sure.
this is, presidential primary is a big deal.
Right.
It is for them.
Well, it is for all of us.
Everybody.
Yeah, but
So-
I'll be in touch with you about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Now we can talk, now we can
Yeah.
really tell you what we think. We're on adjourn.
Turn the cameras on.
It's 5 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. I do need to add to, I guess, unfinished business or new business, a retirement. So if there's no objection to adding that. We do need to do an executive session. I want to do it on the early side, but why don't we give Tim and Emily a few minutes, Kelly, a few minutes, so we can get through some of the other stuff. So let's start with clerk's report.
I have a report?
You do. You have minutes of January 15th.
Oh, okay.
And you did a fabulous job on them.
Thank you.
I move we accept the minutes of January 15th.
I second that.
Any comments, questions, critiques?
That was January 16th?
15th. 15th. All right, seeing none. All those in favor of passing the minutes of January 15th? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right. Communications? None, although I did have a nice talk with Sue Sagowski at the VSBA. We are still technically in. She has not pulled the plug. She did say since we were not dues paying members, that is why they charged us for that benefits, the healthcare. So I understood that. I did have my same beef with her that I had at the meeting, just how do you change a law and then force us to pay a dues paying to find out about how to enact the law. And she also got to vent and say yes, and they made us do all the administration for that, and we're not getting paid, so. But we had a good conversation, so Vernon is gonna take it up again, and then maybe at our next meeting, we'll figure out where we're at.
Related to that, although for another agenda, is I did contact VHI and the Agency of Education about healthcare, and also Richards. So I have information that we could.
Oh, okay, so we could do like a,
yeah.
Okay. That sounds good. Recognition of groups, welcome everyone. Thank you, BCTV. Oh, do you need a sheet? Committee reports, I don't think we have any. Warrants and...
Even got the police signing of our...
Warrants and payroll approvals. So, someone like to move the warrants of?
I move we approve the warrants of January 22nd, the amount of $275,222.41, and the payrolls of January 17th, the amount of $439,982.42.
I second. Any comments or questions? And if not, would people like to sign? Then we can return them to Paul.
Yep, I remember these.
Seeing none, all those in favor of passing the warrants as moved, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? All right. Let's see, so now we have a retirement. I am writing to inform you of my intention to retire from my position as a special educator effective at the end of the current 2019-2020 academic year. It has been a privilege to work with the students and faculty of Brattleboro Union High School over the past years. Warmest regards, Sheila DeRensis.
I move we accept with regret the resignation of Sheila DeRensis.
I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So I give that back to you to return to Barb. All right. Why don't we move down? Andy, if you want to talk about your new business.
Sure. Well, thank you for putting us on the agenda. This is just a simple request that as you move forward and begin to form the various committees relative to the superintendent search, that we would like to have at least one administrator and one teacher on that committee.
Administrator and?
Teacher, and Scott is here. care to speak to that?
You can.
Do we have a name for that committee?
We don't.
Well, I just used the generic term screening committee.
Okay.
and-
That's the name. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Scott, do you want to say anything? or-
Yeah, on behalf of WSEA, we agree with the administrators that, we would like to see, at least one administrator and one teacher also on the screening committee.
Okay.
And we thank you for allowing us the participation that we've had today.
No problem. Any questions? All right. At this point, why don't we do our executive session? And then I think we can do it really quick, and then we'll come back. And this is for contracts.
So I we move into executive session under 1 VSA 313 for the discussion of contracts, which premature public notice would put the board at a substantial disadvantage.
All right. 5-0. All those in favor? Aye. All right, 5:06, we're in executive session. This shouldn't be long, we'll go a while. So we're out of executive session with no action taken. And if our technology works, great. If not, we will email blast everybody.
Gary, you could email blast us.
Yeah, yeah.
Should be it.
Should be it.
Can we forward it to somebody here and maybe one of you has everybody else's email?
Well, I've got everybody's email from spamming them constantly.
Okay.
I haven't done that in a while, so.
I know.
Thanks for the fair. Is there anything I need to do on my end? Oh, no? You sure you're complete too?
Yeah.
There you go.
Wasn't that the glare of that one? I know. We can try. We don't know how it is.
Oh, there we go. All right. So I will email everybody. We're still on a bit of a time deadline here, but I think the real questions are for board members. What questions do you have for Jen? And can I bring anything up? First of all, thank you. This was a lot came through this.
I know it was a lot of information to put in one place, but there was a lot of information. It was great. There was over 718, I think, responses, almost 250 people took the time to write comments. There were 4 forum meetings with, I think there's over 50 participants altogether, so I didn't want to shortchange distilling all of that. So I know there's also a lot to take in here.
There was. Comments, questions? Anything that stuck out to people? I was amazed at the depth of information. Just like they really had, it seemed like people had very strong ideas as to what they're looking for. And it didn't seem in any way like it was contradictory.
No, I would say that across the board, and of course, so I should say one thing about the data that we didn't do, which, if anyone wants us to do, we could go back and try and pull it apart a little bit. I didn't want to portray it in any ways like multiple groups having different opinions, because I thought it'd be most helpful for this to be a collective response. So I didn't say, well, I wonder what parents think, people who identify as parents think, and whatever. So this is truly, it's sliced across every group that responded, and there was just a lot of continuity. from the focus group meetings, from the comments that came back, it's not like everyone was saying the same thing. It's like the same things appeared in all the different ways that we could try and gather feedback. And that's why, you know, in the report, I tried to create these large themes that actually were inspired by the teacher meetings from Academy and Green Street, that the way that it was organized. I thought, well, that seems like a really good way to look at it, that there are these broad buckets of management and leadership within the district. There's 4, I think. And so I saw, again, all across the different ways that we gathered feedback, and including the quantitative questions, that it really just seemed to keep shaking out that there are these buckets were all really important. Now, of course, in each bucket, there's lots of pieces. And so I think that, as with any job search, you know, you've got your wish list, like this is who we hope the person will be, and then you have to prioritize as you see who starts coming in, where are we not going to budge? And so maybe we have to like continue the search. Or where do we feel like we have a little wiggle room? You know, and I couldn't, I'm not going to weigh in on that tonight. I'm not in a position to do that. But that's why I'd encourage you to, if you look at this and you think, geez, where are we going to find a person who's all this? You may not, but if you start here, you have, you know, including all these amazing qualities, which I did winnow down. This was even a longer list. But again, you even just thinking about some of these things, it was just really interesting to see how they came up in comments. You know, this list I think came from from one of the schools, the teachers meeting they had, but it also, as I think about all the responses that came in through the survey, you know, like a good listener just kept coming up over and over again. You know, that people in some fashion, they typed that in. So I felt like this holistically really I was trying to holistically represent, and it was somewhat easy to do. It was time consuming because there was so much to go through, but it really wasn't like, oh, we've got like these factions. You know, it was really, and that's why these charts here about how important each one of these priorities, that was the slider, and the SurveyMonkey actually, I created these charts, I downloaded it and created these charts in Excel, because SurveyMonkey just sort of averages it, and they all average around 8. I'm like, well, that's not so helpful. Everybody thinks these are important priorities, but I thought what would be helpful is to see how the answers really shook out. So while the trend line is pretty similar for each graph, I just thought it was a little interesting to see a little bit more, drill down a little bit more, if something was going to be weighted a little bit more, like where would that be? Okay. Around these priorities. But again, there was very consistent with we're trying to get this same information multiple ways. So we ask it in these questions, it gave people a chance to answer, we gave people a chance to share it in person. And there was just a lot of consistency.
And I found myself just constantly going back through, like, getting stuck in the minutia of, why did we get 7 more people on this one? And then I was like, back off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's better to have sort of the 30,000 feet view than try to drill down as to who are these 15 people and...
Right.
Okay.
Right, because remember, 15 out of 718. So, you know, and none of the questions were mandatory, so it's something else to, you know, people could choose to answer.
Well, right, yep. You had
so don't try to add, you know, like 702 answers,
yeah.
Right? So, yeah, so and yeah, I don't know, you know, if there's any questions, you know, tonight I'm really here to answer questions and you know, speak to anything about process or results. I recognize that, you know, the school board has had a chance to review this. You all haven't yet, so you know, if you can think about anything that would be most useful to you right now to ask of me. But I did try to put information in there so that it would be, you know, you could just look at it and glean information out, that it wouldn't be hard to read, it wouldn't be a bunch of, you know, kind of lingo or anything that would be like, what did she mean by that? So. And to just sort of visually, there was a lot of data to try and make it just legible. That's also why it's 11 pages, to make them nice and, you know, legible that way.
Sure. On the personal and professional qualities laundry list, where you just described like St. Teresa and Albert Einstein all together, and you said that good listener kept coming up over and over again. I'm wondering if you have some other recollection of kind of things that you kept hearing from people.
Well, I think for these, I'd have to go back and see. Collaborative, I don't want to, I guess, take too much of because it was pages and pages of data that we looked at. I did try in the other boxes, I bolded things that really had more emphasis.
Okay.
And again, I didn't want to kind of go through and say, this particular quality appeared this many times because it was a little bit, so the thing about looking at qualitative data is, of course, there is some subjectivity in it. So as we're looking at be a strong leader, those words actually came up. Strong managerial leadership, I don't think anyone used those words in particular. That's me saying this is what I hear when you talk about these qualities. It's strong managerial leadership. And so what we did was we went through and just tried to call out those themes, and then I tried to say, well, these really kept showing up. Not that the other ones were lesser, but I didn't want to sort of say these were the highest vote getters, in other words.
Other questions or anything we need clarification on? And is it just normal for people to skip? Is it just a
Am
I the only one who checks every box on a survey?
So most of the time we are doing surveys for specific workplaces, and either we're not trying to gather that, or people don't skip it.
Okay.
So I'm doing a community-wide survey. I actually am not surprised, given this community too. I'm just not particularly surprised. I feel like, that it's not always. If your category isn't there, people tend to not want to say, well, this one most closely resembles me, and it was kind of hard. I wasn't sure how much we wanted to tease that all apart.
I mean, some of these I'm just like, okay, did you or didn't you? It's a yes, no, come on.
Right, I couldn't speak to that in particular. Yeah. Oh, and one thing I will say, the town you reside in, there's so many others. I saw that right away. I was like, why are so many people from all these other towns answering? But it went out to, I think, the teachers, they were one of the first groups to get it. I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Okay, right.
So that's why there's so many others. Again, I
okay.
didn't really tease that apart to see in the end. I didn't say, oh, why are there 83? But early on, because I monitor it constantly to see what the participation is like.
But it could be Dover, Marlboro, or they just, Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's the end. Other questions for Jen? So, I don't know if we want to look at oh goodness. Let's see, we can talk about Dawn at some point. Do that after. All right, so this is the job notice as I got feedback from a couple people and I kind of just squashed it all together. I can try to turn on tracking. Is that what I want? Let's see. Okay, do not freak out. So there was a lot of let me do that, just so you can see, just really tiny little, my thought.
Is it possible to expand that a little bit?
So let me show you this, and then I'll get rid of the tracking. It's more of I wanted you guys to know this is not a hack job. This is very minor little tweaks. And then there is so let me get out of this. I never know if I need to be looking. It's got no markup. So Jen, let me ask this, and board members as well. What is the best way to make this so it's not so weird? It's sort of a one-pager at this point, and the question is, could all of this be moved to the job description link on the SU website? And how valuable do you think this is?
So I would encourage you not necessarily to think of it in terms of pages.
Okay.
Because for instance, if you're gonna post this on a digital job board, it's not necessarily going to be organized as pages, right? So if you have like a master job notice, you can then adapt it for the platform that you're sending it to, if it seemed too long for that. Some of the platforms, you know, kind of have like 2 layers. So like there's the initial like attention grabbing thing, and then you click on it, and even within their platform you get to the more detailed one.
Okay.
So you might tease this apart and say, yeah, this stuff is going to be like the real
The
ad,
headline,
the
okay.
headline, and then they click on that to find out more, and they see the whole thing, but then they click again to get to the website to get the actual job description. I would just encourage you to not put up the job description in all of its, you know, well, it's very thorough, but you know, it's not what you, it's not, doesn't, you know, get you all
It doesn't
excited,
grab you,
right?
It does not grab you.
So,
Yeah.
so if this is the, you know, I think that this gives you some flexibility about how much information you put where, you know, all at once. But if you put, it's hard, I wouldn't try to make it all, the job notice in its entirety one page, because it's just so comprehensive.
Okay.
I think you'll shortchange the depth of what you want to say.
Okay.
But the initial, you know, so it does sound, when I talk to employers, I'm like, this is marketing. So, you know, that's why it's got a little bit of that, like, you know, nestled in the foothills,
right,
Green Mountains, you know, but we're trying to get people who maybe are from out of the area to get a picture of what it means to come here, right? And you think about, well, why do I live here? Why do I love it here? You know, why do other people love it here? And try to get that to come through a little bit, because it is about the job, but if you're thinking about recruiting broadly, what's going to entice someone to come here and think about moving here to work?
Questions?
Well, I have a question. I
Oh,
noticed in your tracking, it looks like you're getting rid of rural schools, maybe?
I think somebody,
I do not want to split hairs. I just wanted to mention that
Okay.
one particular one came up.
no, we didn't,
okay.
we moved it.
You moved it, okay, just
So it
because that came up a
became,
lot.
I think before you had, and
Okay.
understand the needs of rural schools, and somehow somebody tweaked it to, and understand rural school needs.
That's
So we
totally fine. Yeah, it's just I wanted to be clear that that was in there very
Yeah.
intentionally, because
Yes.
that came up
Yeah.
quite a bit.
No, and that's where I think I should have moved it and not
Okay.
deleted it and retyped it.
Okay,
That was my.
just checking.
That was my
I'm not
bad.
going to like, you know, micro edit your edits, but I just thought I mentioned that one.
And this is actually all of yours, but I think I cut and pasted it, so it's coming up as if I added it all, which I did
Okay,
not.
yeah.
It's like, ah. But I'm learning how to use a Mac, so.
You can go, I think you can go to full screen. Full screen is a window.
There we go.
Where it's at.
Is that better?
Maybe a little.
So other comments, questions? So where we are in the process, just so we all kind of wrap around to this, Jen has completed her portion of things. So we've got the survey and forum data. We've got a really good draft of a job description. I had a great conversation with Dawn Collins, who is available to help us run the search. So Dawn is a former, I'm thinking I'm going to get this right, teacher, principal, superintendent, state school board member, state senator, or
Yes.
state rep?
Senator.
Senator. And so he's got a great knowledge of education. He is available. And he could start pretty much right away. He's available right now if we want to give him a call and ask him any questions. I know I sent you guys the notes of my call about how he likes to do things. His first thought is always to do a community survey. He says it's the one area that most school boards don't do because they think they know exactly what they need. So he was thrilled to hear that we had done this. His next step is always to come down and meet with administrators, teachers, staff, everybody. Says you don't have to come, but he wants to have that meeting on the books. He says it can be 15 minutes or it can be 3 hours. And then he talked about how he has done screening committees that always have teachers, administrators, parents, school board members, not all of us. He's like, you pick 1 or 2. And he likes to help write the questions. He actually likes to be the one in the room asking the questions. He likes for the screening committee to listen. He doesn't like it when a superintendent can sort of play off people and say, oh, you're the school board member, I'm gonna go this direction with my answer to, he likes to have just, he asks the questions and everybody listens. He thinks that school boards ask too many questions, so he likes to rein school board members in. And he likes to, from the moment you put out the job, he likes 3 weeks. He likes to advertise for 3 weeks. He can go as far as 4. He thinks longer than that is foolhardy. If you're in the position and you want to be a superintendent, you've got your stuff together, you're ready, and the minute you see the ad, you're going to pull the plug and go. He doesn't think you need this massive window, especially now. He said that February is good, April's bad. So yes, we're a little on the end of things, but this actually is not a bad time. So he would, pull the plug quickly, get our ad out. He likes to, as the resumes come in, he likes to sort of start ranking them, checking them, doing credential checks, making sure everything's good. If he sees a particularly strong candidate, he immediately sometimes calls them and just says, hey, thank you for your resume. We're not scheduling interviews yet, but we think we will be at this time. He just doesn't want, any really strong candidates to be like, oh, I didn't hear from, WSCSU, so I'm going to take that other job I wasn't so sure of. He likes to hook people in. I think what else he said. I can't think, but I think that's the gist of it. So he is available if people have questions for him. We can call him right now.
Do you have a reference from somebody who has used him for superintendent search?
He did.
I should have asked you before.
No, he did, and actually I meant to, let me just, let's see. He did mention names, and let me see if I can think of who they were, because if anybody knows them, did I not write the names down on here, or did I put them on another piece? There's somebody in Marlboro, I think, but I can certainly call him back and see.
There used to be a superintendent down here somewhere in this corner of Vermont.
Yeah, I swear he gave me a couple and I just kept writing and writing and writing. But I mean, that's something we can ask him, and
yeah, I guess that's the one thing I just would like
to.
In case somebody wants to know, because I mean, he obviously comes pretty highly recommended.
Yeah.
But if you want specific people to you mean to contact
just
people they
talk
actually
to somebody
work with.
who he's done a superintendent search with. I mean. Because we've done that kind of throughout, and I just want to make sure that we're doing the same. Because with Mark Andrews, I had contacted a couple places. that
I
are
can
with
certainly
him,
do
so
that.
I just want to make sure we've done our due diligence.
One other thing I remember he said, because I mentioned NESDEC and possibly using them for the search, and he said they are high quality in anything they do. As long as the fee isn't outrageous, it would be a good way to get more coverage. He loves School Spring. He's like, that is where, if you're in the education field, you're probably going to go. But he also thinks that NESDEC is a good resource. So he's not opposed to having us do that as well. Did I cover everything in my notes?
I think almost everything.
Almost everything? Is there any?
He talked about, let's see, the setting the number of representatives on board. That grading, that the review, well, he called it review committee rather than screening, so we may change it again. We stick with Andy's. But he said grading can be formal or informal, rubric is a possibility. And I think we talked a little bit about that, but I think we want to try and have a rubric so we can compare people's independent responses to applications before we try to work it together on them.
He also said the group you start with, the ones who's looking at everything, is the ones who do the interview. You don't want to bring different people in at different levels. So there's one group of people, they do the process all the way through. That is the group that makes the recommendation to the board, and then the board makes the decision.
The only thing I would add to that is that the way we've done it with principals that people have spoken really highly of is that after a few candidates are identified, then to have a parent community group, a teacher group, administrative group, and then the whole board hear from all of them and then report back, and then the board decides.
He was also open. He was very clear in, this is how I've done it. Sometimes people want me to do it differently. And he does not seem like he's got a one track, but it's this is what has worked best for me, and I'll give you my experience.
So I think I like the idea of having an initial screening committee that brings you to a point where you have some candidate, hopefully, 3 fabulous candidates. But I really like the process, just because it worked for us in the principal search, where you have the different stakeholders and the candidates run with the stakeholders, and then everybody reports out to the full board, who hears this superintendent, their responses, and hopefully people, kind of agree, but you can get a different perspective, and the questions are geared, the administrator questions are administrator type questions, parent questions are parent type questions. And I sat in the high school parent thing, and Steve did a really great job of getting a diverse group of parents, and so you could kind of see that side of a superintendent really highlighted, or see that side of it, in this case a vice principal, highlighted. And I mean, the questions were set beforehand, but not entirely. You could add, I felt like at the end of the interview, I had a very good sense of all of them, and we came up with a candidate that we recommended as a parent group.
He did say he likes to have, set questions going in so that you know what you're really trying to cover. He goes, yep, there might be follow-ups based on what someone says. He doesn't try to control it that much. But he sort of likes to have that, this is what we're going through. This is what we're looking for based on our data. This is what is the priority for us, and is this person a good fit? So.
Nope. Where does Curtis fit into all of this?
Curtis, we would probably continue to use depending on how we do this as a consultant. He's been, he worked with Jen on things, and at some point I think we should get him back looped in for the job description, just to make sure we're not doing anything.
But as far as advertising out, and talking to people and that kind of thing. I'm sorry, I haven't been to any of these before, so you may have covered that, but.
So I would expect, but it's up to the board, that we would keep him in the loop and, use his services.
Particularly for reviewing materials and then additional sites to advertise.
So what do you think? Do we want to call Don, or do you want me just to call him and say, hey, we'll talk to you later? Or
I like the idea of using NESDEC's resources to do whatever we can do to cast our net as widely as possible. I like the idea of somebody that's going to come and actually work with us and be here present and help us walk through a process, and somebody who has sat in all these seats pretty much can represent any stakeholder in the process in terms of the large stakeholder pile. And so, I mean, I'd be for going, I'd love to have you speak to somebody and get a reference who's used him specifically for this. But I'd be for moving forward and getting this ad out and engaging Dawn and NESDEC to get the ad out and start the process.
and then maybe get him down. He's gonna be away for a little while, maybe get him down before he goes away.
Right, I feel like he's gonna be here all of next week, so we possibly could pull something off
Yeah,
next
we
week
should try to
and
do that.
get, and then I think the main thing with him, if we choose to go this way, is finalize the job description and then get it out there. That is probably the most important thing. So,
Yeah.
Jody, you had another
I was just
question?
going to say, Christina had said that he did something like superintendent or something down in the south here, which I think if we could find out what he did and talk to people that he worked with, or perhaps, because we are, for Vermont, we are a different area than Burlington and those other areas. It would be nice to know what his background is down here.
I think I wrote it down and it was like Marlborough, Dummerston, and it was these names I knew, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, and.
I want to say it was Wyndham Central Superintendent a ways back.
Okay. Okay.
No, in Swanton? Is that where he is now?
Is that, I think that is.
Yeah, he's in Franklin County.
Yeah.
How'd you hear that?
I serve on the VSBA with him, and so when the
I did
VSBA
too.
said they wouldn't do it for us, he's on the executive board of the VSBA, and I said this was very poor timing. This did not come across very well to the board members that were considering the dues, and thank you for giving me the heads up, VSBA board. So I called him directly. He said, I've done a ton of superintendent searches. I'll do it for less than the VSBA.
And he's between 5,000 and 8,000.
Wow.
So.
But he's excellent. He is an excellent board member at the VSBA. The fact that he's on the executive board during this very tumultuous time, and I like him, and so does the vast majority of the VSBA, says a lot about him. Between the lines on that one.
I can read a little bit from his legislative bio. He's got 2 daughters and 4 grandchildren, so that's a good start. Don served in Vermont Senate from 2003 to 2008, was chairman of the Senate Ed Committee during his final 2 terms. Prior to serving in the legislature, Collins was an educator for 37 years, including 17 as a superintendent of schools. He also served as project manager on numerous school and municipal construction projects and was school director for the Swanton School District for 9 years. Collins currently serves on the State Board of Education and the Government Affairs. Well, he's not anymore. This was back when he was in the legislature.
The board bios for VSBA has him done work for 28 years as school administrator in Lamoille, Addison, Wyndham, and Franklin counties, and 14 years as superintendent of schools for Fairfax and Georgia.
So they should list where he hasn't worked, it would be smart. Other.
But I'm just one voice.
Because we possibly could get him down here next week to start kicking
Yeah,
things off.
I think we definitely should.
And then maybe we try to do a meeting next week where we, or the great thing is I can at least at this point send him all of Jen's work, find out his availability. If you're available, we take you out to lunch and you show him all of this stuff. We sort of wrap up the job description. I'll get my latest without all the red marks, and we can
copy to him.
And so the difference between the 5,000 and the 8,000 was really, can we have a point person down here, or does he need to hire someone up there? And he said it could be a board person, and I'm willing to alphabetize resumes.
So keep track of the paperwork.
Right, just sort of and I was like, yep, I think we can, handle that. But then we can put some money into NESDEC once we've got that job description done. But we can do this conditionally on me checking a reference, just so I've talked to someone down here.
So I move that pending a satisfactory reference check by Carrie Amadon, that we employed Don Collins to finish the advertisement and begin the advertising process for the superintendent. Is that what I'm?
I think so, at no more than 8,000.
No more than 8,000, no more than $8,000.
Yeah.
This Tina moves that pending reference check. What's the word, employ?
Employee, contract,
Contract. For services, oops, I have a caps lock. Okay.
for superintendent services at no more than 8,000. Oh. We'll grab the door.
Might need a second for those to come back.
Oh, yeah.
Second that.
Short time, we'll just sit with Great.
All right, any other discussion on that?
Would that include facilitating the review or screening?
Yes, yes, he's all-inclusive, he does it all.
That's what I thought, I just didn't hear it mentioned there.
Nope, he's, all right, so I will check on the reference and then I'll give him a call tonight.
You got both.
Oh, yeah, but then I will also arrange for him, hello, we're almost done, we're gonna do this. I'll try to arrange something for next week. How do people's schedules look next week?
We have a Wednesday meeting, so.
You have a Wednesday meeting, okay.
For what that's, it's
Okay.
5 o'clock finance committee too, so it's maybe not the best time to.
Well-
No, I know what you're thinking and.
No, I'm not thinking of an official meeting, I'm thinking if we can maybe come up with some administrative meeting late afternoon, and then he can at least come in and say, hi, I'm Don
Okay.
Collins.
All
Not an official meeting,
I could
but,
spare 20 minutes.
I would like us to sit down and just spend some time talking with him about where we are in the process.
Yeah.
And the whole survey and all of that, and get
Yeah.
kind of really grounded
Okay.
with him and with who we are and with our expectations.
let me check.
And then start all that other stuff and see if there's a date, and maybe it could be during the day.
Okay, let me check his availability next week as far as coming down and spending a day. And we can go from there. All right, so now we do have to vote. All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, we have next step.
Just a question, sounded like the question of the job description advertisement going out was gonna get vetted through Curtis and work with Dawn on question.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, I don't know when if the next official SU board meeting is next week in order to meet with Dawn, you're good. If you don't do that, does that delay the production and approval of the job description? Just a question.
We would have to have a draft, somebody would have to complete the draft.
Yeah, and I
Maybe
can.
But
Jen
would the
might be
board have
able
to-
to help us get that, or help, the two of you maybe, or the two of you and one of us to get that finished, so that we've got something to present at that meeting and get it done.
Right,
Because we can't do that, we can't share drafts electronically.
right.
We can read them, but we can't.
You can read them and
So
comment, and then
you-
it becomes nightmare to.
Would empowering a smaller group to come up with a final job description be the way to go? Just a question.
Yeah, that's the same with Carrie and Jen, and maybe one other person or somebody else maybe.
Hold on, I'm still like totally attached.
So if we give Carrie the power to do it and ask whoever she wants. Tim's a really good writer, by the way.
Okay.
I move that the board authorizes Carrie Amidon to complete the job description.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? I was looking for
You can ask any one other person, unfortunately.
two, okay.
I mean, you can send out.
I
you
get,
can send
right,
back.
and you can send back, I just can't have you
Consult-
all.
consult
But you did
one.
that, you already know what we think.
Well, right, I got little tweaks from people, so that is good. I was just looking to see.
It read really nicely, Jen, by the way, I'm sorry, I thought it
It
read.
really
some personality.
encapsulated.
It wasn't just like, we want a superintendent to, I thought it had marketing piece to it, so I appreciate that.
He did have, I swear we put in here, timing. Oh, he suggests getting it out by February 7th. So if we can have the job description out there by February 7th, he said with an end date of February 28th.
Means we got all next week to
Right, right.
talk with him again.
Yeah. We got tonight. I mean, come on. We're gonna be done this meeting at 6 and.
We got a minute.
Yeah, a whole minute.
So if you can get it scheduled by Thursday, that's optimal, because Guilford Town Office is closed on Friday, so in order to have
Okay.
it by month, it's a constant challenge for us.
So, gotcha.
For next week,
To book
if you
the,
want to have it on Monday or Tuesday, it has to go out Thursday,
meeting tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, he's home, you can call him
There you go. Yeah,
after the meeting. Because I think we
Yeah,
might
so if
want
we
to then
could do
look at our
something.
schedules and see if they're,
if there is something Monday, Tuesday, you guys are already booked on Wednesday, so we don't like that.
It'd be better if we didn't, because a lot of people don't like me when I keep 4-hour meetings.
well,
Bring snacks. It makes everybody
Yeah.
happy. Then they're not hangry.
can we do it in the daytime?
I would think he would be here. I don't think he's coming down for an hour. I think he's coming down. We want to try to set up administratively, it works best 4 o'clock.
I think we could be flexible.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, like
Definitely
if,
priority there.
if we said, you know, you guys get the 4 o'clock shift, like maybe some of us can get together during the day and just brief him.
Yeah.
And then if we need to have an official SU meeting that night, we do it 5 or 6 so that we can sign off on the job description.
If it's a Tuesday, 4 or after 4 would be best, because it's a staff meeting afternoon.
Tuesday, 4 is good, okay.
Or a little after.
A little after 4, okay. And then I'm assuming we need a good-sized room,
Yeah.
right? I mean, this is not we're not doing it in here again. Although we made it, guys. Okay.
The Kingston Conference Room is kind of nice and comfortable. So,
Yes,
then you
and
have
there's
a
good
bigger room for
parking
bigger
and-
groups,
yeah.
and there's parking, and most people at this point know where it is.
Know where it is, so, okay. All right, I will let everybody know. I will be on computer tonight and see what we can figure out. All right, and I will blast everybody, everything. Jody,
Would you blast me too?
you're on my list.
Okay.
Don't you get my emails?
No,
Really?
only personal ones, not business ones.
Carrie, do you want a motion to move forward with NASDAQ too? So if you have this done, you can go forward with it, or you want to wait till next week?
I think we could wait till next week with that, because we
Okay.
still need the job description.
Okay.
You know, and I'd like Dawn to have
Fingers in it.
fingers in it.
Okay.
So I think we've got time when it's ready there. And his fee, the 5 to 8, did not include advertising. But he's happy with School Spring, likes the idea of NASDAQ. He doesn't understand school boards that pay to put their job descriptions in the Burlington Free Press. He just doesn't understand why you spend that money. So I was like, okay, makes sense to me. So, all right. Favorite motion?
So moved.
All right. All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. All right, only 2 minutes off. Knew we would do this.
You want this in here, or you want
meeting to order. Can I get a motion for the minutes of January 15th and the 21st, please?
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 15th and January 21st.
Can we do them separately? Because
Oh,
I
you weren't
wasn't
there.
Oh, okay, so do the 15th first.
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 15th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the 21st.
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 21st.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay, warrants for payments, warrant 16, 16P, War Memorial 16A, and Conservation Commission 6.
I'll move that we approve warrant 16, 16P, War Memorial 16A, and Conservation Commission number 6.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. All right, recognition of visitors, census. We got. You want to come on up to the table, please?
Sure, you ready for me?
Sure. You sure are.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so, are you,
I'm Louis White.
You
Let's
are.
go around the table and introduce ourselves. I'm Louis White.
Geraldine Wilson.
Terry Chapman.
Maria Glayback.
Hey, and I'm Tom Simmons. I am the U.S. Census Partnership Specialist for Windham and Windsor County, Vermont, and Sullivan County, New Hampshire, and small chunks of Orange and Bennington. Basically, I retired after teaching 20 years at GCC, and I failed retirement, so I took this job this year. And what my job really is to go around to community groups, town boards, libraries, senior centers, and explain the rollout of the 2020 census this year, some of the obstacles that we're already running into, and ways the town can make sure that there is a full response from the town. As you probably know, the Census Bureau does surveys every year, but the Economic Indicator Survey and the Housing Construction Survey. But what I'm really here to talk about is the 2020 decennial, which is the one we have to do every 10 years under the Constitution. And most people think of that in terms of, well, it determines how many representatives in Congress we get. Well, big surprise, no matter what the results are, we're getting one, so that's not going to change. But what most people don't realize is that 65 different federal programs that help the most vulnerable people in our community are tied to the census figures for the next 10 years. So in other words, the money that comes from the federal government to the state of Vermont for the distribution, for Meals on Wheels, Medicare, first responders, school lunch programs, special ed, SNAP, WIC, fuel assistance, housing rehab, they're all based on the census numbers. So it's critical, not for the number of congressmen we get, it's critical for those programs and those who depend on them to actually respond to the census. Now, this year there are two big changes to the census that you've never experienced before. The first is you're going to be able to do the census online. It's the first time in history we're doing it. That means we've already done all of our address updates and things like that, so we're now into the phase of getting ready for the rollout. March 12th, every single person in town, that's when we send the letters out, will get a letter telling them they can go online and do their census. A week later, they'll get a follow-up saying, hey, don't forget about us, go online and do your census. A week later, they'll get a postcard saying, hey, what's the matter you? Go online and do your census. The first or second week of April, anyone who has not responded online will then get the form in the mail. The old-fashioned pen and ink, fill it out, do the form in the mail. And I mention that because, and this is one of the concerns I have, especially in this community, a lot of people are not comfortable doing something like this online. And I've been to 30 different senior citizen luncheons in my territory. And as soon as I say online, even just saying it's an option to do it online,
I get a sea of, oh. And I understand that. And there's a lot of communities in my area that don't even have active internet access. You know, there are entire towns that don't, 50% of the people are not online. But I say all that because I don't want people getting into the habit of saying, oh, I got a bulk mail from the federal government Census Bureau addressed to occupant telling me to go online. Forget it. And doing that 3 times in a row, because in the 4th time, it's the actual form. So we have to let people know that you will get a form. And of course, we're doing advertising campaigns, but it helps if you all know that. The second big change, which is going to be a positive in most people's mind, is that there's no longer a long form. Some people used to get a census that went on forever and ever. It's 9 questions. It's your name, your address, your phone number, your age and your birthday, how many people live here, race and gender. End of discussion. And the relationship of those people in the house to you, because you need all those birthdays. So it's a lot easier to fill out and send in. Then, if people have been naughty and they haven't responded online and they haven't responded by phone, because there'll be a number to do it by phone too, and you haven't responded to the form, then we send out people knocking door to door. That's the real old-fashioned, hi, I'm here from the U.S. Census. Before we do that, and that will take place towards the end of April through at least July, right? Before we do that, we will notify the local police departments that we're about to send people out into the neighborhoods, because you will get calls at town hall, you will get calls at the police department. People will wonder if you're reassessing them again or something like that. That's the usual first line. But they will all have federal badges. They will have been fingerprinted and federal background checked. They have gone through a training program. They have census tablets. They have census placards in their car. The smoothest way this goes is if we hire people from Dummerston to do the enumerating in Dummerston, so that someone can say, hey, you know, Jane came to my door last night with the census, as opposed to some sketchy guy I've never seen before came to my door and asked me my birthday. Is this legit or not? To be honest with you, we are 65% behind recruitment goals in Windham County. We are paying $20 an hour. They are flexible hours. You get nights, weekends, mornings, whatever works. So a lot of people can take advantage of it. And we pay during training, which starts next month. But we don't have any applicants. It's one of the downsides of having a state that's got 2% unemployment. So I mention that because if you know people, if you can, you know, just mention it. I also have a poster that I'm going to be leaving you to hang in town hall or anywhere else. If you can mention that and generate enthusiasm in the community, that helps. In terms of response, there are certain people groups that respond, certain demographic groups that respond at lower rates than others. Those in poverty, single parents with kids, single senior citizens, and in terms of Dummerston's demographics, because I look at all the statistics before I come to the town, the biggest one that jumps out here are senior citizens. And again, that comes up against the internet issue, and are they going to get tired and throw away all these forms in the federal government? So we need to get the word out to them. What we're doing, in addition to the national ad campaign, we put PSAs on the Brattleboro radio stations. We are hoping to send flyers home through the schools and have a program for the schools. I've been speaking, as I said, to a lot of senior citizens groups. In fact, I guess it was probably last week I was right across the street at the Grange Hall. Yep. That was incredible. There were, I mean, for a town as small as Dummerston, there was almost 70 people there. And of all the ones that I've been to, I think proportionally that was probably the biggest, you know, senior meal per population size town I've ever been to. And it was great, and people were enthusiastic. I'm going to hope to work with the church as well, have information there. All of that is a long way of saying, that's all prelude. All that is a long way of saying, if there's anything that you can do to get the word out, to make sure that every person in Dummerston is counted, it helps me, but it helps you guys as well. So other towns that I've worked with, just to give you some examples, many of them have websites or listservs or community newsletters or a Facebook page or some combination thereof. If you have any of those and are willing, I can send you pre-written blurbs, 1-paragraph blurbs, and I'll email it to you, and you guys can just post it. You don't even have to change it. You know, it's no work outside of the posting it, if you've got that. Or a town newsletter, same thing. If the town library has a newsletter, we can do that. If there's an institution in town, and I suppose the Grange, the church, and the library is pretty much the institutions in the town, who are willing to have a computer available in case people want to come in and get help to do it online. All of those kind of things help generate interest and response. I don't know if your town report has gone to print yet. I know it's coming up on deadlines. We have a 1-paragraph blurb that was approved by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns for insertion into town reports. I can send you that.
Well, if it doesn't go in the town report, you could always just leave it here and we can make copies and put it on the table at town meeting, so.
That would be wonderful. Actually, we could do both. You could have it in the town report, and I could also leave flyers for you about the importance of the census. Just give me an idea of, if I were to do that, how many would I need for town meeting?
Usually we have 123 people.
It's about 100. 100 is good.
Oh, we have a real good turnout for.
That's incredible.
Yes.
It really is.
And then people come to vote also who aren't even coming to town meetings. So, you know, in addition to that, people are coming and leaving, coming and leaving.
Okay. What is the date of your town meeting?
March
3rd.
3rd. And we put a table right up front, so with flyers and, you know, because other people have things to hand out as well.
Okay.
So if you actually had somebody you wanted to pay to sit there and give that information out, or somebody to volunteer to give that information out, I don't know how you were saying something about people getting paid to do certain things. I mean, and just be at that table, that would be, you could do that.
What time?
I would say starting at 9 or 8.
8, the polls open at 8.
The polls open at 8.
The meeting's at 10.
Yeah.
And the polls are open till 7.
Right.
8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Town meeting goes till it goes.
Right, it should be shorter this, well, maybe not, looking at our budget, but yeah. So, because there's no school portion this year, so.
Okay.
Oh, right.
So, that's why we could do anything we wanted with that budget, so people could sit there all day and talk and be normal.
That's right, got the school behind us, yeah.
Any email list or?
You could call Lori.
Yeah, Lori.
The town clerk, and see if she's willing to put something on her.
On the website. And,
Yeah.
Okay, I believe I have her information. Oh, maybe I don't.
Clerk@dummerson.org. Town clerk?
Town clerk.
Town clerk@dummerson.org.
Town clerk at Dummerson.org.
That goes to Lori Frechette.
And that's a web page that she runs for the town.
Well, she sends out an email. She has a big email list.
Excellent.
But she's, you know, she's pretty careful about what she puts in that and what she doesn't.
Sure.
So it'll depend a little bit on how you present it to her.
It's important for our town that we all get counted, you know.
Yeah. And then
Dummerston counts.
we do have a very good website, and so it could go on the website. And I don't know, is Lori the one that asks Kevin to do things, or how does that work?
Yeah, or Lori can post on the website.
Yeah. So she would do the website too.
Okay. Any other group or institution in town that's got a wide reach?
Roger,
yes.
Hi, Roger. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm the editor of the Views of Dummerston, which comes out quarterly.
Okay.
And we're working on an issue right now, which is coming out before town meeting. And then we'll have another one in the summer, another one in the spring, and another one in the summer. So we can put articles in all of them about this.
How would I send that to you?
Send it at articles
Mm-hmm.
at Views of Dummerston
Views of Dummerston? Okay.
.org.
You have it before the weekend.
And that's Roger Turner.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Do you have any questions about the census or the rollout or what to expect?
Seems like you're the right man for the job.
Yep. I'm trying hard. I'm leaving you with a package of information. I don't know who is the keeper of the holy books. In case anyone asks, in case anyone asks anything, everything I've discussed is basically in there.
Maybe leave that for Lori.
Yeah. As well as a sheet on confidentiality. Sometimes people are afraid to say, you know, I don't want to say I live here because for whatever reason. But everything that comes with the census is 100% confidential. We cannot share, by law, by federal law, we cannot share with Homeland Security, ICE, immigration, law enforcement, social services, schools, building and zoning, or anyone else who you might not want to know, you know, where you're living and what you're doing. So.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Very much.
Super informative, even back here.
Well, that's good. That's why I like to come to public. I love coming to Board of Selectmen's meetings for exactly that reason.
Well, you had a good one.
Yeah.
We usually have this number of people.
123 out here.
Okay, so moving on to Wyndham Regional. Roger, you want to come up and Chris? And was Sam here too, or?
Okay.
Come up anyways. I think you have a big enough role that your name was mentioned in an email, so you're up here.
Call VCTV, you can do a PSA, it runs all day long.
Dummerston Cares is a senior citizens.
Oh, yeah, number
Dummerston
of
Cares.
that's good. Yeah.
You'll find a contact.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep.
Or Lori is.
All right.
So have you folks heard anything about Communication Union Districts, CUDs? CUDs have been
This is gonna be.
created by the state of Vermont to allow a minimum of 2 towns in the state to group together and run fiber optic, fund and run fiber optic all around to, it's meant to address last mile problems or underserved problems. And so there are 3 or 4 of them already in existence in the state. And Wyndham Regional has gotten a grant to investigate the possibility of creating one here in this region. And they've got 2 organizations involved. One is a nonprofit that has been involved with other CUDs to actually do the infrastructure, you know, build it, run the cable around. And another is a nonprofit which is managing the business side of the CUDs once they're created. So what we're being asked to do now is to, in each of our towns, ask if the town will pass a simple resolution to participate in the investigation of the feasibility of a CUD for this region. And by doing that, you would just be committing to appointing a point person that would attend meetings, and that you would promote the distribution and collection back of surveys. What's going to happen is there's already kind of a bare bones survey which is going to be reviewed next week.
Yeah.
Next week to kind of fine tune it for this area. It's going to be available before town meeting. It's supposed to be collected back by March 17th, and then the results are going to be studied, and feasibility is going to be determined for this area. And if it seems like something's feasible, a business plan. They'll create a business plan, and the business plan will kind of be the basis for asking towns if they want to get involved, actually commit to being involved in the CUD. But right now, a simple resolution would be just that. It would be saying we're interested in participating to see if it's, to collect information and to have somebody from the town participate in the meetings for it. And there's no financial obligation at all. You know, this study's being funded through the Wyndham Regional. And in ongoing, CUDs are separate municipal districts, like a waste management district. And there's a letter in the paper last week by somebody from Simon saying, beware of CUDs because your town's gonna be in financial jeopardy. That's not the case. Towns have no financial obligation to a CUD. The CUD is a separate municipal entity. It gets its own bonds, it gets its own, you know, it funds itself, and then once it's providing services, it gets, you know, money coming in from its customers.
Yeah, I watched the BCTV.
Uh-huh.
That was an informative, very informative.
Yeah.
What you guys, so basically what you're looking for is a survey and a 30%, hopefully a 30% turnover or comeback on the
Yeah.
results of the survey.
Yes, and just for you folks to say, yes, the town of Dummerston is interested in participating in this study, and we will figure out somebody to represent the town at the meetings. And it's a 6-month, it's a 6-month obligation. The business plan is supposed to be created by mid to late August.
And what equates feasibility? What are they looking for? What would make a town feasible?
The study gets at who is interested in internet, in high-speed internet. It's like 25 up and it's 25 down and 3 up. Does that make sense?
Megabytes.
Megabytes.
Yeah.
That's the minimum. So it's high-speed fiber optic. Although what I've heard, I don't really understand this, but they say that wherever the people who are doing it now say that wherever they put it in, it's always been symmetrical, meaning if it's 25 up, if it's 25 down, it's 25 up too. So
So in terms of feasibility, what they're looking for is who's saying they need it?
Exactly.
who's saying they would
Okay,
want
so
to?
that's the main
Yeah.
feasibility.
That's why they need at least, the 30% is their hope. They need to get
Right,
a
30% people
Back on the-
returning the
Returning
survey,
Right.
but on the survey, what is it that they're looking for?
Yes, we're interested in internet. We're interested in a basic plan, or no, I have a business plan that I'm interested in pursuing, and I need more.
Or I already have it, I have what I need.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So it's
And so if you have so many people that have what they need, then you're not really, you don't
It
pass
doesn't make
muster
sense for this
for,
town.
it doesn't
Right.
make sense. So they
Right.
wanna get a sense of
Yeah.
who has the amount of internet that they need and who doesn't and wants it.
You're right.
Okay,
Right.
good.
And they're still
Thanks.
working on the survey. That'll be worked on in your next meeting on the 6th.
Right.
Yep.
So my request to you is, would you pass a simple resolution saying the town of Dummerston would be interested in being part of the Wyndham Regional Commission investigation into feasibility of creating a CUD?
Do you have that written out somewhere?
Yeah,
I can
I've
do
got,
that.
I got it. You want me to move it?
No, we got that, we've got it
Oh, the
later.
resolution. You want a real,
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
it on the agenda for later on, if we decide we're gonna do it, we can vote on that later.
Okay, and then Chris Olson has kind of come out of the woodwork here. And I don't know, I'm not sure how you found out about it, but he found out about it and he went to a meeting, so, I mean, he's already showing interest in it, and I guess he's spoken to Sam. And, I mean, I'm not particularly interested in being the point person. If it came down to nobody else being available, I would do it, I guess, for the 6 months. But if somebody who knows something about it and is interested in it were doing it, that would be much better for the town, I think.
so Chris, are you saying you'd be the point person?
Very, very reluctantly. Being of the age that I am, I'm currently working 3 jobs on top of all of this, so time is pretty thin for me. So I'm hesitant to commit because I don't know that I would actually.
So let me ask you a question on that. So if we appointed you, say we agreed to do this resolution tonight, and say we appointed you the person, you could always, if you found somebody else, could step in and do that, correct? I mean, be the point person, or you have to?
I believe so.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
what the regional commission is looking for is just someone to communicate through. They're looking
Right.
for a conduit between towns and.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if you were willing to do it until, you or somebody else could find somebody or somebody step forward, is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yes.
If we decided to do that tonight?
And then I'm not sure, what, if you have possible interest in this too, Sam.
I'm really just here to encourage the select board to make that resolution and to get us involved. And I can speak for being on the last mile and not having the high speed. And I don't think it's ever gonna come from Comcast, so I think a utility district is definitely what the most promising thing right now.
So, Louis, I just want to clarify what you were saying here. So, is what you were asking is if we appointed Chris and he felt like he didn't have the time to do everything, he could delegate someone else to go to a meeting, but he would be the point person?
Oh, no, he could come, he could do that, or he could come back to the select board with somebody else, and we could appoint that person at that time.
But
Switch the person.
But you're just asking him if he would
was willing
find
to do-
the
Yeah,
person,
start it.
if you can't do it, you could find somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I just didn't want to appoint him and have him really be that reluctant that, he couldn't do it and stuff, but letting him know that there's always an out to it too, that,
Right, especially if you can find somebody else that is.
Yeah, and the personal interest here for me is I think this is fascinating. I think EC fiber is like an incredible concept, and it seems to be working well. And I have Southern Vermont cable, and that's
Which is
probably going to be turning into
Now,
Comcast.
it is,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a question anymore,
Right.
yeah,
So-
yeah.
Well,
have options.
We're proofing the views next, on February 6th, so that won't make sense for me, but,
Yeah, I will
if
be
you were
willing.
saying you could be available and we were able to find somebody else who was interested and could step in, that would be fine with you. And sounds like it'd be fine with the board.
So I guess we could, if somebody wants to make a motion, it is on the agenda, that we could make a motion now while.
I'd prefer to do that now, because then during our discussion, if we have any
Right.
questions, they're here to answer them.
So,
Well, how about if we do it this way? I'll move that the town of Dummerston allow the Wyndham Regional Commission to do a survey for the broadband project, which will result in a feasibility study and business plan, and appoint Chris Olson to be the point person for this.
I would second that. Does that sound like the motion you were looking for, the resolution?
Yep.
okay, discussion on that? Go ahead, Sam.
No,
I want to hear,
this is my
I want to hear you say something that makes me change my mind.
I won't do it.
Alright. So any other discussion?
Well, is there anybody with questions about the, whether we should do this or not?
Really, all we're doing is allowing the Wyndham Region to take this grant and do the study.
Right.
Once the study comes back, then we'll know if it's even feasible.
Right.
And then we go on. from
And
there.
then we could go on from there. We're just allowing this grant to be implemented, to be
Yeah.
used to do a study. And allowing the townspeople to,
I think it's great.
And we're
Yeah.
saying Dummerston's in
Yeah.
for the study.
for the study.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what we're saying, for the survey. Yeah, for the survey.
Yeah. No, there's no actual CUD proposal on this.
No,
page.
it's just for the survey. That's all we're
Dummerston's in on
allowing.
the study.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think Wyndham Regional technically can do a survey without our permission.
Right.
Right,
Exactly.
right.
Well, I'm definitely for it.
any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Roger. Appreciate your time on it.
That was great, Terry. Couldn't say you didn't write all that down. It was like, I tried to do it. Somebody's gonna need to say this. It's too long a
That is
sentence.
Just couldn't remember his name until he said it. We're good.
Okay,
Okay.
Tour de Heifer, you guys want to come up? Mark, you want to come up also? Appreciate it, if you could. We can make room up here.
Yeah, bring an extra chair up if you need it. Come on up.
Do you mind if I just sit there?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, you can sit next to me, yeah.
I'm not part of the board.
No, you're not.
You don't have a beard. I don't know where.
I know. Too clean shaven.
Okay. So I'd like to go around the table because I don't know everybody here. So I'm Lewis White.
I'm Geraldine Wilson.
Mark Anderson, Wyndham County Sheriff.
Terry Chapman.
Maria Glayback.
Orly Mudsey. I'm the founder of Strolling of the Heifers.
Noah Hoskins from the Bunker Farm.
And Peter Dorn from Strolling of the Heifers and Wyndham Gross.
Great, thanks. Okay, so I guess we'd like to hear about what you guys are doing with the tour and what your thoughts are, because nobody contacted the town. I guess that was our biggest, surprise, that all of a sudden we get a map and said we're doing this, and it's like, well, it was nice to hear from somebody before all this came out.
So, number one, I'm sorry for the miscommunication. We've been running the Tour de Heifer for 12, 13 years. And the protocol prior to that is that one of the volunteers made a phone call just before the tour, that we're talking about the Tour de Heifer, to the towns, and it was fine. So we didn't realize that more needed to be done. So we apologize for that, and I'm glad that we're here to let you know about it. So we've run the tour for about 12 years. I can't remember if it's 12 or 13. We've never had any problem or any incident. It's a very well-run event. It's a lovely event that showcases farms and gives a lot of publicity to the hosting farm. They'll be visiting other farms like the Scott Farm and other farms in the area. And it gives a good publicity for the town as well, and creates a lot of fun.
So Orly, where it's been in the last 12 years, has the route always gone pretty much the same, or do you change the route every year?
It has changed.
But has it been pretty much consistent the last
Yes,
12
yes,
years?
yes, maybe.
And it's been Guilford, right? Guilford and then up into Marlborough a little bit?
A little bit, and then West Brattleboro and some Halifax. There's never been one problem.
Right, but now it's on a whole different route. So it's how much is paved, how much is dirt, how busy roads are.
Most of it is dirt.
Yeah. Well, Maria and I looked at when we got the map, because it all of a sudden, the surprise. So we took it in depth.
Well, we apologize for that.
So we just took a look at it. So we came up with some questions.
Okay.
To give us some.
You have another?
Oh yeah, I got.
You got plenty.
Yeah, I got plenty.
23?
Yeah, 23. Yes. So because of the dynamics of Dummerston is so much different than what you're already on. So we took a step back and looked at it as almost like it's an EMD, emergency management type thing, because you're dealing with rescue, we hope, the fire department,
Of course.
the sheriff's department. So those are some of the questions that we had.
Do you want them to go through them? Should we
Or
start
they
with
can-
these questions?
This is the beginning of I think there'll be probably more information coming. You'll need to look through that a little bit more in depth and send us stuff back on some of the questions.
I think so,
Yeah. So I can tell you that I'm new to the organization, and I basically inherited this event. There was a committee of local cyclists that put these routes together. They're all
We've done this for 12 years.
who've done the ride and rode every bit of, physically rode their bikes on everything that they were proposing to use for these routes. So the whole idea of these gravel rides is that in some cases, the rougher the road, the better. People actually like that. So if we're going on farm roads or class 4 roads, that's actually attractive to the riders, it's not a detractor. Surprise. Sounds crazy, but it's actually true.
Well, that was some of the concern, like the Norris Hollow Road, and the Evans Road,
Yeah,
because the Evans Road's a trail.
right, exactly, and that's exactly why
And
the planners included
So
that.
these aren't people just riding regular bikes, are they bringing mountain bikes in here,
Mountain
or?
bikes or bikes specifically for gravel. So there's an entire nationwide movement to gravel road cycling events, and there's
It's
a
not road bikes.
special type
No,
of bike
okay.
that, so they have there's clearance for wider tires. So they typically run like on a normal bike, it's a road bike, it's 20 to 22 millimeters, 23 millimeters for the tire. Gravel bikes can go up to 35 millimeters, so they can get big tires on their bikes, and they can ride on almost any terrain. So these routes are designed to be on gravel as much as possible. And the only time they deviate onto a paved road is when there's no way to get from one place to another on gravel.
So, Terry, the first question, I'm seeing these questions for the first time right now.
Yeah, we just.
So the first question, have the bike routes been driven for conditions and accuracy? What Peter's saying is actually they've been ridden. You know, they've been
Yes.
ridden
Yep.
by the
Yes.
kinds of bikes that will be
Correct.
in the Tour de Heifer.
Yep.
So that's a good thing.
Yes.
So also, you should know that the Putney, they're very involved. The West Hill shop is very, very involved. The Bravo Bicycle Shop, Specialized Sports, we get input from all of them. The other piece that I want to tell you, maybe that will help you, depending on how we decide, but there are usually about 7 what we call SAG stops, which are stops for people to have water and to have refreshments and whatsoever. This is not a race, it's a ride, so it's not a competition.
Right.
And demographically, the people that come are between, I would say, 30 to 50-ish, very fit people.
And how many roughly do you have?
It
coming?
depends. If it's a beautiful sunny day, we have about 300 or so. And they don't start all at the same time.
Right, they're
We
staggered.
They're
Yeah.
totally staggered. And they can take their time. It's not a rush. And the people that have come are in really good shape. I mean, that's from my window.
Experience, yeah.
Some of them, you should see some of them, how in good shape they are. They look like they come from another planet.
So have you guys already planned this out of where those SAG stops are gonna be now? I
The
mean.
SAGs, that's the only piece. that we
In general
haven't-
terms, but not specifically.
Yeah,
So I would,
we're gonna tweak that.
right.
There's a lot of planning, there's a big committee with all this, great volunteers. There's a lot of volunteers with this.
So Terry, from these concerns, would you have recommendations for where the SAG stops would be? Or
That's
Mark,
another-
even you, are there particular places that?
Well, I can tell you that that's driven by distance primarily. So if the ride is 60 miles long, I need a rest stop approximately every 10 miles, plus or minus. So I would drive the route and then look for logical places where we can have a rest stop that's not going to interrupt an intersection, that's not going to interrupt the flow of traffic.
I was thinking about it from a safety standpoint. 'Cause
Right.
That's
That would
what
be a coordination
Yeah.
with the
concern
sheriff's
is.
Right, yeah,
department.
so
Safety.
safety is the
Right.
first concern, and then it's just a logistical question.
Mhm.
Where can I get a rest stop closest to that mile marker? And in some cases, on the 60-mile route, it crosses itself. I can probably have a rest stop that does double duty, for riders going one direction and then coming back in another. So I haven't had a chance to suss all those out yet.
I mean, from my perspective, once you have locations you'd like, I mean, we can look at it, and if we see issues, we're happy to discuss them with you.
Carl?
I do.
Oh, great.
And if, I don't, and just road closures shouldn't be an
You
issue
give it
because
I have many.
123.
if you can picture how hilly it is around here, if a group of 20 riders starts out together within 5 miles, they're strung out over 5 miles because some go faster uphill than others. So there won't ever be like large groups. You won't see blocks of 20 or 30 riders riding together except for at the initial start. And that's fairly quiet roads. At that time on a Sunday morning, I can't imagine there'd be a lot of traffic on Bunker Road, or is it Park Lot, the one you're gonna turn off?
That Sunday morning, no.
Yeah.
We
Just
also
going to
have
church.
Yeah.
a few volunteers with cars to follow and make sure that everyone is okay. And, we take down everybody's license plate to make sure that everyone comes back, because we can tell
Okay.
by the cars. I mean, we've done this for a long time, so it's an oiled machine,
Okay.
and we've never really had issues.
I guess my biggest issue with the whole thing would be the safety on the tarred roads.
Yep.
The bike, we have signs in town, you know, share the road with bicyclists. And I wanna make sure that goes both ways, and that, you know, we've got bicycle groups around. And I wanna make sure that, you know, they know we share the road, and it'd be nice if, when they're on like Middle Road or the tarred roads, they're going in single file.
Yeah.
And not going
And that's, it's very easy
two-
for us to talk
two
about
abreast,
that,
because,
to our right.
you know, some of these corners and stuff
Middle
are.
road, yeah, and there's no shoulder.
There is,
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
and Middle Road is really the,
Spot.
we wrote that one in,
Yeah.
one of the things of our concern was Middle Road.
Yeah, and we've
Yep.
had spots like that in our previous ones. The other thing I need to tell you is we have, I think, 400 signs that we place a day or two before to let people know. And if there's any neighbors that we think should know about it, we make a personal call to them, or we go over to their house and so forth.
And how would you know what neighbors might need to be
Depending
told?
on if there's a SAG stop close to them or whatever, we want them to know what's going on.
I mean, if you're gonna have 400 signs around a couple days beforehand, I would think it would
It's
be
about
really
2 days.
2 days before. It would be really good to let the
Oh,
town
of
know
course.
that this is.
Of course.
So I would. Well, you say of course. So how does that happen? How do you let the town of Dummerston know that there's going to be this event?
I can put it in the Dummerston, what is it called?
Views.
Front porch or what?
The Dummerston Views.
The Dummerston Views.
Well, if it comes out at a time, I mean that only comes
This is
out
in June, I mean, she can put one right in the one that
Absolutely.
he's putting out right now. And
How often does that
Well,
come
that
up?
comes out in March, and then didn't Roger say there was another one that comes in the spring? So that would be the one to, not
Yeah.
the
Yeah, the
next
next
one, but the following
That's a
one.
good idea.
To put an
Yeah.
article in the Views, and Roger Turner's the one that you.
Right.
Yeah, Roger again.
I can also ask the town manager, that's what I was
Right,
thinking
and so the
too.
town clerk,
The town
Lori
clerk,
Frechette,
yeah. Can send
she
that's
should
what I was
know-
thinking of, sending an email to
Yeah.
everyone to let them know.
And we could, just like the census guy's doing, we could create a short blurb, ask that it be posted on the town website.
So did you guys have to do anything like what did you do in Guilford, Marlborough, Halifax in terms of, you know, like putting 400 signs around 2 days before? Was that?
Honestly, we just put them, nobody
It
said,
wasn't an-
no, it wasn't an issue.
Mhm.
And you come back the next day or the day after and pull them, or?
Monday.
Yeah.
On Monday, okay, so those are,
Right, and those
We're
are, you have
exhausted
to,
on Sunday.
they're,
Yeah.
they're spread out over
yeah,
a
miles.
huge area, so it's not like there's this, all of a sudden 400
No,
signs
no,
show up in
no.
one.
I know,
they're-
but still,
yeah.
400 signs is
It's a lot.
400 people that could live near there. So you know, I mean,
We have
that's a
400
third of our
yeah.
population.
Yeah, sure, I get it.
I mean, I
It's
don't
a
know-
lot.
I don't know how many we
Yeah.
will be posting, but we do have that many.
That's
We know.
great.
And I've done this for many other bike events, like Harpoon Brewery for years did a
awesome.
tour out of Windsor
Mhm.
that went through all the back roads up there,
Mhm.
and we'd go post signs, and I did it myself for years. And you don't go stick a sign right in somebody's front yard next to their driveway. You know, you find the areas between properties where it's wooded or where, you know, where
Yeah, but
visibility
even
is
if it's not
good.
in
So
front of somebody's house, it still is it's still respectful to let people know that in their neighborhood
Yeah.
this is going on.
And we'll
And
do
so we
that.
want to make sure that that
Right.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
not a
from my
problem.
perspective too, it's just the coordination between Mark,
Yeah.
the board here, rescue, the fire
Sure.
department, and who'd I miss?
town,
Yes.
the road.
Highway
And-
department.
And the highway department. Yep,
And-
we're gonna need that coordination.
Yeah, and you
So
know,
who
my
is-
request.
who is the point person for that?
Well, Mark would be
Mark
on the
is right
sheriff,
here.
Drew
Okay.
would be the rescue.
Well, Drew, of
Yep.
course, we,
Probably Rich Cogliano would be for the fire department.
And that's Dummerston.
And that's Dummerston Fire Department. Lee Chamberlain is the road crew, and then it would be us, the board.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, we've supported the ride in many past years, so the route is significantly different. Ultimately, however we can enable you guys to have the ride, we'll support that. My concerns, just looking at the routes, depending on volume, if you had 300 riders on the 60 mile, is that the big one?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
The 60 mile route, then
the way that
the
breaks,
road crossing.
breaks down. So if we have 300 riders, we'll probably have
Half.
a third of them on or more on the 60 mile, and then
Usually there's about
almost a
60.
higher number on the 30 mile ride, and the least participated is the 15 mile ride.
So like 100, 150,
Yeah.
50.
And we stagger those starts because the ride time on the 60 is literally more than double the ride time on the 30. So those people start earlier.
So just the crossing of traffic, and I understand it's not a race and you're not going to have everybody neck and neck, but crossing Route 30 on a Sunday.
Sure.
There's more than people going to church there.
Yeah.
And I would welcome, you look at the route and say, we suggest a police detail here, here, and here. And,
I
we're
mean, the covered bridge is one place that,
Well, they cross the covered bridge and the iron bridge.
And
right, the Iron Bridge is, I mean, I
Well,
don't.
that's blind there.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of, courtesies for the vehicles coming, because Route 30 has the right of way to go through the bridge.
Right.
Not
And
everybody
go-
knows that though.
And
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
stop sign on this side, so it's just
Yeah.
one of those
That's-
courtesy things that I almost think you'd wanna have somebody there.
On either side of the bridge,
Yeah.
really.
Right, oh, right, but you'd wanna have
And that
somebody
could be,
there.
it could be volunteers wearing safety
Right.
element, or it could be a police detail, whatever, we think is appropriate.
Another thought, and maybe a suggestion, and I'm not sure if the town is open to the idea, but doing a road closure on the Green Iron Bridge and allow the bicycle traffic to just use the bridge, and we eliminate
That'd be beautiful.
that. Then all I would say is put a cruiser at the end of the bridge,
Right.
just because they're going to be coming out on that.
And that's
it's-
relatively short
Oh,
duration,
cool.
and it's not, how many people is that gonna disrupt? How many
And you're
people is
saying
that
not
gonna
use the
give?
covered bridge
They're
at
kind of
all?
used to it.
Correct.
Right.
So then
just-
vehicle traffic's on the covered
Right.
bridge.
They got
and
used to it.
Cyclic traffic is off.
Yeah.
How many years was it closed?
Right.
And I can tell you that half the riders will
Oh,
go and walk their bikes across that bridge because people don't like riding bikes on those iron bridges. It's,
I got my dog to cross that
It's
bridge.
not fun.
That was really cool. Yeah, that was very impressive.
Yeah, that's one.
So, yeah,
But that
would
would be a great,
Yeah, okay.
that would be a really good, I mean, just people riding their bikes through the covered bridges.
It's dangerous.
It's
hard
kind of
enough
scary.
walking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Because you can't see when you're coming down East-West Road. It's
right.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and yet that's one of the appeals to coming to Vermont to ride your bike is to
Through the
actually.
covered
Through
bridge.
Covered Bridge,
Yeah.
yep. The other one I had a concern was at the bottom of Depot Road or Williamsville Road, depending weather dependent on this, because I think that's a 60 mile ride to come down, or 30, I can't.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of traffic there, if it's hot, you've got a bunch of people coming up for already the strolling and the way they
Yeah.
park.
Yeah.
You've got them coming down.
No, this
Yeah.
is, it's Sunday. It's not during.
Yeah,
school.
but no, it's
But it, on a,
Swimming
I,
pool
the
I,
there?
swimming
Yes.
hole.
I ride my
You
bike
can
by there
park
every
on
Sunday.
both
I
sides
know
for
exactly
2
what you're
miles.
You know what
talking
I'm talking
about.
about?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because if you got them parked on,
Right.
Indian
yeah,
Love Call.
Indian
Yeah.
Love
Yeah.
Call, that's another concern
So
of
that's
swiping
another
down.
spot where we put volunteers. You know,
Exactly.
you put them at the top of the hill all the way down. You
Yeah.
know, but they'll be there fairly early. In the
Yeah.
They're
route. So
very early.
before
60 miles.
before there's a lot
They're
of
finished by.
before there's a lot of traffic.
Yep.
So, and then I would just appreciate the opportunity to go through this list and then just respond
Sure.
when I can look at my maps and
Yeah.
say, okay,
Yeah,
we'll
that's
make this-
exactly,
yeah.
we're gonna have some give and
Yeah.
take on this, this was just the first.
Sure.
You know, if we're,
No,
And why was
did
it
you get your
changed to
permit in
Dummerston?
that?
Can I, I'm just.
Yeah.
wondering,
Yeah, but I got the
'Cause I can
paperwork,
give
I gotta
you-
get it in.
Okay.
Registry.
Yeah, because you talked to me about it today, you wanted to make sure you had it tomorrow.
Basically,
The
the
date,
the
you know.
farmers
Yeah, it's
have asked,
Okay.
why
Yeah,
are you,
I had some questions
Christie just
about
did it at the Lilac.
Which are the
for many
conditional
years.
use
okay,
And other
boxes?
farmers, I
Because
can't,
it
I
wasn't
can't
clear
do
on
the
that,
last
so-
edit. It went,
I gotta,
last year, we
tomorrow,
went the
we
Rob
got a meeting or
Farm. In
something.
fact, the Robs want it again this year. But we wanna give every farm the ability to, we wanted to share the publicity. And also, we wanna give riders a different route and different chance, but it's really to publicize different farms, and it really helps because they get a lot of traffic from it, they get a lot of publicity from it. So that's the reason.
That's the reason.
And also, the Bunker Farm this year is in the program of Wyndham Grows, we're helping them scale up. So, we're really rooting for them. But it's not just their farm, there's other farms that
Right.
along the way as well, like the Scott Farm and so forth.
Yeah, you are going through the Scott Farm on the route.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a
and-
lot of publicity for that as well.
We have reached out to all the other towns and none of them have any issues. We've reached out to Vermont Trans about being on Route 30. They have no issue with that. So, in general,
Route 30 is great because
Yeah.
there's a nice shoulder.
Exactly.
You know, but Middle Road and East-West Road.
but those
and-
are all very short, you know, and they'll be
Yeah, I
well
haven't
marked and
looked
we'll
at the
have.
routes. Yeah.
And it's because there's just no way to get here without going there. It's,
Right.
you know, It's not ideal, but it's.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's awesome. You know, it's more, as you'll see from the questions, and again, I'm just reading these for the first time.
Yeah.
It's a lot about, well, what is the Tour de Heifer?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and what are your rules and that sort of thing. The fact that it's not a race, it's a ride. You know, that there aren't clumps of people riding. It's really, and from what I've seen in past years, it's single file. I don't see people riding, you know, side by side.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a group of friends riding together, you know, you might get a clump of 3 or 4 or 5 people, but most of these cyclists are smart enough to know that if they're on a road with no shoulder, they go single file. You know, on Route 30, you might see them riding side by side, but there's also a 12-foot shoulder there, and there's plenty of room to do that. And we can reinforce rules of the road.
The riders that sign up, especially the ones who sign up early, get a lot of emails with different rules
Yeah.
and different things that we're asking them to do, and they're very courteous. It's a
We have some clubs, we have some clubs around or that aren't as courteous on the roads that, you know, do not follow on the single file. I mean, I don't care on a dirt road if they're going, as
Right,
long as they
right,
pull over with
right.
a car. But on the paved roads, I really think these bicyclists should all be doing single file and not be getting out in the middle of the road. Because, you know,
It's dangerous.
it is, but we, like I said, I see it a lot, and, you know, there's groups that do that and don't stop at stop signs, and it's
Well,
just.
there's, you'll know, you know, there are, a bicycle has the same rights and responsibility as a car.
I know
You know,
that.
so but there are also plenty of places where it's fully within their rights to ride two abreast. You know, but common sense says if the road's too narrow, you don't, but not all cyclists use common sense, you know.
Well, not everybody uses common sense.
Right, not all vehicle drivers do it.
Exactly.
So-
You've never seen that, Mark.
No.
Lack of common sense.
No. I had a couple other questions, and I think they're on here. I understand that there's potential for an alcohol event.
Yes.
Are you expecting that to be a large event, or is it for participants of the
As participants only.
event? Okay.
Yeah.
And I assume you're pursuing the various permits for.
Yeah.
Well,
The vendor will do that.
The vendor
Okay.
does that, and it's, what's her name?
Whetstone.
Okay.
Whetstone.
And
Sorry.
so this is an event at Bunker Farm
Correct.
at the end of the
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
bike
when
ride,
the riders
which I've been
finish,
to.
there's
yeah.
a beer vendor, we serve them
Yeah.
lunch.
It's really
And not
fun.
everybody
Yeah.
has a beer. Very few.
It's not an
actually.
alcohol event.
It's not an
event.
alcohol.
It's an event with alcohol, my bad.
Yeah.
And really, it's like, okay, are we looking at the Brattleboro Brewers Festival versus you just rode 60 miles and have a beer?
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
So,
exactly.
there's a difference in what we ask from a law enforcement perspective for
Sure.
different types of events and how
Makes
many
sense.
people will be
And I
there.
can assure you, no one has more than one glass of beer. These are athletes.
I understand. And then the other part for us is really just crash reduction, and that's really talking with both rescue and the fire department. That's really their perspective on this. I'd be happy to help coordinate a meeting with all of us, so that you don't have to make 15 phone calls.
Sure.
I have talked to the assistant chief, Rich, and it's just Rich Cagliano.
Here.
Yes, the
Okay.
Dummerston assistant fire chief. So again, it's a Sunday morning. It's a volunteer department. Rescue Inc. They're going to be the response agency. So, no, we don't want anybody to get hit by a car, fall off the bike, and require medical assistance. But at the same time, we do want to be able to plan and want there to be a fair understanding of what everybody's bringing to the table. So if somebody, God forbid, does get injured, there's a clear expectation of how it's going to work.
And I've done events in the past where every rider gets a wristband, and the wristband has all of the emergency contact information on it.
Wow.
And it's a very simple thing to do, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. And I'll be personally responsible for whatever's going on that day. My number will be on there along with any other numbers that need to be on there. So
Oh, are you saying that that wristband is something that people do?
Well,
You're
what
considering it?
What I've done is I've given them each, in the past, because we couldn't afford that, a little sticky, a mailer sticky, and they put it on their bikes with my phone number and all that.
So
and
same
emergency
idea.
number.
They have something with, everyone goes with
We've
something
always
that
had
says,
that.
here's.
Yeah, and
here's
Rich
who to call.
Cagliano, he'll love that
Yeah.
idea. You know, that's just up his alley.
And we don't charge that much for the ride
Right.
because we want locals to be able to do it, so we try to do it
Yeah.
as economically as possible. So.
All right, any other questions?
But we also have, just so you know, we put porta potties on the farm, and somewhere, we haven't figured out, somewhere within 30 miles where all of them intersect, there'll be also some porta potties, and we have to figure that out and get permission and so forth.
So, Terry, what do you think we would like to see happen here? So Peter said he'd like to go through this, get a chance to answer the questions. He'll reply to the select board. We'll get answers to these questions, and then what?
Just that we get all, if this is where we're going, the direction we're going, that we're all coordinated between the select board, what's gonna happen with the sheriff's department, what Rich is gonna do, you know, have
So
available.
we need another update.
Right, we'll be needing updates as this goes, yes. As they get their stuff together, I think we should be updated as the board should be updated.
How often do you meet?
Every other week.
Every other week.
Every other Wednesday.
It's gonna take me more than 2 weeks to get this
That's fine.
sorted out.
That's fine.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, your ride time.
I think the reality is we could probably, I could probably give you updates in late February or March that cover all this ground,
Yeah.
unless you need
Yeah.
something sooner than that.
No.
But
No,
it's really just me reviewing the routes, tweaking, setting up the west areas, and like some of the roads I can't even drive right now. So
So Mark, did I hear you say that you're gonna coordinate a meeting? I mean, we work with rescue already.
I have Peter's card, so what I'll do is connect
Yeah.
through an email with the various partner organizations. The only one I don't have is Lee's email. Do you guys know what Lee's email?
Lee Chamberlain.
Town@dummerston.org.
Perfect.
Yeah, just through Lori, you can
Yeah.
get to him.
Who's this?
That's
Our
the
road
highway.
foreman. Yeah.
Oh.
Your road foreman.
Your road, right, yeah.
You guys take care of your own road.
and
So
the
I'll
only issue with
coordinate
that
that
is that we just don't want the
conversation.
roads graded 2 days before
Right.
this
Yeah.
event, because it churns up rocks and it makes for a lot of flat tires.
So it sounds to me like once Mark has sort of coordinated this group and they've met, then it would be time for a status update to us. Does that sound reasonable?
And I can go to, if I can go to the meeting with Mark and the group, so that we can,
And if we can cover that ground in that one meeting, fine. If I need to come back for another select board meeting, that's fine too.
I mean, ultimately, out of it, I think with all the stakeholders there to say this is what we need or don't need, I think that we could present the board with hey,
this is what's happening.
we should have an ambulance on hand versus, they're 5 minutes away response time. They're expecting a slow morning, so whatever.
And what I'd like to see in terms of the communication to Dummerston residents is you know, we're really proud to have this Tour de Heifer in our town this year. And so I want to get to that point with the two groups so that when we do communicate to people in the town, letting them know that this is happening, we're doing it in a positive way.
Absolutely. And also, just so you know, the Bunker Farm is part of our farm tour on that day. And, you know, the town can come and take tours of the Bunker Farm. I mean, it's really...
But you can't drink beer. Is what you were saying, right?
You gotta bring your own.
Yeah, I gotta bring my own. I knew there was gonna be a catch here for me.
But it's really to celebrate the farm.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, the whole reason for it's great. I think that, you know, this was a surprise to us, and the select board's main job is the roads in Dummerston. You know, that's our charge.
Yeah.
And
well,
so
I really appreciate you taking such care.
Yeah.
You know, in the 12 years that we've done this.
But you've done it in the same place with the same players and
Right,
the same.
but even
it's-
from year one, no one asked us any of this. So this is wonderful. I'm glad to see that you're taking such care. We just didn't know, so we were just following the protocol that we've had before. We didn't realize that it was necessary or important.
Okay.
So.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And,
All right.
Nice meeting you.
Have a nice evening.
You too. So we'll be in touch.
Exciting meeting.
There you go,
All
right?
sorts of people here.
I know, it's the biggest meeting we've had all year.
It is.
I
Yeah.
know.
Oh, and I'm not kidding
Man,
either.
we've had these
Are you on Friday?
tables.
Oh, you're coming?
You
Yeah,
bet.
it's
Yeah.
the longest meeting we had too.
Sweet.
So now that we're off the record, I was basically gonna volunteer.
You're not off the record.
You're not on the
Still
record.
on.
Every door, knocking on every door in Dummerston saying, hey, we're having this event.
Yeah. With the census.
You guys
Yeah,
got more to do, huh?
Yeah.
Hire yourself anyway. Think it's
Take care.
Yeah.
You all tapped out?
Just started today, but, you know, hard to know what the right thing is.
I know.
Forecasting is awful sugary. Don't get any sugar in this apple. You know, good luck, guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Yeah.
Noah.
Take care. Have a
Thank
good night,
you. I
Orly.
just want to say thank you as a Dummerston resident for all the work you do. Really appreciate it. Really. Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Orly.
Road foreman's report. I just wanted to have a second just to let everybody know that Lee's wife passed away, Martha, yesterday morning. So, it's, if you see Lee, just give him a wave. All right. So moving on to correspondence for information. Anything anybody would like to discuss there? Nothing. Correspondence for discussion and or action. We have nothing under there. New business. We did the broadband already. Did everybody see the signed the census for the it's just the town borders?
Borders.
And it's a map of the borders.
Okay.
Did
it look good to you?
Look like it hasn't changed, so.
It hasn't, has it? Yeah, it's the same. It looked good.
So,
We need a motion for that?
yes, please.
I'll make a motion to sign the census for, form, for the town borders.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Geraldine, you're up.
I'd like to move that we recess as a select board and convene as the liquor control board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anybody like to make a motion for the Sunoco? Sandra?
Sanders.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve the liquor license renewal request from Sanders on Route 5.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Is that it?
That's it.
So I'd like to move that we adjourn as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any unfinished business anybody would like to discuss? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It is 7:05 and I'm calling the meeting of the Development Review Board to order. I'm Maya Hasagawa, I'm the vice chair. And I will do the opening remarks. We only have one person here, but anyway, you'll have to listen because it's the procedure. Sure. It explains the procedure. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and decisions of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly encourage all of you to speak up at this hearing. So you're going to present, so I know you're going to talk. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm that your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application please affirm the following? Okay. I hereby affirm that the evidence. Oh.
Yep.
He doesn't have
Right hand up. There you go.
Okay. I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7, and I think we have 7 people, so. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. Okay. I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 18th meeting.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Excuse me.
Okay, everybody took the oath. Has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Does anybody have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications?
No.
No.
Yet.
I just had a question about the agenda, the number 3 item on our agenda. Just confused about that. Review of cases public. Did you put this on the agenda, Brian?
What's that?
The number 3?
Could you read it to me?
Review of cases / public hearings to be reviewed under the Broward Land Use Regulations as warned on October 12th, 2015? Is that just a...
Yeah, that's the standard. That's what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so the applications.
And that just, the date refers to when those land use regulations went into effect.
Exactly.
Okay, it just caught me off guard with that date.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
I am going to appoint Ian to hear all applications.
That Ian.
That Ian.
He's the alternate Ian.
Ian too?
Well, I don't know.
Good Ian and bad Ian.
Oh, good.
We're on TV, guys.
So it goes.
People will find us very entertaining. Okay, are you Deborah?
Yes, I am.
Tamosh?
Tramposh.
Tramposh. Okay, will you take a seat up at that table there?
And the nature of that microphone is so that the television can hear you.
I wasn't ready for TV.
Sorry.
Don't be me about that.
Okay.
Okay, can you talk to us a little bit about your project and what you want to do and?
Yeah. First of all, I'm losing my voice. I've got some lung thing, something moved into my lungs, I guess, and I work with children. You know how that goes, right? So germs are everywhere. So my voice is going, so hopefully it'll stick with me for a while here. Yeah, so I purchased a duplex on Western Avenue. Excuse me, in September I moved in, and I'm from Portland, Oregon. So I drove across. Part of the reason I wanted to, well, there's a lot of reasons I wanted to move here, but part of the reasons I wanted to buy this place, which is, it's really quite a good deal and a nice place, was because the attic is a perfect space to have a small practice. And I am a Pilates and yoga instructor. Actually, currently getting certified in yoga, and I've been teaching Pilates for about 12 years or so, and also teaching yoga. It's a very sweet space. It's pretty small. You know, it's an attic. It's the 3rd floor. And I currently live on the 1st floor of the building, and an old elderly woman lives on the 2nd floor, but she's going to be leaving, and then I'll move to the 2nd floor and rent out the 1st floor. It's a very sweet space up there, and it's probably comfortable. I've started working on it, fixing it up. It's not a big deal. There's not much to do other than taking wallpaper, fixing the plaster. You know, it's not a major renovation. It's pretty simple. And I've already talked to the fire department, to the assistant fire chief, about what I would need to do for that part of it. That's already been done. Well, it's going to be done, but I've talked to him about it. And probably, maybe, at the most, would be 10 people up there, you know, at a time, because it's not very big. So it's a small, my idea is to have a small studio where I would be the only one teaching. So it's a pretty small situation. And maybe teach like anywhere from 1 to 3 classes a day, because I'm not, it's just me, so, and I'm in my 60s, so yeah, so that's my plan, that's my desire, and keeping it, you know, the parking is pretty easy on the street, you know, there's plenty of parking, and like I said, there wouldn't be, who knows how many people would come to a class, but the room can only accommodate to about 10. So really, for what I'm doing. Yeah, and I've got other ideas about maybe providing some kind of classes for maybe disadvantaged youth, or, you know, reaching out to high schools that have kids that could use, because I've worked with kids a lot, different ages. I work at the Montessori school right now with elementary and young kids. So maybe providing some kind of, in the future, some kind of classes that maybe, you know, it's a sort of a community pay it forward kind of thing, you know. So providing for, who knows, I don't know what the situation is. I haven't actually spoken to any schools yet. That sort of thing I'm looking at maybe doing, yeah. Because I love working with kids of all ages, and maybe there'll be some teenagers that could, you know, be interested in yoga. So that's kind of my basic idea plan. Not until I wouldn't be doing it until at least the summer or the fall. So it wouldn't be right away. It's a few months off. Yeah.
So are you planning to have any evening classes?
Well, my understanding is the hours are 8 to 6. And I prefer not to teach in the evening, so I really don't have a problem with that. I like those hours. I would, however, I was hoping that once on occasion, if I wanted to do something in the evening, but it would be probably very rare, you know, to do something special there and have people over or something, some kind of a gathering on occasion. But for the most part, I don't like doing things in the evening, so I like to end by 6, so I'm good with that. Yeah.
Is this the former Dr. Avila's building?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
That's right, I just
Yeah.
Googled it, so I was.
Right, yeah, so Dr.
Okay.
Avila was an eye doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was practicing there. So the signpost is all still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I was wondering exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I Googled it, that's what I.
And then I guess I'm going to direct a question to the zoning administrator. The way that it just says request for retroactive change to use from dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units and home business approval. So that neighborhood, so to speak, that section Western Ave, that's there's a number of properties that are sort of combination residential
Yeah.
and office.
Yes, yeah,
I'm just
definitely.
asking him because he kind of deals with that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So. And so, to me, in one sense, my mind says changing, and you can tell me whether my thinking is correct, but changing from a dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units, I mean, to a certain sense, am I thinking that sort of a small yoga studio is sort of synonymous with an office, in a way, for that zoning area?
Yeah, it's a smaller use, and it's kind of something that's protected by law as being a residential use, so it doesn't trigger some of the requirements that would come with a site plan approval. So,
Okay.
for instance, landscaping.
Okay. So in a certain sense, you're saying under the regulations that I guess let's call it what it is, a yoga studio has, what did you say, is it less impact than an office?
Home businesses have less impact, so they're
Okay.
smaller scale businesses conducted by somebody living in the home using a small portion of their home for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I can just picture that stretch of Western Avenue, and in my mind, there's quite a number of combination office and living spaces.
Sure, there are a lot of
Fewer
businesses.
employees and stuff like that.
I see. So an
Well,
office.
she's not having any employees.
No.
I understand.
Not planning on that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm just trying to get in my mind.
But I'm saying like a doctor's office would
Yes.
have employees.
Yeah, next door to
and-
me is a lawyer's office.
Yes.
Right next door.
Yes. Okay, I can now understand that. I just was curious as how they were related, office versus yoga studio.
But you will have, instead of having an office on the first floor, you eventually will.
It's the 3rd floor, yeah.
You will eventually move to the 2nd floor, rent the 1st floor as a dwelling,
Mm-hmm.
and then do your yoga in the
The
attic
3rd floor,
on the 3rd
yeah.
floor.
And what changes did the fire chief want you to make as far as any external exits?
Yeah, so what I'm going to be doing is putting a balcony off of the front of the building.
On the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that the fire trucks would have access if they needed to come, and everybody would be able to fit on the balcony. So it's got to be like 10 by 10 balcony.
Okay.
Which my next door neighbor Mitch is going to build. So, yeah, he's great. He's helpful. So yeah, I'm going to have this balcony there, and a door, a small doorway, where it's already there as a window, and we're going to turn it into a door kind of thing. and door window kind of thing. And so people can be able, so that the fire trucks can access that. And it's been approved by Leonard.
And
Yeah.
is
He said it was okay.
Yeah,
I
good.
talked to him. Yeah.
The only other question, are you having any facilities up there on the third floor, a bathroom or anything like that?
Right, so I don't want to do any, that kind of remodeling up there. I don't want to, take on that, I just want it to be the rooms. So my apartment, part of the reason I'm going to be living on the second floor, other than I want to, is it would only be one flight down from the third floor to the second floor, and there's a doorway right there at the top of the hallway that goes through a small room into the bathroom of that apartment. So all people would have to do if they need to use the bathroom would be to open that door, walk through a small room, and there's the bathroom. It's just very accessible. It'd be in my apartment, but I'd be fine with that. I would, so that way there would be a bathroom available.
No, that's
yeah.
Just,
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Because I think it's important.
Gotta go, you gotta go.
I mean,
Do you expect people to park in your driveway also?
well, I'm personally fine with that, but I don't know, because it's a pretty big driveway and it
Yeah.
extends around the back. But because I don't know who's going to be living in the bottom floor yet. I don't know what their situation will be, is like how many cars there would be there already. So I would want to respect that. Like whoever's living there, they would need a certain amount of space. Right now, the woman that lives in my upstairs doesn't have a car. She's 93. And so it's not an issue. But yeah, so it would kind of depend. But the parking in the street is, hardly anybody parks in the street. There's plenty of parking.
Seldom use that area.
I know, so it's really kind of ideal. So,
What provision do you have for snow removal from the driveway and the sidewalk and so people
Yeah.
have access?
I'm going to be, I'm not currently plowing my driveway, having it plowed because I'm the only car, so I just park at the end. Because it gets expensive, can't really afford it. But next year, I will, especially if I rent the downstairs, of course, I'm taking care of that. And I shovel the walkway myself at this point.
There's a hell of a bank behind the place.
Oh, yeah.
If I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plenty of place for snow.
It's down.
I don't know if it's the purview of the board, but when you sit on this board, you get to ask questions because you're curious. And my experiences with attics in some houses is they can get quite hot in the summer. And again, I know there's the whole hot yoga, but do you have
Which
any?
I'm not gonna do.
Yeah, do you have any, apparently there's a type of yoga where they actually turn up the heat and then do the yoga. Is that?
Yeah, I don't approve of that myself.
But
I know there is a hot yoga studio in town.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I was asking you, and again, it may not be pertaining to the land use regulations, but just curious about, do you have any provisions for, perhaps there might be ventilation? It may get
Yes.
quite hot in the summer. I'm just curious to hear
Yes, so
about that.
I just had my place insulated.
Okay.
By Vermont Foam Insulators. So they insulated the attic and the basement, and now the house is much better insulated, so much better. So I wanted to actually call the guy and make sure that it's going to be cooler, because it's really warm now. It's going to be cooler in the summer, like insulation is supposed to be, right?
Yep.
So I was going to call him and say, are you guaranteeing me this? But I am going to probably install one of those units that you put on the wall.
Okay.
That
split.
Yeah, it's a heat and an air conditioner heater. I was thinking about getting one of those. Yeah.
And
there's two big windows.
Yeah. I'm under the understanding that some of the ventilation fans that people, for example, put in their bathrooms are very energy efficient. I've been told certain of those fans can run nearly all day, and it's the same as like running a light bulb. And so I would bring that up as a thought, that would be more of a passive way of pulling out warm air as opposed to an air conditioning unit. So
Yeah,
I
and
just bring that up because I'm curious.
And
about-
I'm a fan of fans. So I prefer fans over air conditioner.
Yeah.
So I always go with that first, and then if needed, air conditioner.
Yeah, I guess I just bring up the issue because I wonder if it would be an issue.
I'm
you
very
might have
much
to
an
deal with.
environmentalist, I'll tell you up front. So I, I always think in terms of the environment first.
So are the steps up to the 3rd floor in the front or the back of the building?
The front.
The front.
Mhm.
So it's easy.
Yeah, there's no elevator. But
And I'm remembering perhaps because I believe my first glasses were prescribed by Dr. Ravella. But I'm understanding with the building is in a certain sense that the ground floor entrance goes right to a staircase.
yeah.
And then that staircase would continue on to this proposed yoga studio.
Like as soon as you walk in the front door,
Okay.
there's a downstairs apartment here,
Yeah,
2
which
doors.
was formerly an
And there's the
office.
stairway, goes straight up.
Yeah.
There's a second apartment,
Yeah.
down the hall, next stairway goes up, so it
Okay.
just goes.
Are you having any electrical work done up in the attic?
I had a little bit done because I had to have a few outlets put in that were taken off of the electrical that was already installed. Because it's already got electrical up there, there's lighting.
Mhm.
So we just took it, it was easy to just branch off of that. So there's a few outlets, because I needed a few outlets. And other than that, that's it.
So Brian, is that enough to trigger having to?
It's not in the same part of the house, so I don't think there's any savings on doing,
A charger.
yeah, not at this point.
And there's a smoke alarm up there already.
And you will need a sign permit, a separate sign permit.
Oh, okay.
And I
Okay.
believe Brian can approve that
Yep.
administratively.
Okay.
We can put that in as a condition if everybody agrees that.
Didn't the doctor already have a sign there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the posts are still there.
Right, so it would,
Hang on that post,
Yeah.
I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody have any other questions?
Got it. I'm good, thank you.
great.
Anybody have any other questions? Okay. Can I have a motion to?
I move we approve it.
We approve the home business permit and I think that's what we have to approve, right?
Yeah, with the condition that a sign
condition.
permit is required
Oh.
and strike the electric
Yeah.
or charger outlet.
We should probably, I would say before we vote, we should mention to you that you're not, there is a provision in the land use regulations in Brattleboro, whereas some changes trigger us to require the property owner to install an outlet that can be dedicated to charge an electric vehicle. What's happened is your particular request hasn't triggered that requirement.
Oh,
But you mentioned you were an environmentalist, and it sounds like you may want to rent your property. So you could certainly talk to Brian, he'd give you
Yeah.
information. But the idea is Brattleboro is trying to make sure that many buildings that have renters, that those renters have access to a dedicated, am I saying this right? They have access to a dedicated outlet.
Well,
so
the
they can.
owner also.
Yeah, so we just thought you'd be
Okay.
aware of that. You're
Yeah.
not, it's not being triggered in your case, but
Okay.
it may be something you might
Yeah.
want to do for your own
what
sake.
if I want to get an electric car?
For example. So I just thought I'd point that out to you.
Yeah,
if
thank
that's
you.
But
that's
we're not
okay with
making
us.
that a condition.
Yeah.
Great.
Of approval. The separate
Good to know.
sign permit, and we're approving the home business. And the change of use to
And
two
the
dwellings. And the change of use to two dwellings.
With occasional events in the evening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We can all come and take a yoga class.
That might be a
Only if
conflict.
we do carryover.
Okay, I have two other pieces of business.
Thank you.
So do I get to go?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Brian will be in touch with you, you'll get something in the mail that some point, and, within 45 days.
That's good, thank you.
So that there was a question about adding another condition for the, what was it,
Kavanaugh.
what was their name? Kavanaugh? Decision we made last month, and
Oh, was that actually, did we make that decision in December?
yes.
Okay.
So, can I have a motion that we go into deliberative session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, can we go into deliberative session for, just, will probably be 5 minutes,
So
maybe
this
10.
is where we go off camera? Oh,
Who knows? We can stay here, right, since there's nobody here.
what's that?
Do you have to vote
We have to vote
Oh,
on it.
we haven't voted yet.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize.
to go in?
Yes, thank you. Should we
Oh, I
vote?
forgot
Say
that.
yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Can't see.
7:50.
7:50, and we're back from deliberative session. And there's one administrative item that I'd like to raise, which is there any objection to moving the March meeting from the 18th to the 25th?
None.
And the reason would be that James is gonna be out of town, we know, in March, and Brian is gonna be gone.
Oh, where's your sidekick?
You mean
Andrew.
Andrew?
Andrew, yeah. Well,
Doesn't he have a title? Doesn't he have a proper
He
title?
has personal autonomy.
And he's a planning tech.
Yes.
And he's been in the paper more than anybody else in the planning department recently.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 25th.
So, does anybody have any objection?
I make a motion that we make our March meeting be the 25th.
a second.
All in favor?
Aye. I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
So
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before we move.
proposals for you. They both deal with the issue of plan equivalency. I don't know if Damien has given you those.
I will give them to them momentarily.
And I see, I'm just looking at, a notice requirement, education and outreach. And I don't know how many, here's a packet for you. A reopener and audit language. And this will hold off on this one for now.
Yeah, the other section is not ready for prime time yet from our perspective.
And you don't have, do you have a?
So you have two.
I have all these.
Okay.
I think Damien put them in a little pile.
Okay.
You have two for us, which is Senate proposal regarding determination of alternative plan equivalency and a Senate proposal regarding state VSA plan equivalency. Is that right?
We have
Those-
5
Exactly.
houses.
And we have.
You have 5, but several of them are not ready for prime time.
Okay.
So what we're going to talk about right now are the House proposed notice requirements. Do you see that?
Yep.
House proposed changes to reopener language.
Yep.
And House proposed changes to audit language.
Yes.
And we're not, we had a misunderstanding about the issue regarding qualifications, and so we just want to clarify before we want to clarify that before we move forward on that conversation.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we just, the
Sounds good.
3 of us contacted, and we'll settle that, but so we have 5 amendments then, right now?
3, 2 Senate, 3 House.
3 House, 2 Senate?
Yep.
I don't see the
Tom,
Senate.
why don't you go first on the House ones?
Senate ones were paperclipped. If I could interrupt, Mr. Chair. We only have Joyce until 4:30. So if there are financial questions, the committee may want to ask her. And then the only other question is whether I should ask the editors to stay late tonight.
I don't think it's necessary,
Okay.
but they should be here early in the morning.
Sounds good.
They're always here early.
All right.
And
Do you want to go first, Tom? or
do any of
go
these, none of these address the effective dates of the of the,
I assume we'll do that.
Okay.
I sent a little
chart.
Okay.
I saw the chart.
We haven't discussed it.
There are so many dates that need to change throughout the draft that I'm gonna hold off on that until the conference committee's agreed on dates, and then I'll make the changes throughout.
Okay. Are we, who presents first?
Well, before we go to that, I do think that if we can, for the next time that we meet, if we have a little chart of the dates for our conversation, because when Representative Shai and I went through all the dates, it was helpful to just conceptualize the difference between the last bill and this bill. So I think as part of the conversation, that would be helpful.
And we didn't have 100% of the dates, but we had the major
just
pieces of the process.
Yeah.
All right,
So
so
that
we
would
will
be a
have that
start.
ready for,
Tomorrow morning.
for tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I'm thinking, we have until 10. I would think it would be safe to meet at 8:30 and wrap this up.
That's fine with me. We just have to make
We
sure.
may have to wait for the printers to come back, but I think we should shake hands.
We can conceivably aim for that, absolutely. And so 8:30 tomorrow morning, we can set that so we don't have to race at the end of the day today. So 8:30 tomorrow morning is fine. Right, you'll be here, you can be here?
Yeah.
All right, so the House proposal of amendments, we have 3 to consider this afternoon. And and this goes, I'm sorry, Damien, how would we handle the one that we also didn't have, because I think it was a conversation, what is it that has to be deleted if we were to consider the moving from combined 16 weeks back to 12 individual? That's the one we don't have on the paper. That's not ready for prime time one. That was another one.
But we have that already. I mean, it's one of the drafts, you already have it.
I actually have not drafted that yet, but it is, literally, it just means that on 575A1A, I delete everything after the comma.
Right.
So
It's very
it's a very simple change.
Okay, that was just, that you had asked to see that, and I just didn't, it slipped through. So, the first one,
Notice, one notice.
is the notice requirements. So as Damien testified, there was a thought that the thoroughness of the notice requirements had slipped through the cracks in the bill, so that basically what this will, well, Damien, can you read it? Just, that'll be the easiest. In the first case, can you just read what you, or talk us through what we did?
Sure. So the notice requirement here, there's two things. This would add a new section to the paid family leave law requiring employers to post notice in a conspicuous place of the provisions of the new paid family leave law on a form provided by the Commissioner of Labor. And then it would also require the employer to provide a printed notice of the provisions to new employees within 30 days after the date on which they are hired. That could actually be changed to a written notice, but and then the second piece here, the education and outreach. So we already have a timeline for the Commissioner of Labor to develop information and materials related to the program. So this adds a model poster and pamphlet providing notice of the provisions of the law to those requirements. And then it requires, within a month of that being prepared, employers have to provide a copy of either the model poster or the pamphlet to each employee who is employed on the date that that notice was, the deadline for publishing that notice. So that covers all current employees, and then going forward, all new employees will get notice, plus it should be posted so people will know what their rights are.
And we felt like this was a technical change, that this is the kind of notice we give for programs. And we did a similar thing for paid sick days.
Yep.
Yes, you can post, but be careful that you only post the ones we're talking about, okay?
Faith, these are the ones to not post.
To not post, thank you.
But we are posting this.
Yes. So on B, is that envision that each employee is going to get a copy of the model poster?
It would be a model poster or an informational pamphlet.
Choice?
That could also be changed to just the employer shall provide written notice within 30 days, and then the employers can do it however they want. Email, copy of the poster prepared by labor. The other thing is you could provide that it's just a model poster for labor, so they don't have to provide two things. There's one law where labor's provided both. They're essentially identical, just one is in multicolored format and the other is in a traditional poster list. So, but I went broad, and we can always bring it back.
But we want this model poster to be posted, right?
Right.
And that exists in the bill,
So
right?
Labor typically prepares a model poster. Employers are not required to use the model poster, but they can if they want. So the model poster's out there. As we discussed earlier, a lot of employers will pay for a service that updates all of their posters and provides a laminated color copy that they can post each year. So, but then other smaller employers or employers who are trying to save a little bit on expenses will print out the model poster from labor.
And this.
If we're going to the effort to make sure that all new employees are notified in a written fashion, might we not also set the expectation that this is incorporated into employee handbooks? Or is that just assumed?
I think that's assumed. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I'll use personal experience. My son worked at a local gas station, and even the local gas station had an employee handbook. It's a convenience store. But failing that, it's a notification that they're notified within the first 30 days of their employment. And this was important to go beyond, to me and to us, the House, to go beyond just the poster aspect of things because it gets lost, and given the fact that if we are settling, even if it's mandatory or voluntary TDI, that employees deserve to know that this is available.
Is there any reason why B just can't say written notice?
Yes, that's what
B on
Damien
page 2.
suggested.
Yep,
Yeah.
page 2.
Yeah.
Damien's
On page 2 or B on
Shall
page?
provide
B on page
written
2.
notice as
Line
opposed to
10.
model poster or pamphlet.
Oh,
line
Just to
10.
make it clear that they
Line
have.
10,
What are you
No, we're on
talking about,
page.
Allison?
line
I
5,
thought
on the
I'm
second
on-
page.
there's 2 Bs that
there
say
are
print.
2 Bs. that
Right,
are
I said
printed.
page 2.
I think Damien had suggested that instead of printed, he would say written on line 10.
That's
on
right.
Page 1. And wherever else the word printed is used.
That's fine. You can change model poster or pamphlet to written notice.
Written
So I
notice.
think what Senator Ballant is getting at is if you look at page 2,
Right.
lines 3 to 5, it said shall provide a copy of the model poster or pamphlet, and you could just change that to written notice of the provisions of subchapter,
Got it, got
et cetera.
That's satisfactory to me.
And then on the front, you could change printed notice to written notice.
Is that satisfactory?
Any problem, Mr. Chair?
So say the word. And just with respect to the employee handbook piece too, it's just worth noting that a lot of employee handbooks will just say the company follows the state law with respect to,
Exactly.
Right.
and then just list it, and rather than going into all the details.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes the law changes and the employee handbooks
Are outdated.
yeah, so to keep them from being outdated, it's simpler to just say we follow the state law.
Okay, enough on that proposal.
Right.
Let's move to audit language. Damien, all yours.
Yep.
We have audit language already. This is just to clarify what would appear in the audit and how it would be reported to the
So
relevant committees.
the audit language was in the Senate version, but not the House version?
Yeah, so the audit language was added in the Senate, and then this builds off of the language added by the Senate. So
What was the language that the Senate had?
the Senate language was, if you take the first sentence, the insurance carrier shall have its books and financial records related to the provision of family and medical leave insurance pursuant to this subchapter audited annually. And then it said, and the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, and shall provide a copy of the annual audit to the Commissioner of Financial Regulation after that. So the second sentence in 7A is entirely new. And then after Commissioner of Financial Regulation in 7B, that is new. So the new sentence in 7A provides that the audit shall also include detailed information regarding the number of claims submitted, the number of claims that were denied, the number of claim denials that were overturned on appeal, and any changes in those amounts with respect to the prior year. So
do either of you know, I assume that this is in some ways boots and suspenders in the sense, belts and suspenders in the sense.
Boots are useful too.
In the sense that this seems like pretty commonplace stuff that you would be looking for in an audit.
So I'll let the House kind of talk about that.
Yeah, so kind of reading the language that you all had of books and financial records, kind of books could be a lot of different things, and so wanting to be clear that the audit was included the financial health of the company and the processes that they were doing as an insurance company, but then also what were they doing with the claims, and how many claims are coming in, what's their claim return rate, and all of that. And so having us be clear that that is what we're asking for, and then having it be clear that we can get, as committees of jurisdiction, can get oversight as well, getting a summary of that so that we have that oversight option.
Right, and that second part is in subsection D. requiring the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to provide a summary of the audit results to House Appropriations General and Ways and Means, and Senate Appropriations, Economic Development and Finance.
So tracking our RBA, I would like to see it not just the number of claims, but by category and the duration of the claim. So, because we want to, I think we want to, particularly for the first couple of years, really get a sense of which
Who's
of these
using it?
categories are being taken, which are being used most, how long are people needing to deal with each of those, and yeah. So I would, numbers isn't enough for me. I would rather, we discussed this before. Previously it was in the Senate, but by category and by
Yeah.
Okay.
Third,
Next.
the third is House proposed changes to the reopener language.
Looks good. Thank you.
And that, Damien, is just, what are the additions to this and what's in the bill?
So, after the words, on line 6, after the words, in the event the General Assembly enacts legislation, and originally it said requiring mandatory leave for the employee's own illness or something to that effect. Now it says amending the provisions of Chapter 5, Subchapter 13 of this title. It should actually just say of this subchapter, but that's a drafting error. Or any other statutory provision related to the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program that the contract has to require the commissioner and the insurance carrier to reopen the agreement to make any amendments that are necessary to ensure the agreement continues to comply with the law.
So that, is that just, can I consider that just a larger included but not limited to the, in this case, I mean, the mandatory language was in there. But this
So
encompasses mandatory, but it can include any scheme that the legislature decides to.
Right,
push
so for example, if the legislature decided to change the appeals process, or to require the insurance carrier to provide notice or training or something like that, this could allow the agreement to be reopened to address those issues, including funding changes and so forth.
Right.
And is this language that applies to almost any other contract through that we have in terms of how we deal with third parties or whatever? I mean, if we notice that there's a flaw in a contract or a flaw in a process that we've contracted with, do we not have that right?
I don't know. I can't answer that. State contracts are not my area of expertise. I know with collective bargaining agreements, the parties have to agree mutually to reopen the agreement. And in the contracts that I worked with in private practice, typically you had to agree to reopen the agreement.
But this is information instructing that this be a part of the negotiations between DFR and.
This has to be a term of the contract. So this is something that potential insurance carriers that are bidding for this contract will understand is going to be a term if they get the contract. So it's not necessarily 100% locked in. There may be law changes that require the contract to be amended. And this provision is in there to allow for that amendment. In that case, without requiring the parties to reach some mutual agreement to reopen the contract, or otherwise reach the point where they say the contract, because the law has changed the contract, we can't actually execute the terms of it, so we have to amend it. And in this case, what this is saying is anytime the law is amended, they have to look at the agreement to see if it needs to be amended to keep in compliance with the law, and if it does, they need to reopen it and amend it. So.
Yeah.
Does this open the contract only for those amendments, or does it therefore allow the whole contract to be looked at in the event that it is opened?
I would think that the parties could, if the parties agree, they can look at any part of the contract and amend it. So
This says specifically that are necessary to ensure that the agreement complies with the requirements of the legislation.
Right. This,
and I'm assuming that's the legislation.
this just
that was
addresses reopening to comply with the legislation, but in any contract,
Once it's open.
That's
well, I mean, the other thing is the parties can always say, you know, that provision we had in around notice, that's not working, we need to amend that language. And then if they agree that that's the case, they can create an addendum to the contract and revise that provision in the contract. So I think what you're concerned about is this going to potentially cause problems in the plan because something significant will change. The terms of the law are still that the contract has to comply with the law.
Okay.
And the contract can be terminated if the insurance carrier falls out of compliance with the law. So
That's our protection.
That's your protection in there is that the contract has to include a term in there that provides that it can be terminated at any time if the insurance carrier fails to comply with the law.
Is this only applicable to the contract between the state and the insurance carrier that's going to administer the plan?
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with the equivalent plans that people sign up with?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is just for the state's administrator.
Okay.
The equivalent plans, that's between the employer and their insurance carrier.
And that's what we have for right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So may I just revisit the audit? Because I forgot that Carrie Brown was in the room. And I'm gonna channel my inner Tip Lily and also ask that we track it by gender. That we do by category, length of leave, and by gender.
Go ahead.
So then I think if we're getting specific on demographics, then we should include demographics, because also looking at what are the race categories that are being included or denied, and in terms of age, if that's helpful. So I don't know if there's another, right now there's another demographic that jumps out for me, but that would also be very clear if there were disparities or discrimination that was happening from the insurance company if we tracked those two additional demographics.
The only thing I would point out here is the insurance carrier may not have all that information. So,
or it may be revealing of individuals, particularly if you're looking at race in particular, and if there's anything else that's attached to it, it might not be able to be anonymous. So there would be something that would need to be in there as well.
And I just question, our roles here about what can we do now, given the parameters that we're working with, and which I think this can fit, given that you've already proposed an audit, and what can we revisit as we move forward in, even in this session in terms of.
I definitely agree with that. I don't want to go too far on some of these things without taking any testimony, because I'm looking at this last one, and there's a concept in law about interference with contracts, and I get a little nervous that the person, if we do hire a private entity to do this, and then the law changes, and then they say, well, we didn't anticipate that in our pricing, and we don't want to have any more part of it, then it disrupts the whole thing as opposed to grandfathering them in until the next contract renewal. But as you say, I think there are things like this we could continue to look at during the session and get witnesses in and add to the law if the law gets signed.
And this is something that DFR this is their job.
Right.
This is their understanding of these. And I see Joyce leaving. Thank you.
See you in the morning.
So so right now, the way that the reopener language stands is that we're on reopener.
we can go back to reopen it.
Oh, but we went back to.
I'm sorry, it took us back to audit just because for me, measuring who takes advantage of this, how long they take advantage of it, by what category is of great interest to us as we
Right.
try and serve.
But for the I think for the purposes of what we need to do on this bill for this year, I think, again, we can, by the time even if we wait until 2021, right? There's time for us, whoever's here, to address this, but there's a small list of things that I would like to see if we can add on, not to this, but as an addendum, upon further review, that we discuss at a later time, that with witnesses, that I think we've all had 7 months to sleep on this bill and know that it's got some really good stuff and some flaws, and I think this process is addressing some of those, but when we start getting into that level of detail, it may just hold us back for now, but it's something that we.
I actually think the Government Accountability Committee would really support our getting more data, just so I think at least the first two things, lengths of stay and category, would be very important for us to understand. I mean, I don't care what we include, I just think we need as many measurable as possible as we do a new.
Sure, no disagreement with that here.
I don't have any problems with the suggestion that Deanna made. I still think getting further in there without hearing from people with the capability is.
Length and category, I think, are critical.
Okay, so, go ahead. Claims submitted by category, average duration of claims by category, number of claims denied, number of denials overturned on appeal, any change in those amounts in comparison to the prior year, but no demographics, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think so for now.
Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would say we hold off on this one.
Which one is that?
The reopener.
The reopener.
Because you're concerned about the changing the deal.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to have people in and talk about it, find out if it's not a problem, we can add it later.
Which leaves the reopener language as is. It allows us it only allows this provision for moving from voluntary to mandatory if the General Assembly passes that change.
On TPI?
Yes.
So that's something, so you're saying if we move to mandatory, that they would change the contract, essentially discontinue the contract, because it wouldn't be.
It would reopen, I mean, the language that is in your version of the bill simply says, it implies if the General Assembly, which means the House and Senate have to approve it and it has to become law, moves the program from voluntary to mandatory, then the contract can be reopened. This is broader. But
And that's something
right
that-
now, it's only limited to, if I'm not mistaken, it's only limited to the mandatory versus, voluntary versus mandatory.
Yeah, the required reopening of the contract is just in that scenario. If that's required to be a term in the contract, if the parties agree the contract can be reopened in this case. This would change that to the parties agree that the contract can be reopened if any statutory changes amending the law, which would take the contract out of compliance, are there. One way to address that, we do this a lot with collective bargaining agreements, is we just say that this law will take effect for the next contract.
And it won't change the contract you're in currently.
Right, if we hear, for example, it's going to change a material term of the contract with the VSCA or with the teachers union, a lot of times what we'll say is this change applies from this date and to all contracts entered into on or after that date.
So that's just, it seems to me that's just more words, and that we can, if we just didn't put this in, that would be the result anyhow.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, is if we left it the way it is now, that's probably what you would do for other things that might materially change the contract. That's not to say that the state and the third-party insurance carrier couldn't agree to reopen the contract on their own. This would just not force the reopening in those cases.
Right, so that also mirrors, I mean, again, the world right now, a contract can be reopened with mutual agreement?
Yeah, you can always mutually agree to revisit your agreement and